act is, as a result of the weak forces available, simply not possible. Accordingly, besides the very high bloody losses of the enemy, our own heavy losses are not to be avoided. Fighting to extinguish the pocket south of Bryansk, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps was experiencing similar difficulties. Not only were there insufficient forces at hand, but the terrain was so thickly wooded that the heavier weapons of the Panzer Corps could not be deployed where needed, and aerial intelligence produced meagre results. Poor infrastructure and bad weather further hampered German attempts to concentrate their forces against what was described as a superior enemy. Acknowledging the difficulties near Bryansk, Bock wrote in his diary, "As a result of the fighting around Bryansk and the awful road conditions, Guderian has not been able to continue to the northeast, a success for the Russians whose stubbornness paid off." It was this kind of success that Soviet commanders later chose to remember amid the chaos and staggering losses of early October. While on the 14th of October Bock was declaring the Battle of Vyazma over, the fighting around Bryansk was still approaching its zenith. On the 13th of October, Yeryomenko, the commander of the encircled Bryansk front, was directing operations in the Barshova area when he was seriously wounded by a German aerial attack. Flown out of the pocket in a small Po-2 aircraft, Yeryomenko was later visited in hospital by Stalin and questioned about the situation at the front. I replied briefly that the troops had been assaulting the enemy ring for 8 days and had finally broken through. Indeed, German records reported that combat-worthy elements of the enemy managed to break through Fremery's 29th Motorized Infantry Division on the 13th of October. Yet with all of Lemelson's Panzer Corps fully committed to the long encirclement front, reserves to deal with the breakthrough had to be sought elsewhere. Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps had been making slow progress north of Oriel in the direction of Tula, but now received orders to dispatch a force to intercept the enemy. German reports as to the size of the Soviet force varied from 2 whole divisions to a force of just 600 to 1,000 men. Whatever the case, the German command was sufficiently concerned to redirect forces from Schweppenberg's lagging attack to deal with the problem. As Guderian observed in regard to the stubborn Soviet resistance in the second week of October, the prospect of rapid, decisive victories was fading in consequence. In the northern pocket, Nering's 18th Panzer Division was again in the thick of the fighting. On the night of the 13th to 14th of October, Soviet forces broke through its lines and managed to maintain a 2-kilometre breach in the German line until German tanks arrived just before noon to close it. At the same time, Hörnlein's nearby infantry regiment Großdeutschland was subjected to fierce breakthrough attempts by a greatly superior enemy force belonging to the former Soviet 50th Army. German reports speak of Soviet bayonet charges, which, in the wooded terrain, succeeded in reaching German lines, instigating bitter hand-to-hand fighting. On this day alone, Hörnlein's regiment lost 5 company commanders, including some of their revered Knight's Cross recipients, but his men also took between 3,000 and 4,000 Soviet POWs, including elements of the 50th Army's command staff. The following day, Nering's 18th Panzer Division reported daily thousands of prisoners brought in, while in one place 159 Soviet guns were captured. To the south, between the 9th and 14th of October, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps had taken some 23,000 Soviet POWs, and by the 19th of October, that figure had risen to 61,544. The Battle of Bryansk had all the hallmarks of another German victory, but again the cost was proving high, while time was ticking away from the long overdue drive on Moscow. As Bock noted on his diary on the 15th of October, the fighting at the Bryansk pockets is quite unpredictable. Today, for example, a German regiment of Lieutenant General Konrad von Kochenhausen's 134th Infantry Division was surrounded on all sides in the southernmost pocket. Guderian informed me that because of the stubborn enemy resistance, the advance by his army to the northwest will not be possible until the Bryansk pocket is eliminated and his forces have regrouped. This will take some days. Meanwhile, on the encirclement fronts, the men of Weich's Second Army and Guderian's Second Panzer Army were enduring some of the bitterest fighting they had experienced in the whole eastern campaign. Ernst Gicking of the 57th Infantry Division wrote home to his wife on the 16th of October, 10 days fighting as we have not yet experienced it, and 10 days of deprivation, but always forward. In another letter home, written on the 16th of October, Will Thomas, who himself would soon die in Russia, wrote, "Where should I start to explain? Actually, I can say nothing. My heart is still so full of all the horrors and difficulties of the last days and hours." Yet later in the letter, Thomas alluded to some of the strains of the fighting he had endured. "Again and again comrades fall left and right, so that I often believed I was left alone in the field." Similarly, Harold Henry wrote home on the 17th of October about the psychological torments he had endured during the fighting near Bryansk. "To no avail. If one believed every time one had survived the worst, there always comes more. Since I last wrote to you, I have lived through hell. That I survived the 15th of October, the most terrible day of my life, seems a wonder. How sick my whole body is, but I will certainly not be allowed into the hospital. I am too miserable to write more. Later I will tell of these days what can be said. I wish everything would end. What have we been through? Oh God!" For the German soldiers who endured the Battle of Bryansk, once the immediate terror of the fighting had passed, they were then confronted by the ghastly sights of fresh battlefields littered with dead. Ernst Gicking wrote to his wife on the 15th of October, "Combing the forests, past a destroyed Russian baggage train. Terrible sight. Shredded horses and men. Dead gun moles. A destroyed battery. 300 dead Russians. Unimaginable. This was the revenge of the regiment Grossdeutschland for their 2 fallen Knights Cross holders." On the same day, the 15th of October, Major Shabalin, a Soviet officer trapped in another part of the Bryansk pocket, despaired at his predicament and the state of his command. Writing by the light of a bonfire, Shabalin wrote, "The Germans are everywhere. Incessant gunfire, mortar and machine gun exchanges. I wandered around, seeing heaps of dead bodies and the most unspeakable horrors, ghastly evidence of the enemy's bombardment. Hungry and unable to sleep, I took a bottle of alcohol and went into the forest. I fear our total destruction is imminent. Our military strength has simply dissolved around us." Natalia Peshkova, a Soviet doctor trapped in the Bryansk pocket, reported that her group moved east, navigating by the sun and completely oblivious to the location of German or Soviet forces. On the 17th of October, the northernmost pocket in the Battle of Bryansk was finally eliminated after one last desperate battle. Gicking recorded in a letter how the Russians had been corralled into a narrow space and then tried to break through the German lines. The aftermath revolted him, but at the same time numbed his sensitivity to such mass killing. "We stumble around between fallen Russians. It is true horror. Endless dead. Many women among them. No battlefield could look worse. Over the past 10 days we have got used to it. We have got used to this horror. Great is our success, but also bitter and painful are our losses. Such dear and brave comrades lie here in the Russian soil." Indeed, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army had lost more than 2,000 men in only the first 10 days of October, and another 2,300 by the 20th of October, bringing his total casualties since the 22nd of June 1941 to 45,643 men. As Guderian observed in his memoir, "If the figures for the total casualties since the start of the campaign were examined, it was a grave and tragic total. The troops had received a number of replacements, but although these were keen and eager men, they as yet lacked the combat experience and toughness of the older men. Yet the fighting at Bryansk did not simply constitute routine losses for the forces involved. The war diary of the 18th Panzer Division noted casualties during the battle were comparatively high, while Army Group Centre's war diary labelled it an embittered, costly battle for both sides. It was only on the 18th of October that Bock could declare the pocket south of Bryansk finished, and at last order Guderian to concentrate all his efforts on resuming his advance to Tula. If one accepts the Soviet viewpoint that the Red Army's stubborn resistance in the double encirclements at Vyazma and Bryansk contributed decisively to the successful defence of Moscow, then Bryansk, despite involving far fewer men, may well have been the more significant triumph for Zhukov. Over a considerably larger area than the Battle of Vyazma, the remnants of the Bryansk front delayed Guderian and Weich's from the 6th to the 18th of October, buying the army precious time to build and man the new defensive lines. Yet, however much the Soviet strategic position may have benefited from the prolonged fighting at Vyazma and Bryansk, nothing should disguise the fact that the double encirclements were, in the first analysis, a calamity for the Soviet state. No less than 7 Soviet armies were destroyed, with others badly mauled by the fighting. Of the 95 Soviet divisions which made up the Western, Reserve and Bryansk fronts on the 2nd of October, 64 were subsequently destroyed in the fighting. Additionally, 11 of 15 tank brigades and 50 of 62 attached artillery regiments were lost. At the start of Operation Typhoon, the 3 Soviet fronts together commanded some 1.25 million men. An estimated 85,000 Red Army troops successfully fought their way out of the pocket at Vyazma, and another 23,000 made it back to Soviet lines from the Bryansk encirclements. The retreating Soviet 22nd, 29th and 33rd Armies, as well as Group Yermakov, together accounted for a further 98,000 men. All told, the total number of escapees probably amounted to about 250,000 men, leaving some 1 million who were either killed or captured. Bock stated on the 19th of October that the twin battles at Vyazma and Bryansk constituted the greatest feat of arms of the campaign. A German Sondermeldung announcing the results of the 2 battles was issued on the 18th of October, while the total number of Soviet prisoners captured at Vyazma and Bryansk was determined to be 673,098 POWs, leaving a rough figure of some 325,000 men who might be said to have been killed or wounded during the course of the fighting. By any standard of losses in warfare for the period in question, this was an extraordinary total, which again underlines the unique place the Nazi-Soviet war holds in military history. Yet, for all the death and suffering on the battlefields leading to Moscow, an even greater human tragedy was about to play out in the German rear areas, as hundreds of thousands of Soviet soldiers found themselves at the mercy of the Wehrmacht and Germany's rear area security organs. A conversation recorded by British intelligence at Trent Park in August 1944 between Lieutenant General Georg Neufer and Colonel Hans Reimann, both veteran commanders from the Eastern Front in 1941, gave a candid insight into the treatment of Soviet POWs after capture. Neufer began, "That transporting of the Russians to the rear from Vyazma was a ghastly business." Reimann, "It was gruesome. I was present when they were being transported from Korostin to just outside Lvovo. They were driven like cattle from the trucks to the drinking troughs and bludgeoned to keep their ranks. There were troughs at the stations. They rushed to them and drank like beasts. After that they were given just a bit of something to eat. Then they were again driven onto the wagons. There were 60 or 70 men in one cattle truck. Each time the train halted, 10 of them were taken out dead. They'd suffocated for lack of oxygen. Just to see that column of POWs after the twin battle of Vyazma-Bryansk, when the POWs were taken to the rear on foot, far beyond Smolensk. I often travelled along that route. The ditches by the side of the roads were full of shot Russians. Cars had driven into them. It was really ghastly." Similarly, Josef Deck, an artilleryman with the 17th Panzer Division, noted the misery of the Soviet POWs taken near Bryansk. "We passed endless columns of prisoners, starving, exhausted, dying men, some falling before the wheels of our cars into the snow, others, dull and apathetic, in rotting clothes, collapsing as they marched." During an inspection tour of the front on the 20th of October, Bock noted having witnessed tens of thousands of Soviet POWs on the road. "Dead tired, and half-starved, these unfortunate people stagger along. Many have fallen dead or collapsed from exhaustion on the road. An Italian medical officer observed one Soviet prisoner transport and noted how it was managed by the German guards. There they were, an endless brownish column of defeated, defenseless and humiliated soldiers, pushed along and beaten by a handful of Germans. They tried to press against one another for warmth against the cold. Red marks on their bodies testified to the blows inflicted on them by their guards. Some of the Soviet POWs were very young, some middle-aged. All of them ran to avoid the sticks of the German guards, which fell without discrimination. At times there were gaps in the ranks, but these were soon filled by prisoners pushing from behind. The procession passed for a good 10 minutes, and still there was no sign of the end. There must have been thousands of men. A few faces expressed hate, most expressed nothing but fear, vile, degrading fear. Many of the prisoners were limping. Some advanced by hopping awkwardly like big birds. Many were keeping up with the group only because they were helped along by their comrades. The worst beating was taken by those who threatened to delay the march of the column. At last we saw the rear of the column. Here the wounded, the sick, the weak and the exhausted were struggling on, supported and sometimes carried by their comrades, kicked and beaten by the guards, dragging their feet on the asphalt road, staggering under the blows, their eyes wild with the fear of death. Not surprisingly, the roads which carried the prisoner transports were littered with bodies. Those unable to keep up with the column were simply shot and left unburied. Soviet women observing the passing columns wept openly. Many searched for the faces of loved ones, but any attempt to help the men by throwing bread to the column provoked angry responses from the German guards. Once at the POW camps, the combination of disease, cold, and hunger depleted the ranks at an astonishing rate. Countless thousands of Soviet POWs were dying each week by the end of October, and the mortality rate would remain high throughout the winter, until a total of almost 2 million former Red Army soldiers were dead by February 1942. Konrad Jarausch, who worked in one of the POW camps, wrote home on the 15th of October that his camp held 7,000 POWs and was already grossly overburdened, without the capacity to feed prisoners or treat the many wounded. As he was concluding his letter, a further 2,000 POWs were arriving, escorted by only 4 German guards. Things are absolutely chaotic, Jarausch concluded. In another letter a week later, on the 23rd of October, Jarausch noted that the camp population had swelled to 11,000 POWs, and 2 days after that, the 25th of October, to 20,000. One of the Soviet inmates summed up the experience in straightforward terms. "This is hell," he told Jarausch. Such horrendous conditions were by no means the exception, driving many men to the most desperate acts, including cannibalism. One account from October 1941 by Leon de Grelle, a Belgian volunteer in the Waffen-SS, noted, "During a station stopover one night, we were awakened by terrible cries. We hurried to open the doors of a car full of prisoners. Asiatics, as hungry as piranhas, fought each other while snatching pieces of meat. That prized meat was human flesh. The prisoners were fighting over the remains of a dead Mongol who has been cut apart with pieces of tin from cans of food. Certain prisoners had felt cheated by being left out of the distribution, which resulted in the brawl. Gnawed bones had been tossed outside through the bars. They were scattered, bloody, along the railway car on the muddy ground." While the future well-being of the more than 650,000 Soviet POWs was clearly hanging in the balance, their fate was not what concerned Bock and his fellow officers at Army Group Center. In the immediate aftermath of the Battle of Vyazma, the Army Group's commanders were in a confident mood and keen to exploit their victories and seize control of the Soviet capital, the capture of which they believed was all but assured. On the 13th of October, Bock received approval from Heusinger at the OKH. Halder was recovering after falling from a horse and dislocating his right arm, to trust the investment of Moscow almost solely to Kluge's Fourth Army. There was little sense that this would pose serious problems after the Soviet front had been so utterly shattered. As the Chief of Staff of the Fourth Army, Blumentritt later wrote, "All that lay between us and the capital was the so-called Moscow defensive position. We had no reason to believe that this would prove a particularly difficult nut to crack." Nor was this just the view of the army. Richthofen, the celebrated Luftwaffe commander of the 8th Air Corps, wrote in his diary on the 11th of October, "The Russians can be finished off militarily if everyone makes an all-out effort." The Reich's press chief, Otto Dietrich, was again keen to emphasize the importance of German victories before Moscow, but Goebbels, who received detailed daily military briefings, was far more alert to the ominous state of affairs on Bock's front. Writing in his diary on the 13th of October, Goebbels noted, "The roads have become bottomless as a result of the bad weather. It is almost completely impossible for the motorized troops to advance. Only the advance of the marching troops is possible. This is to say that our offensive operations are not proceeding with the annihilating thrusts that we had actually promised after the first victories." Whatever Goebbels may have privately believed about the progress of the campaign, his victory propaganda was still sounding a triumphant tune, and many in Germany, as well as in the East, were convinced the end must finally be at hand. Heinrich Witt wrote in a letter on the 14th of October, "Everywhere one hears the same astonishment, that the fighting should be over by the 18th of October. That could be true when one thinks just how incredibly much is deployed here." On the following day, the 15th of October, Heinz Heppermann stated, "And the reports signify, yes, the annihilation of the Soviet Union is imminent." Ludwig Bumke wrote on the 18th of October that he and his comrades still believed Hitler's speech from the 3rd of October, in which he stated that the Soviets would be finished before the onset of winter. Ironically, Bumke believed he even had proof of this fact, because "the request of the battalion for winter clothes has been rejected." Yet Goebbels' fears for the future of the campaign proved well-founded, and, despite the battlefield victories, the buoyed hopes and bombastic claims of German propaganda were soon to be re-examined. For many within the Ostheer, the middle of October began a new and rapid expansion of the emerging credibility gap between official reports and the day-to-day reality of the war. The unmistakable claims of Dietrich and the Nazi news outlets, heralding an end to the war in the East, now had to be proven, and the skepticism of those soldiers who questioned official reports grew accordingly. Writing to his family on the 17th of October, Adolf B. noted, "The last Sondermeldungen sounded exceedingly joyous. Odessa taken, Petersburg and Moscow invested, everywhere the Red Army struck by annihilating blows, and similar additional victory news. One may think the war in the East could soon be over. At the moment it is -7 degrees, and outside the snow is 20 centimeters deep. Vehicles can hardly drive any more. The country roads are muddy to such an extent that one gets stuck everywhere." Clearly the infamous Russian Rasputitsa was taking hold and bogging down movement, just as it had in past wars. That this constituted a major problem to mobile operation was nothing new, but neither Hitler, the OKH, nor the generals at Army Group Center took any serious account of the seasonal difficulties involved. Operations were simply to plough right through the autumn mud. The German generals themselves were in fact at least as much a factor in Typhoon's failure as the much-famed General Mud and later General Winter, which after the war German veterans liked to credit with saving the Soviet Union in 1941. As one former officer in the OKH noted after the war, "That it is cold in Russia at this time belongs to the ABC of an Eastern campaign." As early as the 7th of October, Hans Roth noted in his diary, "The weather is changing. An icy northern wind whips over the vast plains. Slowly but surely the cold is seeping through the thin cloth of our shabby coats. Our hands are numb and stiff. Olshana lies in shambles. There is not a single room to be found far and wide that could offer us some warmth. And slowly, a premonition comes over me. It is gradually becoming clear, even to the most incorrigible optimist, that the hardest part is still before us. The second merciless enemy is advancing. The Russian winter. By Roth's estimation, the steadfast confidence of the army command seemingly surpassed even the most incorrigible optimist, but Roth was certainly not alone in fearing the worst with the onset of winter conditions. On the same day that the first snow was recorded, the 7th of October, Wilhelm Prüller confided in his diary, "Tonight we had the first real Russian snowstorm. The snow didn't stay on the ground, but the wind whistled through every nook and cranny of our hut, and we expected the straw roof to take off at any moment. A nice foretaste of the coming winter. That can be a real mess." Others felt already resigned to their fate and held out little hope for the future. The diary of Pastor Seebacher stated on the 7th of October, "I gave up hope of getting out of Russia this winter. Once the country is snowbound, there will be no salvation." Part of the problem confronting the Germans was their utter incomprehension of how to cope with the conditions they were encountering, and in many cases the learning curve was a deadly one. Russian peasants typically slept in large one-room huts on top of oversized clay stoves, providing warmth, but these could also prove fatal when overheated. The primitive stoves easily caught fire when incorrectly managed, and many huts, overcrowded with exhausted German soldiers, burned to the ground. On the night of the 6th to the 7th of October, the house in which the command staff of Panzer Group 3 was billeted burned to the ground as the result of an overheated stove. The lack of overcrowding on this occasion meant no one was hurt, but many subsequent fires would prove deadly. The army issued a special pamphlet to the troops trying to provide practical tips for managing while ill-equipped in the cold weather. It advised that an extra pair of army socks could be cut to provide holes for the thumb and index finger, allowing the discharge of a weapon. As one soldier commented bitterly, "Someone was obviously not aware that our boots have been almost worn to scrap and that our socks were little more than rags, already with so many holes in them that we would have no difficulty in finding enough to poke all 5 fingers through." Recognizing their deficiencies in winter tactics and survival techniques, the OKH sought help from Finland, and a winter warfare school was later established in Kankaanpää, Finland. Yet, in October 1941, survival against the cold was an improvised affair, in which the men of Bock's army group largely had to fend for themselves, and superiors condoned any behavior which benefited their troops. Throughout the summer of 1941, the men of Army Group Centre had been encouraged to requisition foodstuffs to ease the demand on the fragile logistics system. This, at times, resulted in lavish bounties, which went far beyond the minimum needs of the troops and contributed to the impoverishment of the people. In fact, countless Soviet peasants starved over the coming winter because their meagre holdings of livestock and grain had been stolen in the preceding summer and autumn. As Hans von Luck stated, sometimes there was nothing to requisition in order to improve the diet of the troops. Luck admitted, however, "We helped ourselves as far as we could," without apparently giving a thought to what the people would then be left to eat. Yet in October 1941, as the temperature dropped, many Russian homes were also raided for winter clothing. As Luck's account continued, he recounted how the army requisitioned warm Russian sheepskins to give to our motorcycles and grenadiers. Again, nothing was written about what the Russian civilians were left to wear. Not only were peasant homes plundered for winter clothing, but so too were the columns of Soviet POWs, who lost boots, coats, and anything of value. One account spoke of a prisoner transport in which the first 30 to 40 men were almost naked and had to press together for warmth during the march. Max Landowski reported that even a Russian deserter was treated no differently. "When he arrived, our lads started to take his clothes away. One took his hat, the next took his boots, another needed his coat, and in the end the bloke stood there stripped to his underpants." He was subsequently shot because, as Landowski commented, "The Russian couldn't have walked like that. He would have frozen to death." Dead Soviet soldiers were also a source of supply. Gottlob Biedermann wrote that he and his comrades insulated their bunker with overcoats stripped from the enemy dead in front of our positions. The Soviet army dead provided us with thick brown flannel gloves as well. Another soldier, Max Kunert, dressed almost entirely in Russian clothing with a thick quilted coat and fur cap, which he thought made him look odd, but kept him warm. Yet Kunert's appearance could easily prove fatal, as, despite the addition of German military insignia, one former officer noted in a post-war study, the wearers were often mistaken for enemy and fired upon by friendly troops. While Bock's troops did their best to provide for themselves, there were almost 2 million men in Army Group Centre on the 2nd of October, and over 1 million more in the remainder of the Ostier, and there was simply no way of adequately equipping them all in time for winter. The Army Command had prioritised fuel and armament shipments over bulky winter clothing. The idea was to end the war in the East in one final all-out effort, and no resource was to be spared in the pursuit of that goal. Requests for winter clothing were not only refused, but, according to Guderian, the subordinate armies also were instructed not to make further unnecessary requests of this type. The idea that precious transport capacity be reserved for winter clothing was seen within the High Command almost as an admission of defeat and a resignation that a winter campaign had become unavoidable. The result was a steadfast refusal to acknowledge the scale of the problem or do anything substantive about it. As Guderian observed, the consequences would be seen in the suffering of the men. Preparations made for the winter were utterly inadequate. For weeks we had been requesting antifreeze for the water coolers of our engines. We saw as little of this as we did of winter clothing for the troops. This lack of warm clothes was, in the difficult months ahead, to prove the greatest problem and cause the greatest suffering to our soldiers. Not only did the German High Command refuse to take steps which actively assisted their troops, they even took steps which worsened their plight. At Riga, thousands of Jewish labourers were employed, some directly under Army Group North's command, tailoring millions of captured sheepskins into articles of clothing for the troops. They produced ear protectors, fur caps, waistcoats, and more. This, however, did not save them. At the end of November 1941, the entire workforce was shot, in accordance with the Führer's orders, when the Riga ghetto was liquidated. While Jewish lives were worth nothing in the eyes of the German occupiers, the value of non-Jewish Soviet citizens was scarcely better, and the needs of the German forces always came first. As the temperature dropped, German soldiers found they could no longer sleep outside as they had for much of the summer. Suddenly the peasant huts, which most German soldiers had previously avoided for fear of lice, bugs, or vermin, became welcome refuges from the cold. The problem was that there was seldom enough room for all the German troops, so the occupant families were simply cast out of their own homes. Henry Mettelmann wrote of how his unit acquired shelter in the autumn of 1941. Our orders were to occupy one cottage per crew, and to throw the peasants out. When we entered ours, a woman and her 3 young children were sitting around the table by the window, obviously having just finished a meal. She was clearly frightened of us, and I could see that her hands were shaking, while the kids stayed in their seats and looked at us with large, non-understanding eyes. Our sergeant came straight to the point. "Raus!" out, and pointed to the door. When the mother started to remonstrate and her children to cry, he repeated, "Raus!" opened the door, and waved his hand towards the outside in a manner which could not be mistaken anywhere. Outside it was bitterly cold. I watched them through the small window, standing by their bundles in the snow, looking helplessly in all directions, not knowing what to do. When I looked back a little later, they were gone. I did not want to think about it any more. Mettelmann may have expressed unease about the practice, but there were many German soldiers for whom the bitter cold and extreme fatigue extinguished any sensitivity towards the people they rendered homeless. Other soldiers felt no compassion at the best of times and expressed an outright hatred for the Slavic peoples, whom they denounced as backwards or even dangerous enemies. Accordingly, after having stolen their food and later their clothing, many German soldiers felt no compunction about taking their homes too. Wilhelm Prüller's diary relates the heartlessness of the expulsion process. "You should see the act the civilians put on when we make it clear to them that we intend to use their sties to sleep in. A weeping and yelling begins, as if their throats were being cut, until we chuck them out. Whether young or old, man or wife, they stand in their rags and tatters on the doorstep and can't be persuaded to go. When we finally threaten them at pistol point, they disappear." No doubt many Soviet peasants could well guess at the fate that awaited them and their families, without shelter during the colder months of the year. Yet antagonizing the Germans was a risky proposition, which, as Hans Becker described, could result in far worse than the loss of a house. An angry word or sign of resentment might lead to a man being hunted out of his home or denounced as a partisan. In the latter case, he would either be shot out of hand or locked up to meet, more probably sooner rather than later, a revoltingly cruel death. Becker also noted how short-sighted the practice was from a military perspective. As far as I could judge, men were practically forced to join these guerrillas by the German army. Their hovels were occupied by soldiers who ordered their unwilling hosts around to suit their own convenience. In one instance, 2 officers from Major General Wilhelm Ritter von Thomann's 20th Panzer Division, who were being hosted in a peasant's house, proceeded to get drunk. After a time, one man told the other, "I can't stand the sight of these peasants' faces." He then abruptly shot the father of the family dead, causing his wife to scream and howl while hiding in the corner with their 3 young children. Soon the men grew tired of the wailing and shot the woman, followed, in interludes, by each of the children. It was a stark indication of the value of Russian lives, and while many German soldiers did not condone such purposefully murderous acts, at the time few expressed any reservation about simply expelling civilians from their homes, an action which often resulted in the same outcome. As Max Kunert explained, "Whether people were still in the houses or not made no difference. This was war." But it was not just war. It was a war of annihilation. Vernichtungskrieg. 6. Exploiting the breach. Into the Bear's Cave. Bock's drive on Moscow. While the battle at Vyazma was an undeniable success for Bock, his real objective in Operation Typhoon was to strike down Soviet power by taking Moscow. To the German command, this had now come tantalizingly close to fruition. The defending forces of the Red Army had been largely destroyed at Vyazma, and the remaining distance to the Soviet capital was less than the distances previously covered by earlier offensives at Minsk and Smolensk. Moscow's fall seemed almost preordained, but events on the ground suggested a far more troubling forecast of the next stage of the German offensive. In the defensive battles on the eastern edge of the Vyazma pocket, the motorized forces of General of Panzer Troops Georg Stummer's 40th Panzer Corps and Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps had played largely static roles. Under strict instructions from Kluger at Fourth Army, Herpner had to maintain a tight perimeter, which aimed at preventing large-scale breakouts, but also prevented Panzer Group 4 from sending more forces in the direction of Moscow. Herpner fumed at Kluger's short-sightedness, in spite of the fact that even his heavy concentrations of motorized forces at Vyazma had trouble containing the trapped Soviet armies. Irrespective of such difficulties, Herpner later complained, "The speed of the thrust to Moscow was reduced by the mistakes of the higher command." Herpner could only send Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps towards Kaluga on the 7th of October and Obergruppenführer Paul Hauser's Das Reich, belonging to Stummer's 40th Panzer Corps, towards Gzhask. Kunzen's Panzer Corps initially consisted of only one panzer division, the 20th, and this was down to just 39 serviceable tanks by the 11th of October. Hauser's Das Reich suffered even more heavily. In a flanking attack by Soviet tanks on the 10th of October, the division suffered 500 losses, while on the 14th of October, Hauser himself was seriously wounded by a grenade splinter, losing his right eye. The sodden ground also plagued the attack, with the 20th Panzer Division's war diary describing the smaller roads leading off the highway as catastrophic, and reporting the loss of many vehicles. On the 14th of October, the Fourth Army reported to Army Group Centre that movement by motorised vehicles off the roads is impossible. At the same time, it reported that Das Reich had to continue its attack on foot, because the vehicles could no longer move forwards. Although temperatures now dropped below freezing most nights, they rose again during the day, preventing the ground from hardening. As Wilhelm Prüller wrote on the 13th of October, "Snow and rain alternate the whole time, and the ground flatly refuses to harden up. It only freezes at night when it's cold, but at 7 in the morning it thaws again." On the 14th of October, with the Battle of Vyazma at last concluded, Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps was at last permitted to resume the drive east. Following in the wake of Das Reich, Esebeck's 11th Panzer Division, Vietinghoff's spearhead, passed first through Gzhask, which had been captured in heavy fighting on the 9th of October, and then continued to the northeast. Yet progress was noted to be very slow on roads that were described as almost impassable. Numerous streams crisscrossed the advance route, and, despite the best efforts of the engineers to reinforce the many small bridges, most of them collapsed. Other bridges remained intact, but promptly sank into the morass under the weight of a tank. In the conditions, attempting any kind of forward or flanking reconnaissance was deemed pointless, and maps of the area were judged unreliable, so the divisional command had little idea of what they might come across. Not surprisingly, even with no reports of enemy resistance, on the 15th of October, Esebeck's division managed only around 25 kilometres. Even with such a limited advance, the loss of traction on the roads forced an inordinate consumption of fuel for the distance travelled. With supplies of fuel already limited, on the 16th of October, Esebeck took the drastic step of leaving behind parts of his panzer regiment to create fuel reserves for the leading Kampfgruppe, battle group. Already 2 days earlier, on the 14th of October, Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps had ordered its constituent divisions not to advance with any unnecessary or unreliable vehicles, meaning Esebeck's motorized spearhead was rapidly weakening, even without enemy contact. Advancing to the south of Esebeck's 11th Panzer Division on a roughly parallel course was Weil's 2nd Panzer Division, which was numerically one of the most powerful on the Eastern Front at that time. Yet its many tanks necessitated more fuel, and by the 17th of October, Weil's reserves were exhausted, and his advance halted until more supplies could reach the front on the 19th of October. Of course, the Red Army was even worse off, and interrogations of enemy troops captured by Weil's men revealed just how desperate the Soviet state was for recruits. The POWs were all from Kazakhstan, and had arrived on the Moscow front just 3 days before. They had had barely 2 months of training, and their regiment was only partially armed. Yet this did not mean they should be underestimated. On the same day as the POWs were captured, the 17th of October, Weil's division lost 7 tanks in one attack. While Weil's advance stalled, Esebeck's Kampfgruppe attempted to press on. The temperature, however, during the 17th and 18th of October became noticeably warmer, and the mud, which had somewhat coagulated in the colder climate, now thinned into a watery quagmire. Heavy rainfall on the 18th and 19th of October across the whole of Army Group Centre's front added to the problem and virtually paralysed all movement for wheeled vehicles. As one soldier noted, "The rain just wouldn't stop. It poured and kept on pouring. The mud became like a mire, deeper and deeper." The war diary of Vietinghoff's Panzer Corps recorded the extent to which the many related difficulties now endangered its planned envelopment of Moscow. The Corps has serious concerns about the achievement of its orders, because after careful study of the maps, the fact becomes clear that for this operation there is only one single road available. The Corps will be forced to advance with 3 divisions on this one road, which from experience and the time of year will be bad. As a result, the Corps will not be able to adequately utilize its striking power, but will always only be able to commit weak spearheads. Furthermore, the supply convoys will move only with great difficulty. As if to prove the point, it was observed that Esebeck's 11th Panzer Division was summoning all its resources to move forward with just one battalion, but, as the corps concluded, the attack could not succeed because its strength is too weak. Another officer noted that, whereas the normal length of a panzer division was around 40 kilometres, by the middle of October, his division was spread over some 300 kilometres. Stummer's 40th Panzer Corps contained only one panzer division, the 10th, which had been largely tied up in the fighting near Vyazma, but a reinforced Kampfgruppe had been dispatched east to support the advance of Das Reich. On the 14th of October, the remainder of the division departed Vyazma for the east, where Hauser's Das Reich was engaged in bitter fighting to break the Mozhaisk defensive line, which centred on the four fortified towns of Volokholamsk in the north to Mozhaisk and Maloyaroslavets and down to Kaluga. While many in the German High Command believed the back of Soviet resistance had been broken, Hauser's division, attacking east towards Mozhaisk, encountered an elaborate system of defences, which, aided by the autumn rains and the stubborn resistance of the Vyazma pocket, the Soviets had been able to erect in record time. A report by Obersturmführer Gunther Heissing tells of what the soldiers of Das Reich encountered. Built-in rows of electrically ignited flamethrowers, all sorts of tank obstacles, boggy streams, minefields, wire entanglements, bunker systems, steep slopes, and concealed forest positions. In addition, Heissing stated that Soviet troops defended their line with concentrated defensive fire from artillery, flak, anti-tank guns, mortars, rockets, and machine guns. It was on this day, the 14th of October, that Hauser, commanding Das Reich, was wounded and replaced by Oberführer Wilhelm Bittrich. At the time, elements of Fischer's 10th Panzer Division were engaging Soviet positions a few kilometres further north, on the former battleground of Borodino. It was here that the Russian army met Napoleon on the 7th of September 1812 and fought one of the bloodiest battles of the entire Napoleonic era. Fischer's Panzer Division confronted Colonel Viktor Polosukhin's 32nd Rifle Division, reinforced by 3 tank brigades and the cadets from a Moscow military college. At the Borodino Military Museum, under Purpose of Visit, Polosukhin had written, "I have come to defend the battlefield." Colonel Charles de Beaulieu, the Chief of Staff at Panzer Group 4, noted, "It looked as if Napoleon's costly victory in 1812 was once more to be replayed." Indeed, Fischer's panzer forces attacked the Shevardino redoubt, just as Napoleon had 129 years before. In 2 days of fighting, on the 16th and 17th of October, Fischer's division suffered 280 wounded and an undisclosed number of dead. As Herpner observed with some measure of incredulity, "The Russians no longer have a recognizable army, so should not have the capacity to conduct a successful defense here. Yet the formations opposing us, from the Siberian 32nd Rifle Brigade, have proved remarkably effective." There was even one local reverse, in which Fischer's men were driven back by Polosukhin's cadets, but after 5 days of standing their ground in front of Mozhaisk, and at grievous cost, which included 80% losses among the 4,000 young cadets, Mozhaisk fell on the 18th of October. Stummer's 40th Panzer Corps had breached Zhukov's defences, but not in time to outrun the worsening Russian Rasputitsa. As Lieutenant Heissing reported on the same day, the 18th of October, "The Russian autumn rains have set in, and are depriving the German soldiers of the victory they have already won. It is pouring day and night. It rains and snows alternately without let-up. The ground is soaking up the moisture with a sponge, and the German attack is stuck knee-deep in the mire." In addition to the condition of the roads, the condition of the men also necessitated a pause. A report from Das Reich to the SS headquarters in Berlin noted, "A rest of several days, where possible in warm and heated billets, is essential for the success of any new attack." While the panzer divisions of Vietinghoff and Stummer's corps first had to complete the fighting at the Vyazma pocket, Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps was never committed to the encirclement, and therefore commenced its drive east far sooner. Nevertheless, Thoma's 20th Panzer Division, which constituted Kunzen's spearhead, made such slow progress on the sodden roads that it was no faster in reaching the Mozhaisk defensive line than Fischer's 10th Panzer Division, which fought for days at Vyazma. Indeed, as a reflection of the difficult road conditions, the most significant initial success in the exploitation of the collapsed Soviet front was not achieved by Herpner's motorized divisions, but rather by Kluge and Weich's marching infantry divisions. General of Infantry Hans Gustav Felber's 13th Army Corps, belonging to Weich's Second Army, and General of Infantry Walter Schroth's 12th Army Corps, belonging to Kluge's 4th Army, together reached the southern tip of the Mozhaisk defence line at Kaluga on the 10th of October. With such sizable German forces so deep behind Soviet defences, and almost no time for Zhukov to organise replacements or establish new positions, Kaluga fell on the 12th of October. When the lead elements of Thoma's 20th Panzer Division did at last engage the Mozhaisk defence line on the 16th of October, the division retained only 34 serviceable panzers, and only 4 of these were Mark IVs. Kunzen's 2nd Panzer Division, Lieutenant General Otto von Knobelsdorff's 19th Panzer Division, attacked the defences outside Maloyaroslavets and suffered accordingly. On the 16th of October, Knobelsdorff's division lost 12 tanks in the fighting, and on the following day, the 17th of October, another 18, a total of 30 tanks destroyed in just 2 days. Maloyaroslavets fell shortly thereafter, but as Bock noted on the 17th of October, enemy resistance is especially stubborn in front of the Fourth Army. As Knobelsdorff was struggling to take Maloyaroslavets, Lieutenant General Erich Schruck's 98th Infantry Division was fighting for the nearby town of Detschino, which finally fell on the 19th of October. As one of Schruck's battalion commanders, Lieutenant Colonel von Bose, observed, "Not a lot can be demanded of us anymore. Battle strength of the battalion is around 190 men. In the attack on Detschino, the battalion lost almost 100 men, 48 of those dead. In 24 hours, 5 company commanders were lost." Undoubtedly, Zhukov's Western Front was lacking in many areas, but it proved that it was still capable of tenacious resistance, and that Moscow was defended by much more than just the fabled General Mudd. Indeed, after receiving a report from Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps, Army Group Centre's War Diary noted, "In the opinion of the Corps, the last battles for the enemy positions were the hardest of the entire Eastern campaign, because the enemy is especially tough and defends from pre-war concrete bunkers." Bock also acknowledged that Kunzen's corps was in an especially difficult position and did not possess enough infantry, but there was little he could offer until the bulk of Kluge's infantry divisions arrived from the battlefields around Vyazma. Kluge did what he could. He had ordered all heavy artillery to be left behind, and only light vehicles were to accompany the march, but in what were described as catastrophic road conditions, Kluge noted that not even 20 kilometers a day could be covered. While the panzer corps of Vietinghoff, Stummer and Kunzen pushed forward with all the vigour and elan that were the hallmark of their past success, by mid-October the offensive was far too slow to break through and encircle the Soviet positions. The Blitz tactics, which had so utterly shattered the Soviet front in early October, when conditions were dry and the panzer force more tightly concentrated, were now impossible. In place of a lightning assault, Herpner's panzer group engaged in a grinding frontal push, which quickly drained resources that Army Group Centre's overstretched supply system could not replace. Furthermore, in abandoning much of their heavy equipment in order to keep the advance moving, German commanders were forsaking much of the firepower necessary to break the concrete bunkers and entrenched fortifications of the new Soviet lines. Above all, the Red Army had not melted away as the German command had expected. The Fourth Army, with Herpner's subordinate Panzer Group 4, was still pressing forward, but it was largely unsupported on the flanks, as Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army was still far to the south, and Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3 was tied up at Kalinin, with Strauss's 9th Army rushing north to support it or mopping up at Vyazma. The expectation was that Zhukov's meagre forces would simply be swept aside, and Kluge and Herpner would soon arrive at the Soviet capital. Planning for the siege of Moscow was in fact already underway, and Hitler was adamant that the city not be occupied by German troops. According to Heusinger at the OKH, the city was expected to be, to a large extent, mined, and was too dangerous for the troops, which no doubt reflected the German occupation of Kyiv at the end of September, where numerous prominent buildings were destroyed by bombs after the Germans had occupied them. Brauchitsch proposed a 45-kilometre exclusion zone from the centre of the city, but Bock rejected this out of hand, as it would require too many troops and allow the Soviets too much freedom of movement. Consequently, Bock insisted on a much closer encirclement. Yet, as with the example of Leningrad, the implications of encircling a major urban area containing millions of civilians did not register any concerns within Army Group Centre. Indeed, the Army Group's war diary dutifully noted that all measures were to be taken that make the lives of the population and the encircled troops unbearable. While the German leadership focused on the coming siege of Moscow, there is no indication that Hitler, the OKH, or Bock recognized that Army Group Centre might struggle to get that far. On the 15th of October, British radio was already comparing Bock's offensive to a car stuck in the mud. The motor was running, the wheels were turning, but it was not moving forward. Publicly, Goebbels rejected such propaganda as simply wishful thinking, but in private he too seemed to accept the comparison. When Dietrich, the Reich's press chief, called on Goebbels after a visit to Hitler's Wolf Lair headquarters and reported only good news, Goebbels remained uncharacteristically hesitant to embrace the mood. He first summarized Dietrich's glowing report in his diary. The Führer was in excellent form. The offensive operations were progressing forward as hoped, and the opinion was expressed that at least military action in the Soviet Union could be concluded in the course of November. Yet Goebbels then conceded, I am in this regard still somewhat sceptical. The Eastern campaign has presented us with so many puzzles and surprises that it is good to arm oneself with doubt. If Hitler and his generals at the OKW were inclined towards optimism, they were by no means the only ones. At the OKH, Halder was conceiving of operations well beyond simply the investment of Moscow, and on the 19th of October he expressed his thoughts to Greifenberg, Army Group Centre's Chief of Staff. Halder's newest suggestion reflected once again his disturbing predilection for wildly ambitious operations, recalling the many overestimations and dangerous misconceptions which underscored the whole planning process for Operation Barbarossa. Halder proposed, before the end of the autumn period, to conduct a new operation for an enormous encirclement, Riesenkessel, to the north and northeast of Army Group Centre. Launching from Kalinin, Halder wanted first to destroy the enemy in front of Army Group North and then gain a new line centred on Vologda, no less than 350 kilometres, linear distance, northeast of Kalinin. Not only did Halder appear to believe that such an operation was possible before the onset of winter, but he also assured Greifenberg that once established in this new position, harassment by the enemy from the deep Russian hinterlands would be as much as possible prevented, and tie down the smallest possible number of our own forces. While the German High Command planned fanciful operations, and Hitler looked forward to an end of hostilities in November, others were observing events with distinct trepidation. On the same day that Halder was setting out his plans for an enormous encirclement, the 19th of October, the Italian foreign minister wrote in his diary, The approach of winter is viewed with great concern by all. Too many illusions have been built up, purposely or involuntarily, on the shortness of the conflict and on a victory which was supposed to be easy. Ciano also appeared to be better informed as to Germany's military situation. The day before, the 18th of October, he had already observed, The Germans are starting to slow down before Moscow. Isn't this a case of their having sung their hymn of victory too soon? As Herpner was just beginning his attack towards Moscow after the conclusion of the fighting at Vyazma, a corps of Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3 had just seized Kalinin after a long march of more than 150 kilometres. Arriving unexpectedly in the city on the morning of the 13th of October, the forward elements of Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps soon found themselves engaged in heavy street fighting, with many local people taking up arms against the Germans. After taking control of the city and being resupplied, Kirchner had orders to continue his advance towards Torzhok, another 60 kilometers to the northwest. The OKH was looking to roll up the right flank of the Soviet northwestern front, and, while Bock had supported Reinhardt's offensive as far as Kalinin, he had since had second thoughts and feared his strength was being dangerously dissipated. On the 14th of October, a new directive arrived from the OKH ordering all of Strauss's Ninth Army to march northeast and assemble in the Kalinin-Staritsa-Torzhok area, while at the same time suggesting that Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army might have to extend its right wing down as far as Voronezh, more than 250 kilometers southeast of Oryol. Bock's fears appeared to be confirmed, and he fumed in his diary, "Like after Smolensk, once again the army group is to be scattered to the four winds and thus seriously weakened in its main direction of advance." Yet precisely because of his experience at Smolensk, not to mention the High Command's habitual tendency to overestimate the strength of the Ostheer, Bock should hardly have been surprised that his army group might obtain new objectives pushing it well beyond the limit of its endurance. Indeed, given the dire implications of what the OKH was ordering and the resultant loss of strength this would entail for Moscow, the single most important objective of Operation Typhoon, Bock's reluctant acceptance was a distinctly half-hearted response for the holy fire of Kustrin. Having broken into Kalinin, Krüger's 1st Panzer Division found itself involved in a major operation to clear the city. Even 24 hours after arriving in the city, the division's war diary spoke of the toughest house fighting against rapidly formed groups of enemies. Even workers and women take part in the fighting. As a result, the diary noted, ground could only be won slowly. While Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps consisted of Krüger's 1st Panzer Division, Ottenbacher's 36th Motorized Infantry Division, and Krause's Motorized Infantry Regiment Lehr Brigade 900, none of these units arrived in Kalinin with their full complement of equipment and manpower, as regiments had been lightened in the rush to reach the city. Far from simply storming the undefended Soviet hinterland, Kirchner's men now found themselves in a resource-intensive city battle. Supplies and reinforcements were en route to Kalinin, especially since the end of the fighting at Vyazma freed Charles' 56th Panzer Corps, but these suffered greatly over the long distances from the worsening weather and deteriorating road conditions. Another problem which hounded German movement on the road to Kalinin was the resurgent strength of the Soviet Air Force. The planes of Kesselring's Air Fleet II, covering Army Group Center, operated from distant airfields, utilizing earth runways with few hangars and only the most basic infrastructure. Not surprisingly, the number of sorties flown was increasingly limited, which contrasted starkly with the Soviet Air Force, which benefited from the numerous modern airfields around Moscow with concrete runways and large aircraft hangars. In early October, Kesselring's Air Fleet II managed more than 1,000 sorties per day, but after the weather turned, the figure dropped to 559 on the 8th of October and just 269 on the 9th of October. The war diary for Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps noted on the 14th of October that Soviet planes had air superiority for the majority of the day, leading to tangible losses. The problem became a common one for the Germans throughout the battle for Kalinin and dangerously impeded the amount of supplies reaching the city. Soviet bombers concentrated their efforts over the 70 kilometers of road between Staritsa and Kalinin, where countless German vehicles presented slow or even immobile targets. As Kesselring noted, army units were constantly calling for protection against the very low-flying Russian ground strafer attacks, and sorties had to be flown to keep them quiet, though with little effect. As part of Zhukov's reorganization of the defences in front of Moscow, he sent Konov, at that time his deputy at Western Front, to manage the defences around Kalinin. He also diverted substantial reinforcements, to include the newly allocated 22nd, 29th and 30th Armies, to ensure the line was held. On the 17th of October, these forces were grouped into the new Kalinin front, with Konev in command. At Army Group Center, Bock noted the marshalling of new Soviet forces in the north with evident unease. Writing on the 15th of October, Bock observed, "Panzer Group 3 is fighting hard at Kalinin. The enemy is bringing in reinforcements from all sides, even from Moscow, in order to regain possession of this important point." With much of Strauss's Ninth Army heading north to reinforce Reinhardt, Kalinin was becoming less the springboard for a drive into the open flank of the Soviet northwestern front, and more a major battle in itself. Recognizing the difficulties of this battle and the need to ensure a unified command as Reinhardt's and Strauss's divisions crossed with one another, Bock resubordinated Panzer Group 3 to the Ninth Army on the 16th of October. While enemy forces were closing in on Kalinin from the north, east, and southwest, Reinhardt took his chance to regain the initiative on the 16th of October and ordered Krüger's 1st Panzer Division, along with Krauser's Lehr Brigade 900, to strike out for Torzhok. It was the kind of bold decision that so often set the panzer troops apart, but on this occasion it also reflected their rash imprudence. Using almost every drop of fuel available to the Panzer Corps and ignoring the increasingly dire position within Kalinin itself, Reinhardt authorized the offensive. By the following day, the 17th of October, the advance had reached the village of Miednie, 30 kilometers northwest of Kalinin and halfway to Torzhok, but there it ceased. The offensive ran into stiff enemy resistance and lacked the ammunition to go on attacking. More worryingly, Soviet forces had broken through behind the spearhead, cutting Krüger and Krauser off from Kalinin, while Major General Hans Golnick's 36th Motorized Infantry Division was under increasing pressure defending the city. To make matters even worse, aerial intelligence indicated that a very strong enemy column, numbering around 1,000 trucks, together with another 3,000 assorted vehicles, was heading towards Torzhok. With no credible alternative, 1st Panzer Division's war diary noted it was, with a heavy heart, that the attack towards Torzhok would have to be abandoned. Reinhardt told Strauss that owing to the shortage of fuel and ammunition, a further attempt to advance on Torzhok would now be impossible. The implications of this failure effectively ruined the German plan for rolling up the southern flank of the Soviet northwestern front, and rendered Kalinin an extraordinarily costly detour from Operation Typhoon's main objective, Moscow. Not only was the German plan for the north a non-starter, but just as Halder refused to withdraw from the costly yet obsolete bridgehead at Dnipropetrovsk during the Battle of Kiev, so did the Army High Command go on insisting that Kalinin be held and even reinforced. Hitler also attached great importance to a thrust north of Kalinin and welcomed the OKH's plans. Bock also obliged, and, in spite of his earlier complaints about his army group being scattered to the four winds, he nevertheless resolved to muster more strength for a renewed offensive in the north. On the 19th of October, Bock told Strauss at Ninth Army that Kalinin would long remain the bleeding wound of his army if strong infantry forces were not sent there very soon. Of course, movement in Russia during the Rasputitsa, to say nothing of rapid movement, was precisely the problem. Even getting men and materiel to Kalinin was enough of a challenge, without then trying to launch an offensive through the Mark against strengthening Soviet defences. Moreover, it did not seem to occur to anyone in Army Group Center or the OKH that the element of surprise had passed, and that the Soviet northwestern front was no longer going to be taken off guard by an offensive which was still days away at best. The 4,000 vehicles heading for Torzhok seemed to suggest that Soviet command was aware of the danger to their flank and were adopting countermeasures. Indeed, the preoccupation with operations to the north appears to have eclipsed other options. Major Karl Wagner, the operations officer at Panzer Group 3, noted after the war, "Kalinin remained a secondary objective. The centre, where Kluger and Herpner were attacking, was all that could produce results. Therefore, Panzer Group 3 should defend the northern flank of the deciding offensive to Moscow." Herpner shared this view of Panzer Group 3 and the Ninth Army's deployment, writing in a report, It again seems to me that one sets objectives which, in relation to our strength, are too distant. One seeks too many objectives at the same time. One of the greatest challenges confronting Strauss was the issue of supply. Not only was Panzer Group 3 in desperate need of almost all essential items, fuel and munitions above all, but also, with 3 corps of infantry marching north, along with Charles' 56th Panzer Corps, maintaining effective supply was destined to worsen. Strauss resolved to establish an airfield south of Kalinin to allow the Luftwaffe to fly in supplies almost directly to the front lines. Yet Konev was moving faster than Strauss, and the ring around Kalinin was tightened so rapidly that by the 20th of October only a narrow corridor was being held open to the southwest. The German airfield was within this corridor, and the planes were effectively on the front line. The desperation of the fighting was described by Hans Rudel, one of the German pilots flying from the Kalinin airfield. "The Soviets are attacking the airfield with tanks and infantry, and are less than a mile away. A thin screen of our own infantry protects our perimeter. The steel monsters may be upon us at any moment. We Stukas are a godsend to the ground troops defending the position. The ground personnel are able to follow every phase of the battle. We are well on the mark, for everybody realizes that unless the tanks are put out of action, we have had it." Other German positions were not so lucky, and on the 18th of October a single KV-1 tank broke through the German lines and drove into the streets of Kalinin, unable to be stopped. The tank subsequently destroyed countless vehicles and weapons, including anti-tank guns and rocket launchers. As Rudel observed when he heard about the rampaging tank in the city, "Anything can happen here in Kalinin." With the battle for the city proving so costly, there was an urgent need for replacement equipment as well as supplies. In the fighting around the city and then the abortive drive to Torzhok, Krüger's 1st Panzer Division lost 45 tanks in just 5 days, leaving the division with just 34 serviceable tanks, 8 Mark IIs, 22 Mark IIIs, and 4 Mark IVs by the 19th of October. At the same time, the division reported having lost 548 men and 34 officers since it had arrived in Kalinin. Indeed, a number of combat battalions in Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps, which normally fielded around 750 men, were down to 100 to 200 men. Similarly, some companies with a pre-invasion strength of around 150 men now fielded just 25 to 30 men. As Colonel Hans Rötiger, the Chief of Staff of the 41st Panzer Corps, noted, "Our own losses increased seriously. The numerically low combat strength compelled certain units to merge their forces." Of course, any continuation of the attack north of Kalinin depended on the resupply of Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps. Charles' 56th Panzer Corps was still struggling north. Yet the average amount of fuel supplied daily by the Luftwaffe to the Kalinin airfield was 30 to 50 cubic meters, and the average 24-hour consumption of a panzer division was about 220 cubic meters. The bulk of supplies were supposed to be brought up by the trucks of the Gross Transportraum from a newly established railhead, as of the 18th of October, at Sychovka. Yet Sychovka was still 150 kilometers southwest of Kalinin, and in the conditions it took many days for each individual load to arrive. To make matters worse, only 200 tons of supplies for Panzer Group 3 were arriving daily at the main exchange in Vyazma, and this was barely enough to meet day-to-day needs, with nothing remaining to stockpile for a renewed offensive. Attempting to alleviate the problem, Reinhardt's Gross Transportraum was instructed to dispatch a portion of its strength all the way back to Smolensk in order to bring up more supplies to Vyazma. This, however, took no account of the cost-to-gain ratio for each delivery and resulted in only a very small net return. In fact, Panzer Group 3's Gross Transportraum was in a dreadful state. On the 18th of October, Army Group Centre rebuked Strauss's 9th Army for the terrible state of things on the road leading to Kalinin, where chaos in traffic control reigned. "On this stretch the whole 9th Army lives and dies." Yet the conditions were extraordinary, and there was simply no precedent in the German army for what was being attempted. In one particularly bad area, an estimated 1,000 trucks were bogged down. As Bock observed on the 19th of October, The army group is stuck fast in muck and mire. No fuel is reaching Panzer Group 3. The situation was becoming so critical that Strauss queried whether fuel supplies destined for Panzer Groups 2 and 4 could be redirected to Panzer Group 3. Bock abruptly dismissed the request, but as a small consolation, on the same day, some 200 cubic meters of fuel were discovered in Rzhev, 115 kilometers north of Vyazma. Overall, Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps viewed the situation as sufficiently dire to preclude any offensive for the time being. The Corps' war diary then illustrated the growing difficulties of the men by the appearance of signs which read, for example, "Who will exchange 10 litres of petrol for 1 loaf of bread?" The process of moving supplies up to Kalinin suffered not only from the seasonal conditions, but also from enemy fire. The narrow corridor supplying the city was a gauntlet of Soviet artillery, mortar and aircraft fire, which inflicted heavy costs. Flying over the city, Hans Rudel noted, "Our supply lines are not functioning any too smoothly, because the main communications road from Staritsa to Kalinin runs right in front of the towns in the hands of the enemy, who exerts a continuous pressure from the east on our front line. I can soon see for myself how difficult and confused the situation is." As a result of enemy fire, Golnick's 36th Motorized Infantry Division lost in just the first week of Kalinin 84 trucks, 21 cars, 3 tractors, 15 motorcycles, and 5 field kitchens. The Chief of Staff of the 41st Panzer Corps noted that, once the Soviets had crossed the Volga River to the southeast and almost cut off the city, penetration into the vital German supply route could be sealed off only in an adequate manner. As a result, the supply shipments to Kalinin continued to be at a standstill during this period and could only be carried out under heavy convoy guard. Beyond the direct threat of interdiction by regular forces of the Red Army, individual vehicles and small convoys were also attacked by partisans or cut off Soviet soldiers on the long road through the newly occupied area. Even the 9th Army's Chief of Staff, Colonel Kurt Weckmann, was attacked on the street in Shikovka while walking at night. He was hit over the head and stabbed a number of times, but survived the assault. Of course, the dire state of Panzer Group 3's logistics reflected many of the wider problems within Army Group Centre and indeed the whole Ostia. The hubris that reigned in the Army's planning was nowhere better seen than in the private letters of the senior Quartermaster General, Major General Eduard Wagner, who wrote on the 12th of October, "The whole front is moving. Unbelievable, this theatre of war. Every day I am asked, 'How far will you get?' I always say, 'So far I have not left anyone in the lurch.'" By the 20th of October, however, Wagner's self-assured tone was changing, as even the die-hard optimists within the German High Command could not deny the effects of the Rasputitsa. "It can no longer be concealed," Wagner wrote. "We are hung up in the muck, in the purest sense." Bock's flagging offensive, pushing his army and his luck to Moscow. While the attack on Moscow by Herpner's Panzer Group 4 was faltering, and Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3 was halted at Kalinin, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army, along with elements of Weich's 2nd Army, were just concluding the fighting at the Bryansk pocket. Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps, along with Model's 3rd Panzer Division, from Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps, were free to reinforce the stalled push on Tula. Yet it was not just the encirclement battle at Bryansk that had delayed Guderian. Only half of his Panzer Army ever took part in the battle, while he attempted to press the attack in the east with the remainder of his forces. Langermann Erlenkamp's 4th Panzer Division, from Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps, was bottled up at Mtsensk and, far from advancing northeast towards Tula, was under intense pressure just retaining control of the town. As Hans Schaufler noted, "We spent 6 days living like cavemen in the wet and cold caves. We barricaded the entrance to the courtyard, since the heavy Russian tanks continued to enter the city again and again. Teller mines were placed at the entrance to the basement, armed and ready, since they were the only means with which we could combat those heavy monsters." In contrast to the ease of the 4th Panzer Division's earlier drive on Oriel, The enemy was proving more than a match for the weakened forces of Langemann-Ehrenkamp's division. The divisional war diary noted that the enemy was a well-led, hard-fighting opponent who is determined to take back Mtsensk. In his memoir, Guderian noted how in the fighting around Mtsensk, some of his best officers at the 4th Panzer Division were starting to lose hope. They were continually being ordered to achieve new objectives with fewer and fewer resources, to which Guderian commented, "What a contrast to the high spirits in evidence at the OKH and Army Group Centre." Yet it was Guderian issuing their orders, and his private correspondence from the time reveals that his own estimation of events was much more in line with the OKH than with his officers at the 4th Panzer Division. Writing to his wife on the 11th of October, Guderian claimed that recent German operations have now destroyed the great mass of the Russian army. There cannot be too many good Soviet units left. Even after days of rain and snow, Guderian then expressed the hope that the campaign could be won in as little as 2 weeks. "Now we are hoping for good, dry weather at least for 14 days. Then is the main task probably achieved." The overriding question for the officers at the 4th Panzer Division was how this might be achieved. On the 12th of October, Langemann-Ehrenkamp retained just 40 serviceable tanks in his division, and stocks of munitions were noted to be very tight for all calibers. Soviet aircraft were also very active around Mtsensk, and in spite of some Luftwaffe presence, the impression is of Russian air superiority. The state of the roads was a further major concern, which Army Group Centre's war diary noted would delay the transfer of reinforcements to Mtsensk after the conclusion of the fighting in the Bryansk pocket. More importantly, the distance from Mtsensk to Tula was some 120 kilometers, and it is a further 170 kilometers from Tula to Moscow. Bock's orders, as of the 14th of October, stated that the 2nd Panzer Army was to encircle the city of Moscow in the south and east, which, given the distances involved, the state of the roads, the strengthening of Soviet resistance, and the fact that reinforcements for Guderian were still days away, rendered the whole undertaking remarkably naive. By the 20th of October, despite a week with no forward movement, Langemann-Ehrenkamp had managed to return just 6 tanks to operational service, giving him a total of 46 tanks from an original strength of 170, plus a late September consignment of 35 replacements. His artillery consisted 41 guns from a starting strength of 57, and his losses in personnel left only a few old officers and non-commissioned officers available. The fighting units themselves contained a considerable percentage of replacements with correspondingly little training and combat experience. Moreover, with no winter clothes, the troops were noted to be very stressed. Ammunition supply trucks were down to just 18% of normal establishment, while fuel trucks were at 40%. It was not a division that Lange-Ehrenkamp now commanded. Indeed, in some respects, it was barely a regiment, but this did not change his orders or the expectation that these should be carried out. The German offensive towards Tula was not subject to an investigation into Schweppenberg's strength in materiel or manpower. For Hitler and the OKH, the triumph of the will and the natural superiority of the German soldier were enough. While Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps was stalled at Mtsensk, it was not the only offensive the 2nd Panzer Army was attempting to manage. In the south, Kempf's 48th Panzer Corps was endeavouring to advance on Kursk from the town of Dmitriev-Lugovsky, 85 kilometres northwest of Kursk. Here again, Army Group Centre was attempting an overblown objective, which considerably extended the length of its front. Kursk was no less than 460 kilometres south of Moscow, linear distance, and if one then factors in the additional distances to Kalinin and then to Ostashkov at the border to Army Group North, Army Group Centre was proposing to maintain a line nearly 800 kilometres, linear distance, in length. Meanwhile, Kempf's Panzer Corps was still a long way from Kursk and suffering badly from the slogging fighting over a bridgehead that Hubecki's 9th Panzer Division was maintaining just east of Dmitriev-Lugovsky. Hubicki's panzer division had been in almost constant combat since it broke out of the Kremenchuk bridgehead during the Battle of Kyiv a month earlier, and its fitness for combat was exhausted. On the 16th of October, the divisional war diary spoke of a general state of exhaustion, in which many examples of fatigue arise. At the same time, the strength of the forward units was noted to be sinking by the hour, and the 48th Panzer Corps war diary spoke of the critical situation on Hubicki's front. By the 20th of October, Hubicki was protesting his orders to continue with the offensive and cited three key reasons. Firstly, any further advance would only lengthen his flanks, for which there were no additional forces. Secondly, the appalling state of the roads did not permit an advance. And thirdly, his regiments were militarily very weak. As an example of the last, Hubicki reported that the division had a total of only 7 serviceable tanks, while one of the motorized infantry regiments, which was supposed to operate with 287 trucks, was down to just 51. Clearly, Hubicki's 9th Panzer Division, with just 7 tanks, was a panzer division only in name. In addition to his 3 panzer corps, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army also commanded Vega's 34th Army Corps and Kempfer's 35th Army Corps. Together, these two corps included some 6 infantry divisions, 45th, 95th, 134th, 262nd, 293rd and 296th, as well as the 1st Cavalry Division. As of the 19th of October, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army was reinforced by a further 2 corps, Weisenberger's 53rd Army Corps, 56th, 112th, 167th, and 1/3 of the 52nd Infantry Division, and Heinrichs' 43rd Army Corps, 31st and 131st Infantry Divisions. The infantry were in some respects more mobile than the motorized and panzer troops, given their principal form of movement was marching, yet the conditions still presented problems for the horses and heavy wagons, while also reducing marching speeds. Vega's 34th Army Corps, for example, could move at an average of only 1 kilometre an hour. Even more seriously, because the infantry were exposed to a far greater extent to the frigid air and wet conditions while wearing inadequate clothing and with their feet perpetually in cold mud and water, sickness took a crippling toll on the men. By the 18th of October, Kempfer's 35th Army Corps had an average combat strength within its companies of just 50 men. Yet in the Ostia, only the most serious illnesses could have a man excused from duty, and therefore many sick men remained at their posts, despite suffering from flu or bronchitis. In a study of 1.5 million German medical cases registered between the 1st of September 1941 and the 31st of August 1942, 50% of all reported illnesses were related to the cold weather. The diary of Hans Efferbergen included an entry on the 10th of October in which he wrote, "From time to time the Russian artillery would growl and rumble, and we would throw ourselves into the indescribable mud. Something ails every one of us now. The change in the weather has poisoned everybody's life." Similarly, Harold Henry wrote home in a letter on the 18th of October about the physical difficulties encountered on the march and the effects these were having. "Our company went into the woods until we were over our knees in snow, which filled our boots, across frozen marshes that broke open so that icy water ran into our boots. My gloves were so wet that I could not bear them any longer. I wound a towel around my ruined hands. My face was contorted from tears, but I was already in a sort of trance. I stamped forward with closed eyes, mumbled senseless words, and thought that I was experiencing everything only in a sleep as a dream. It was all like madness, agony without end. We are all more or less sick." Heinrichs, in command of the 43rd Army Corps, noted in a letter to his wife on the 16th of October how much the men under his command had suffered in the cold. "No one has any idea what these men have to endure in this weather, this terrain, these conditions, and these battle requirements." Ernst Gicking, a soldier serving in Weisenberger's 53rd Army Corps, noted on the 17th of October that since the start of Operation Typhoon on the 2nd of October, he had not had a day without fighting. Another soldier described the conditions in a letter home on the 15th of October. We have duty day and night. There is little sleep, and warm food only on occasion. Given the harsh conditions, as well as the punishing routine of duty, it was small wonder that the men of Army Group Centre were falling sick in record numbers. Yet this was still only the middle of October, and the worst was yet to come. While the men of the infantry suffered, they nevertheless fared better than the tens of thousands of horses pulling their guns, supplies, and assorted equipment. At Panzer Group 3, Wagner stated that horses were dying at a rate of 1,000 a day. A report from Weisenberger's 53rd Army Corps in mid-October noted that the horses pulling the artillery were very exhausted, and that half of them had to be left behind in Bryansk. As an alternative, the army enlisted the locally raised pannier horses, which were small but extremely hardy. Yet pannier horses were much too weak to haul German artillery and could manage only small wooden carts. Transporting the standard German artillery piece, a 105mm gun, required no less than 6 healthy draft horses, and the heavier 150mm gun required a team of 8 horses. Nor could the pannier horses draw the heavy steel wagons which the army needed to transport the infantry's munitions and equipment. The smaller, lighter loads, which the pannier horses could manage, fared much better during the period of the Rasputitsa, making them an important aid to the army's transportation problem, but certainly no replacement for the loss of its heavier West European breeds. Even before the drop in temperatures and the onset of the autumn rains, Lieutenant General Karl von Oven's 56th Infantry Division, belonging to Weisenberger's 53rd Army Corps, reported the heavy fallout of horses even on good roads. The months of campaigning and excessive demands made on the horses had weakened them to such an extent they were literally dying in the harness. As Horst Langer wrote in his diary on the 22nd of October, "The horses have to work an enormous amount. The bad drivers lash the teams of horses senselessly. The forest echoes with shouts." Helmut Pabst observed another problem afflicting the horses. "Some of the horses still have summer shoes, and they keep slipping and falling." In a letter on the 20th of October, Hans Meyer-Welke recorded the effect this was having on the horses of the Ninth Army. "The roads quickly became icy, and our route was lined by dead horses that had broken their legs or collapsed through sheer exhaustion." As the summer months passed and the pace of the advance slowed, fodder was increasingly difficult to come by, and the horses were reduced to eating birch twigs, tree bark, and the old straw roofs of peasant houses. Yet as Max Kunert, who served in Major General Kurt Feldt's 1st Cavalry Division, observed, the mud presented the greatest difficulty for the horses. As Kunert wrote, "The mud was of course the largest obstacle for everyone, most of all for the horses. Not only had they to carry us, but they had no proper rest or food. Everything was sticky and wet, there was nowhere to shelter. The conditions were impossible for man and beast." Another account spoke of the horses on the road to Moscow being skeleton thin, emaciated, lame and powerless. As a result of such poor treatment, as well as the seasonal conditions, General of Infantry Hermann Geyer, commanding the 9th Army Corps, noted that by late October, the losses in horses were frightening. The veterinary company of Lieutenant General Kurt von Tippelkirche's 30th Infantry Division treated 1,072 horses between the 16th of September and the 30th of November 1941, but only 117 of these were for wounds sustained from enemy fire. The rest were suffering from exhaustion. Despite the addition of replacement horses sent east from Germany throughout the campaign, by early November the infantry divisions of the Ostheer retained only an estimated 65% of their horse-drawn transportation. As the infantry divisions of the 2nd Panzer Army grappled to maintain their mobility and strength, both Guderian's infantry and Panzer Corps shared one very profound problem, which, with the conclusion of the fighting at Bryansk, threatened to derail any renewed offensive. On the 19th of October, Army Group Centre determined that the state of the roads had deteriorated to such an extent as to constitute a severe crisis in the supply of the troops with provisions, munitions, and above all with fuel. On the same day, the 19th of October, the Quartermaster General at 2nd Panzer Army declared that the supply of fuel being brought forward was completely inadequate, and Guderian informed Army Group Centre that wide-ranging operations are currently not possible. Not surprisingly, Guderian's earlier expression of hope that the campaign might be completed in 2 weeks was now undergoing something of a reappraisal. Writing to his wife on the 15th of October, the Panzer commander suggested, "The victory here will certainly not fall into our lap. The war will be continually harder the longer it lasts." Experiencing the difficulties first-hand, the Quartermaster General at Model's 3rd Panzer Division noted that on the muddy roads, a tragedy is taking place. Nobody helps. On the 19th of October, Model determined that success could be achieved only by a prolonged period of frost to harden the ground, a view which was shared at Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps. Further south, Hubicki's 9th Panzer Division complained as early as the 12th of October that forward movement in the area of Kempf's 48th Panzer Corps was possible only with tracked vehicles and tractors. For this purpose, the Luftwaffe had to drop bundles of rope to the stricken vehicles. Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps drew its supplies from a railhead at Roslavel some 170 kilometres away, and everything flowed along one main road. A single journey, Roslavel-Bryansk-Karachev, took 3 days. Given the developing supply crisis along the length of Army Group Centre's front and the fact that movement was so seriously constrained by the conditions, it is hardly surprisingly that the wisdom of continuing with the offensive was now being questioned at senior levels. Certainly, many of the cold, wet and exhausted soldiers favoured a halt. One soldier wrote, "We can't go on. There is no more petrol, and nothing is coming up behind us. The route is long, and the road's even worse over the last few days. The snow has melted and worsened the muck. Rations still do not arrive, and we sit in the filth the entire day." Another soldier perceptively suggested that the constant advance into the depths of the Soviet Union was less an example of conquest than a case of being drawn in to the enemy's advantage. Addressing his letter to Russia itself, the soldier wrote, "Russia, you bearer of bad tidings, we still know nothing about you. We have started to slog and march in this mire, and still have not fathomed you out. Meanwhile, you are absorbing us into your tough and sticky interior." Inevitably, after the war historians and former German officers debated Army Group Centre's strategic alternatives in the second half of October, and some concluded that Germany should have halted its offensive operations and begun preparing winter positions. While hindsight might suggest this to be the most prudent step the Germans could have taken, at the time it was simply unthinkable to the Panzer Generals Bock, Halder, and Hitler. Stalemate in the east and a winter campaign were to be avoided at all costs. Moreover, backing away from Moscow after seemingly eliminating the Soviet armies protecting the city was incomprehensible. Indeed, beyond continuing the offensive, there was no discussion of another strategic option within Army Group Centre or the German High Command until the end of October. While Guderian grappled with the almost insurmountable logistic challenges, throughout the 2nd Panzer Army, these were exacerbated by the considerable strength of cut-off Soviet forces as well as the first fledgling partisan movements in the Bryansk area. The war diary of Nering's 18th Panzer Division noted on the 16th of October that in the rear areas a superior enemy strength still predominated, and that this presented a manifest problem to the division's isolated and immobile transport columns. Aerial intelligence indicated that in one forested area of the highway, an estimated 1,000 Soviet troops were plundering a column of German trucks. Nearby, 5 bypassed Soviet tanks had taken to the highway and were heading east along a road where countless more German trucks were stuck fast in the mud. In another small town to the south, a column with 40 to 50 German vehicles was surrounded and under attack by a superior enemy force. The attacks continued, and on the 20th of October, Lemelson's 47th Panzer Corps noted that Nering's 18th Panzer Division had lost the greater part of 3 supply columns as well as a motor repair company. On the same day, the 20th of October, the War Diary of Kempth's 48th Panzer Corps reported that the supply services of the 9th Panzer Division remain far behind in combat with partisans. At Army Group Centre, Bock observed the situation with growing alarm. Supply via Bryansk, he noted, remained unbelievably difficult, while enemy activity had resulted in 33 demolitions, including 11 large bridges, which would have to be repaired or rebuilt. Overall, the situation remained extremely precarious, and even the die-hard optimists at the OKH were at last beginning to comprehend the scale of the undertaking. Wagner, the Army Quartermaster General, wrote in a letter on the 17th of October, "In the highly tense situation, I am the most sought-after man, and the commanding officer, Brauhitsch, wants to see me every day. Tremendous achievements are demanded to continue the advance, which go to the limit of human, materiel, and horses. The theatre of war in the centre is at the moment a mixture of muck, snow, ice, and cold. So pretty much everything a soldier does not need." Gaining a sense of the challenges afoot did not mean the OKH was any closer to finding solutions or even reducing their expectations on Bock's army group. Indeed, far from learning the lessons of the preceding months and guarding against the dangers of overextension, the OKH was just as complicit as Hitler in failing to understand Clausewitz's concept of the country. While the state of the Soviet roads, inclement weather, and the rapidly declining strength of the German panzer groups posed serious complications to Operation Typhoon, such difficulties were not allowed to impede the enthusiasm of Nazi propaganda. The victories at Vyazma and Bryansk were complemented by the fighting in the Nogai steppe, in which Rundstedt's Army Group South won a significant victory in the battle on the Sea of Azov. Here, two more Soviet armies, the 9th and 18th, of Lieutenant General D.I. Ryabishev's Southern Front, I.T. Cherevchenko replaced Ryabishev on the 5th of October, were encircled by the rapid southern swing of Kleist's 1st Panzer Army. On the 11th of October, the Germans reported 106,332 Soviet POWs and 212 tanks and 672 guns destroyed or captured. Following up this success was the final act in the long-drawn-out and remarkably costly Romanian siege of Odessa. Having sealed off all land routes to the city in early August, the Romanians conducted a number of major offensives against the city, which ground down Soviet defences but did not succeed in taking control of the city. Finally, with troops urgently needed for the defence of Crimea, the Soviet Black Sea Fleet evacuated Lieutenant General G.P. Sofronov's coastal army from Odessa between the 2nd and 16th of October. On the 17th of October, the Romanians entered Odessa. Goebbels immediately issued another Sondermeldung proclaiming the success of their ally, while German radio played the Romanian national anthem. Hitler's euphoria took no account of the fact that Antonescu's army had suffered a staggering 98,000 casualties in less than 2 months of fighting at Odessa, and that there were some 80% casualties in the 12 divisions which took part. As Hitler himself observed back in September, "Antonescu is using in front of Odessa the tactics of the First World War." For Antonescu's part, he too was heedless of the cost, and organized a grand parade in Bucharest for the 8th of November, attended by the chief of the German Wehrmacht, Field Marshal Keitel, and King Mikhail. While the Axis powers celebrated their victories in the East, not everyone was quite so convinced by the veneer of success. In Italy, Ciano noted in his diary on the 20th of October, "Alfieri reports a long conference with von Ribbentrop, who has sung his usual song, 'Victory is achieved, the Russian army crushed, England has reached the end of her days.' And yet Moscow puts up very strong resistance, and the armoured divisions are at a standstill. Many German soldiers are bound to die with their mother's name on their lips before the flag of the Reich flies over the Kremlin. Meanwhile, winter is drawing near, and military operations will soon become very limited." No such qualms, however, dampened the popular mood in Germany, where the secret SD reports told of widespread euphoria stemming from the recent flood of Sondermeldungen. The war had, after all, according to Nazi newspapers, been decided. The SD poll from the 16th of October claimed that people took great heart from reports that the battlefield at Vyazma and Bryansk were already far behind the front, and many comparisons were now being made with the final phase of the war in France, which suggested that the capture of Moscow, like the capture of Paris, would soon be followed by an armistice. Goebbels observed such exaggerated expectations with growing trepidation, knowing that unless Soviet resistance soon collapsed, the German leadership's soaring public approval would. The German propaganda minister lamented that the term decision of the war was being confused with ending of the war, and declared that the most important thing now was that the Eastern Front come to a definitive conclusion. In this respect, it was not just the Soviets that stood to lose something in the fighting before Moscow. Germany had overplayed its hand in its public declarations by such a terrific extent that the prestige of the whole Nazi state, including its much-vaunted Wehrmacht, was now exposed to a very public defeat. Seizing Moscow would only confirm Germany's claims of triumph, while failure raised the prospect of a seemingly stunning Soviet victory, snatched, as it were, from the very jaws of defeat. In spite of the evident optimism in German public opinion and the expectation that the Soviet Union had in fact been brought to its knees, it was precisely the audacity of such a claim that convinced record numbers of Germans to tune in to foreign radio broadcasts. Exposing the credibility gap in Nazi reporting on the war was proceeding apace, and Goebbels noted with evident alarm on the 22nd of October that the stalling of Bock's front constituted a gigantic propaganda service to the Allies. For this, Goebbels found it convenient to blame General Winter. However, the real culprit was the unrestrained hubris of his own propaganda ministry, aided to no small extent by the reckless plans and heedless direction of the war by the German High Command. Foreign propaganda, Goebbels observed, was now infused with new hope, while Germans everywhere were beginning to wonder what had happened to their much-promised victory. As Ingeborg Ochsenknecht recalled from October 1941, "For the first time I asked myself whether this Führer, whom we admired so much, really knew what he was doing." At the same time, British radio fed the worst fears of the German population by playing on the enormity of the Wehrmacht's losses in the East. The BBC Foreign Service broadcast the sound of a ticking clock, and after every seventh tick, a German voice stated, "Every 7 seconds a German dies in Russia. Is it your husband? Is it your son? Is it your brother?" Nor was Allied propaganda only targeting the German home front. Soldiers on the Eastern Front were often fed exaggerated reports about the effectiveness of British bombing, which, given Bomber Command's limited success in 1941, may well have proved a more potent contribution than the relatively inconsequential physical destruction caused. As one soldier in the East noted, "We heard very little news from home, only snatches now and then over the wireless. What we heard wasn't always good. The bombing of our towns and cities was well known to us, and many of our first-line soldiers were in despair, especially those who had had bad news of their families in the bombed areas. A soldier was supposed to fight on the front and defend his country, and such demoralizing news made our fight here in Russia a mockery." Airdropped Soviet leaflets further contributed to the propaganda offensive and similarly emphasized a fictitious level of destruction carried out by British bombing. One leaflet claimed that the German newspapers were withholding the true scale of the British aerial offensive, which included 1,000 tons of bombs being dropped on Cologne over a 6-day period in July 1941, 500 tons of bombs being dropped on Bremen, and more than 2,000 tons on the industrial area of the Ruhr. "The bombardment will kill your parents, your wives, your children. The human victims are countless." Another leaflet described abysmal working conditions for German women who were said to be working for just 40% of a man's income while putting in 10 to 12-hour days. German children were reported to be going hungry, and therefore youth crime was rising rapidly, along with instances of child sexual exploitation and child prostitution. "What is happening with your family? the leaflet asked. From the 1st of August 1941, the Soviets even attempted to maintain regular leaflet drops to German lines, providing propaganda under the title Auslandsnachrichten, foreign news. Each leaflet included a series of short articles such as America helps the USSR, Uprising in Yugoslavia, Romanian oil fields in flames, Czechoslovakian and Romanian hospitals overflowing with German wounded, Peru cuts ties to Germany, and Hopkins is impressed on his trip to Moscow. Another recurring Soviet leaflet dropped on German lines was Nachrichten von der Front, news from the front, which also included a series of short articles detailing military news from the Eastern Front. Articles appeared with such titles as Smashing the 307 IR, Infantry Regiment, of the 163 Infantry Division, Losses of the 312 IR, Success of the Red Partisans, and German soldiers on the losses of the Eastern Front. Other Soviet leaflets were more straightforward, with simple satirical images such as Hitler standing on a great mound of German bodies and broken equipment looking into the distance through a telescope. Behind him, Goering and Goebbels are asking, "Do you see victory yet, Adolf?" More macabre was a picture of skeletons lying in a foxhole with German helmets and the caption, "View into the future," followed by the warning, "This also awaits you if you continue this senseless war against Soviet Russia." Complementing this depiction was another leaflet with smiling German soldiers who had surrendered. The caption read, "They will not die. Follow their example." Many of the Soviet forays into propaganda were dismissed by German soldiers as crude and, at times, even humorous attempts at deception. Helmut H. wrote in a letter home on the 23rd of October about a brisk paper war that was being waged in the East. The Soviets, he stated, offered news from the homeland, foreign news, and even news from the front. All these with passes to the Reds. There is absolutely no hope that anyone falls for it. The Russian seems to have no idea of crowd psychology, or rather psychology at all. Yet if there was one chink in the armour of German morale in 1941, it was their losses. It was a point that Soviet propaganda repeatedly emphasized, and was the one claim that even the most ardent Nazi officers found difficult to refute. Paul Stresemann noted how in the autumn of 1941, "I had become resigned to losing my life. The stupidity and enormity of that war were really coming home to me, but I could see no way out. I could not desert, so what hope was there? I felt trapped, as did millions of my comrades." It was this sense of being trapped and constantly threatened by mortal peril that led increasing numbers of men to undertake radical measures. Erich Hager, a tanker with Arnim's 17th Panzer Division, noted in his diary on the 20th of October, "Thomas shot himself in the left leg, with a Russian rifle." On the same day, the 20th of October, Wilhelm Prüller, serving in Klössner's 25th Motorized Infantry Division, noted in his diary that a lieutenant had lost his nerve during a Russian attack and fled with all his men. Furthermore, Prüller noted that 2 non-commissioned officers were discovered to have shot themselves in the hand, out of fear for their personal safety and hoping in this way to be able to lead a quieter and less dangerous life. It's scandalous, not only for themselves, but for the companies. Such behaviour was perhaps scandalous for the German army's much-hallowed sense of honour, but when increasing numbers of men were prepared to shoot themselves in the belief that they were more likely to survive the war, the perils of the Eastern Front were starkly underlined. As Henning Kardel recalled from his experiences in the East in 1941, "You knew it would be your turn one day. You didn't reckon to get to the end of the war alive." Even given the distorted beliefs of the Nazi elite, the losses on the Eastern Front could hardly be ignored. In late September, before Operation Typhoon had even begun, Hitler observed, "We've forgotten the bitter tenacity with which the Russians fought us during the First World War. In the same way, coming generations will see in the campaigns now in progress only the magnificent operation that it will have been, without giving any more thought to the numerous crises that we had to overcome by reason of this tenacity." Indeed, by the middle of October, Kluge, whose Fourth Army was directing the main drive on Moscow, made reference to an emergent crisis of confidence in the whole German operation to seize Moscow. On the 15th of October, Army Group Centre's war diary noted, "In the opinion of Field Marshal von Kluge, the psychologically most critical moment of the Eastern Campaign had begun." Kluge referred to the absence of winter clothing and shelter for the men, the difficulties of movement, and the tough enemy resistance, which greatly hindered the continued advance of the weak attack groups. That Kluge was having serious reservations about the course of the war is made clear by his decision to dispatch his trusted aide, Lieutenant Fabian von Schlabrendorf, to make contact with opposition groups in Germany in order to find out whether opposition was crystallizing and assure them that one was ready to act. The former diplomat and prominent anti-Hitler conspirator Ulrich von Hassel welcomed Kluge's offer of support, but the Field Marshal's queries about whether there was any guarantee that Britain would make peace soon after a change of regime was effected reminded Hassel with what naivety the generals approached this problem. Writing in his diary, Hassel recorded his reply. "I told him, Kluge, there were no such guarantees and that there could be none. The whole incident is gratifying because, for the first time, some kind of initiative comes from that source. If we wait until the impossibility of victory becomes clear to the whole world, we shall have lost the chance for an acceptable peace." Clearly, the war in the East was having a polarizing effect within the German leadership, with a spectrum of opinion ranging from those willing to proclaim imminent victory to those foreseeing Germany's impending doom. In reality, however, there was little ambiguity about Germany's perilous strategic predicament, and, with Army Group Centre's great offensive now faltering, this would only become increasingly more evident. A study of German field post by Martin Humboldt referred to an autumn crisis in 1941, which asserted that the many trials of the German advance through the Soviet Union had resulted in two psychological episodes affecting the mood of German soldiers. The first was the disappointment of hopes for outright victory in 1941, and the second was the realization that a winter campaign had become inevitable. The physical strains of the German advance, with constant combat and sacrifice, were often sustained by the promise of an eventual victory and release from the torments of war. Already during the summer months, the mental strains of the Eastern Campaign had been excessive, but now, with conditions steadily worsening and the war promising to continue through the long months of a Russian winter, German morale suffered a blow that even the recent victories at Vyazma, Bryansk, the Sea of Azov, and Odessa could not counteract. The problem was that the Ostier appeared to be winning all the battles, but not the war itself. As Helmut Pabst complained in a letter home, "What a country! What a war! There's no pleasure in success, no pride, no satisfaction, only a feeling of suppressed fury." Similarly, Harold Henry complained that after all the battles he had taken part in, there was still no discernible end in sight. In a letter home on the 20th of October, Henry wrote, "How much longer shall it take? It must finally come to an end, or at least we should get some relief. At all the great encirclement battles of Army Group Centre, Belostok, Minsk, Mogilov, Roslavel, Desna, Vyazma, and Bryansk, we were outstanding and took part with heavy losses. For once, one must allow us to have a break. It is not bearable any longer." For the German soldier enduring the awesome pressures of combat, climate, and the unrelenting order to advance, warfare in the East entailed a daily routine of great physical strain and severe mental hardship. Ernst Gicking noted on the 19th of October, "Here one goes crazy. Here one needs damn good nerves." Helmut Günther reflected on how the strains of war changed the men and the brutalizing effect this had had. "We had long since ceased to be the fellows who crossed the Bug River on the 26th of June 1941 at Brest-Litovsk. The constant being on the go, and the inexorable battle with mud, rain, snow and cold, had burnt us out. We had become hard towards others and towards ourselves. Max Kunert also alluded to the dropping morale and how this was linked to the diminishing prospects of ending the war and escaping the torments of the Eastern Front. Tempers were high because everybody was starving and dead tired, besides being soaked to the skin, and the Russian artillery kept pumping shells in our direction, which of course did not help our morale. We not only lost men and materials, even things like trucks, but most of all we lost a great deal of hope of ever getting out of such a darned mess. Rumours of relief, being brought off the line and rested, or even being transferred out of the Soviet Union altogether and assigned occupation duty in France, were a common occurrence on the Eastern Front, and appear to have pervaded most of the divisions. By the autumn of 1941, however, such rumours had often circulated so often that many disregarded such ideas in order to save themselves the eventual disappointment. Helmut Günther noted, "At first we still had a few hopes. Rumours made the rounds about our relief to France. Now we only believed what was at hand. Faith was generally a thing of the past." In fact, in the middle of October 1941, a number of major formations were ordered back to the west from Bock's army group. It was another element of the OKH's overreaction to the successes at Vyazma and Bryansk, and another dramatic weakening of Army Group Centre. 4 infantry divisions and Feldt's 1st Cavalry Division were supposed to be transferred to France, but as difficulties mounted and Bock's advance stalled, only Feldt's 1st Cavalry Division was withdrawn from the front on the 25th of October, to be reorganised as the new 24th Panzer Division. In November, Lieutenant General Johann Sinhuber's badly depleted 28th Infantry Division and most of Major General Gustav Hörner's 8th Infantry Division followed suit, and were sent to France for rebuilding. More worryingly, in November, Bock would also see Kesselring, the command staff of Air Fleet 2 and Lutzer's 2nd Air Corps, with 13 air groups, all transferred to the Mediterranean, leaving Army Group Centre only Richthofen's 8th Air Corps. While the prospect of a transfer to a far quieter and warmer part of Europe fed hopes of salvation within Army Group Centre's rank and file, in fact, the withdrawal of Feldt's and Sinhuber's divisions only increased the burden on the men who remained. At the same time, the constant losses steadily worsened the conditions and workload of the men left behind. The same distance of front always had to be held, only by fewer troops. Rest periods became shorter as labour-intensive tasks such as sentry duty, digging entrenchments, ammunition distribution, conducting patrols, and gathering local intelligence rotated much faster among the men of the understrength and overstretched companies. Horst Langer's diary described the mood of the men, including one young lieutenant, as alarming, and went on to state that they cannot be bothered any more with the war. They speak openly about running away during the next attack. One can hold them together only with force and unwavering determination. Although such flagrant acts of insubordination remained the exception rather than the rule, it does, however, highlight the depths to which German morale was sinking by the 4th month of the war in the East. More commonly, German soldiers simply suffered through their daily torments, some still hoping for an outright victory, and others preferring not to think beyond their own personal circumstances. Helmut Pabst addressed the question directly in a letter home. "Have I had enough? No. What has to be must be. We have to push on with all our energy." He then, however, ominously drew attention to his veiled sense of foreboding. "But there's another part of us which wakes up at night and makes us restless. All of us. Not just me." Even Leon de Grelle, a prominent Belgian fascist leader fighting with the volunteer Waffen-SS and recently arrived on the Eastern Front, wrote, "Optimism was still very great, but one noted that certain things were passed over in silence." Even success on the battlefield proved a relative, and not always positive, experience for the soldiers who endured the brutality and terror of the fighting. After one night attack, Gottlob Wiedemann, a German infantryman, described dark forms littering the battlefield, with wounded enemy soldiers thrashing in agony before our positions. This, however, was only the prelude to repeated Soviet assaults, all of which ended in failure. Describing the gruesome scene of the next attack, Biedermann's account continued, "Within minutes we again faced another onslaught, and the sun climbed above the horizon to reveal the full horror of the battlefield. Pushed to hatred, their loud screams of 'Hurrah!' again lost in the deafening roar of exploding weapons. Over the din I heard the machine gunner cry, 'I can't just keep on killing,' as he squeezed the trigger and held it tightly, sending a stream of bullets from the smoking MG barrel into the masses of attackers. Our pack projectiles screamed and tore holes in the collapsing ranks. This attack ground to a halt barely 50 paces from the muzzle of our gun." Fresh attacks soon followed, with innumerable numbers of men thrown against the German lines in massed waves. The assaults continued for many hours until, sometime in the afternoon, the attacks ceased, and Biedermann took stock of the shattering toll. "We hardly remained conscious as we staggered through air thick with cordite fumes, ears ringing, bodies overcome and exhausted by the exertion and terror of battle." He then drew attention to the appalling sight of bodies stacked high before the German positions. "I recalled a story of how some defenders of a fortress during the Middle Ages stacked the dead in rows to be used as emergency defences. Now a comparison came to mind." The cost to Soviet forces had been appalling, but Biedermann noted that his battalion had also suffered numerous casualties, with Soviet forces managing to penetrate a section of the German line and having to be repulsed in costly hand-to-hand fighting. However, what was to higher authorities another victorious defensive battle left its mark on the weary and shaken defenders. "Our only thoughts were to flee this nightmare, to escape from this place of filth, misery and death, far away, where no shells would fall." However, the horror of such battles did not end for many of the men who witnessed and survived them. As Biedermann concluded, "Long afterwards, I could still hear the words of the machine gunner in my sleep. 'I just can't keep killing.'" Because Hitler's war in the East so drastically exceeded what his hard-pressed armies could ever hope to achieve, he taxed his soldiers to the very limits of their physical and psychological capacity. Already in the middle of August, Halder warned that Army Group Centre could sustain one last major offensive, and after this was directed into Ukraine for the Battle of Kiev, yet another was formulated towards Moscow as Operation Typhoon. Now that Typhoon was approaching the limits of its advance, as a result of German fatigue, lack of supplies, bad weather, woeful German strategic direction, and stout Soviet resistance, it was the exhausted German soldier who was once again expected to bear up and achieve ever more with increasingly less. A breaking point was inevitable, and soon the German command would have to accept the verdict that its forces could no longer advance in spite of their orders. In the meantime, the men of Army Group Centre trudged forward as best they could, wondering what their fate would be as the Russian winter drew closer and difficulties mounted. For one German soldier writing home on the 18th of October, there was only one sure salvation: when we one day leave this baneful country. 7. Weathering the storm. Wait, for I'll return, defying every death. Konstantin Simonov. For all the problems Army Group Centre was confronting on the road to Moscow, from the Soviet perspective, it became evident by the second week of October that the Soviet capital would soon be on the front line. Stalin was so concerned at the inexorable advance of German forces that on the 15th of October he ordered the evacuation of the government to Kuibyshev, some 2,500 kilometers east of Moscow. There were also orders issued to begin dismantling and transporting major industrial enterprises to the east, while those that could not be saved, including some 1,119 educational, administrative and industrial institutions, were to be fitted with explosives and prepared for destruction. Such measures, however, should not be understood as an abandonment of Moscow. There was certainly no intention of surrendering the city, only salvaging what could be saved and denying the rest to the Germans. There is no greater symbol of Stalin's determination to defend Moscow than his decision to remain in the Kremlin even after the evacuation orders had been issued. Many have claimed this decision galvanized resistance within the Red Army, inspiring hopes that the city could in fact be saved, and elevating Stalin to the status of a frontline commander. It was in the fighting before Moscow that the popular rallying cry, "Stalin is with us," was born. Yet Stalin's refusal to leave the city did not avert the scenes of panic which erupted throughout the city on the 16th of October. Understanding the roots of the Moscow panic tells us much about the Soviet government's mismanagement of the crisis, rather than, as some have suggested, a collapse of morale among the city's population. Indeed, the very idea of a Moscow panic suggests that the motive for the looting and lawlessness was fear, and, while this was no doubt part of the equation, a good deal of the disorderly conduct could be better characterized as anger and frustration at being abandoned by party officialdom and factory managers. In this sense, it was not, as the Germans believed, the appearance of an anti-Soviet mood in the population, rather the wholesale desertion of the city by the civil and political leadership, which sparked much of the panic. As the Russian historian Mikhail Gorinov observed, the hysteria was passed to the masses from above. In this way, the flight from Moscow was initiated by the leaders of the factories, having suggested by their own efforts that the workers evacuate to the east. After months of official declarations calling for the greatest sacrifices and insisting upon an iron resolve in the face of the enemy, the flight of the Soviet elite now smacked of an insufferable hypocrisy. On the 17th of October, N.K. Verzbitsky described the deeply resentful mood among the masses. They began to remember and count up all the insults, oppression, injustices, pressure, bureaucratic machinations of officialdom, contempt and self-puffery of party members, draconian orders, deprivations, systematic deception of the masses, the newspapers' braying self-congratulations. Can a city really hold out when it's in such a mood? In fact, for a significant proportion of the population, it was precisely their determination to defend their homes that fueled their anger. Hundreds of thousands had been working long days digging anti-tank defences on the immediate approaches to the city. Prior to this, many had been working themselves to exhaustion in the armament factories, while at night they endured the Luftwaffe's bombing. To these people, it was simply inconceivable that Moscow could suddenly be abandoned, and even though this was not the Soviet leadership's intention, the perception was enough to spark revolt. Although the evacuation of the Soviet government, foreign missions, and the city's major industrial enterprises constituted a prudent step in the face of the emergent threat to the city, it was neither explained to the people of Moscow nor managed in a manner befitting the sensitivities of its population. To the city's exasperated onlookers, it was the Soviet elite who had asked so much and sacrificed so little, and who, in the face of real danger, were now seen to be abandoning Muscovites to their fate by saving themselves first. Beyond the perceived injustice of Moscow's evacuation, another important aspect in understanding the advent of the city's panic was the very real fear that people felt. This, however, was also greatly exacerbated by the gross incompetence and blatant mismanagement of the crisis by the Soviet government. Since the start of October, Soviet authorities had been deliberately coy on the exact developments taking place on the central part of the front, reluctant to reveal the scope of yet another devastating defeat. The population was still absorbing the news of deep German advances in Ukraine, as well as the recently undertaken siege of Leningrad in the north. Indeed, it was only on the 7th of October that the first official Soviet reference was made to the new German offensive towards Moscow, which referred to heavy fighting in the direction of Vyazma. On the same day, the 7th of October, Lozovsky, the Soviet Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, curiously announced that the capture of any one Soviet city would not determine the outcome of the war, which, as the BBC correspondent Alexander Worth noted, was as if he was already preparing the press for the possible loss of Moscow. While the true depth of the calamity engulfing the Western, Reserve and Bryansk fronts went largely unreported in Moscow, the population was well informed by unofficial sources that the situation at the front was developing into another debacle. Peter Miller, a well-known historian living in Moscow, recorded on the 7th of October, "The silence of the Sovinform Soviet Information Bureau, is irritating. Although people no longer read its communiques, there is a mood of catastrophe and fatalism. The shops are empty, even coffee has disappeared. There is a feeling of approaching catastrophe in the air and endless rumours. Oriel has been surrendered. Vyazma has been surrendered. The Germans have got to Malayaroslavets. The mood is particularly bad today." While wild rumours and unsubstantiated gossip fueled a rising sense of panic, the absence of official statements to confirm or deny a true picture of events only contributed to people's worst fears. Such absurdities reached new heights when, on the 8th of October, the lead article in Pravda, the Soviet daily newspaper, concerned "the work of women in wartime." To counter the spread of rumours about a crisis at the front, Soviet officials began issuing warnings that enemy spies and agents were attempting to disorganize the rear and to create panic. Even so, by the 12th of October, Pravda was itself making reference to the terrible danger threatening the country. Yet, as far as most people knew, the fighting was concentrated around Vyazma, and indeed this is where the Germans were tied up for some time, eliminating the pocket they had created there. Yet when German forces suddenly appeared at Mozhaisk, only 100 kilometers from the Soviet capital, confirmation that another disaster had befallen the Red Army appeared irrefutable. This, coupled with the sudden rush to evacuate the government quarter and mine hundreds of prominent buildings, only acted to confirm the danger Moscow was in. It seemed to many that German tanks would reach the capital within a day or two, and that the city itself might fall to the Germans directly off the march, just as Oriel, Vyazma, Bryansk, and Kalinin had. As Olga Sapochnikova recalled from the 16th of October, "There was a feeling the Germans might appear in the street at any moment." Likewise, Stefan Mikoyan noted, "Rumours of the proximity of the Germans spread like wildfire, alongside the news that major industries had been evacuated and the city's most important buildings mined. This sparked a general panic." Contributing to the spiralling sense of dread within the city was an alarming mix-up, never fully explained, at the Sovinform Bureau radio network. On the 16th of October, the opening day of the Moscow panic, the loudspeakers broadcasting the morning news suddenly broke off, and a song began playing. Many at first assumed it to be the patriotic Soviet song "The March of the Airmen," but the melody was wrong, and only some recognized it as the Horst Wessel-Lied, the anthem of the Nazi Party from 1930 to 1945. Had the Germans already begun to take over the city? Moments later, the song cut out and the announcer returned to the morning news without any explanation. Such events further intensified the already wildly extravagant rumours and led to suggestions that Stalin had been arrested in a coup d'etat and that the Germans had reached Fili, where the Mozhaisk highway enters Moscow. Others even suggested that German paratroops had landed in Red Square and that German troops wearing Red Army uniforms had already entered Moscow. Overwrought nerves were stretched to breaking point, and, when people began to vent their fears and frustrations in acts of public disobedience, mobs quickly fired the wave of discontent, and the results were manifest in riots, looting, and frantic attempts to flee the city. There were even public instances of people denouncing Soviet power, cries of support for Hitler, and calls to beat the Jews. For all that the Moscow panic might suggest about the public mood, one should be aware of paying too much attention to its more extreme elements. Much of the disorder passed without violence, and many more people observed the unruly behavior than took part in it. Even more to the point, what took place could be characterized more by the fear that the capital was being surrendered to the Germans and by frustration at the departure of ruling elites. There is far less evidence of a pervasive anti-Soviet sentiment within Moscow. In fact, the young urban working class constituted the most active supporters of the Soviet state in 1941. There was also no collapse in the resolve of average Muscovites to pursue the war with Germany, only dismay at how that war was being managed. When on the 16th of October there were no newspapers, no shops open, no metro, and no money for wages, and workers turned up to factories that were either locked and abandoned or being fitted with explosives, it appeared to many that the city was being left to its doom. In this sense, the ensuing chaos was largely a response to the perceived neglect of the city's defence, and not, as some have claimed, a panic induced simply by the approach of German forces. As the city descended into turmoil, on the 16th of October Stalin hosted a meeting in which he ordered the immediate return of services to the city. The metro was to operate again, unpaid workers were to receive their money, and shops were to reopen. Moreover, A.I. Shakurin, the commissar for the aviation industry, made a public address on the 17th of October appealing for calm and assuring the population that Moscow would be defended stubbornly, fiercely, to that last drop of our blood. These measures did not completely put an end to the unrest, but they did ensure that the disorder had peaked by the 17th of October. Indeed, when on the 16th of October Stalin was told of the disturbances and lawlessness, including suggestions of widespread looting, his reaction was, for a man so insistent on absolute obedience, remarkably sedate. The Soviet dictator told Shakurin, "Well, that's not so bad. I thought things would have been worse." Yet, parallel to his more benevolent measures to appease the population of Moscow, Stalin never lost faith in the more trusted methods of the NKVD, which were also working to restore order. One such officer, Mikhail Ivanovich, recalled after the war, "It was necessary, absolutely necessary, to establish order, and yes, we did shoot people who refused to leave shops and offices where food and other goods were stored." By the 19th of October, the unrest in Moscow had ceased. In a 24-hour period from the 19th to the 20th of October, city authorities detained 1,530 people, of whom 1,442 were soldiers absent without leave from their units. The remainder, fewer than 100 people, were arrested for vandalism and disturbing the peace, a remarkably low figure for a city of Moscow's size. Indeed, the only conceivable threat stemmed from the 14 people arrested for being agents provocateurs, enemy agents. Accordingly, Stalin's decision on the 20th of October, proclaiming Moscow to be in a state of siege and authorizing draconian measures, including summary executions, was more a response to the approaching German threat rather than a reaction to internal strife. The so-called state of siege was a new emergency designation for strategically important areas, aimed to guarantee maximum mobilization of resources, while also ensuring swift measures for provocateurs, spies, and anyone propagating unrest. 6 days after Moscow's state of siege was declared, on the 26th of October, Tula also received the designation, and 3 days after that, on the 29th of October, the whole of Crimea was determined to be under siege. While the episode of the Moscow Panic caused a serious disturbance to the operation of the Soviet capital for a period of 2 to 3 days, it was little more than that, and should not be construed as any kind of substantive challenge to Soviet power or cast doubt on the resolve of average Muscovites to go on prosecuting the war against Germany. The chaos which erupted on the 16th of October was built on a rising amount of discontent, which the Soviet authorities fed by their gross mismanagement of the crisis confronting the city, and the rampant, if unfounded, fear that German forces were about to break into the city. In fact, Stalin was preparing for 2 eventualities. First, providing everything possible for Moscow's defense, and secondly, being able to continue governing the Soviet Union in case of the loss of the city. Without knowing the true extent of the difficulties confronting Bok's army group, Stalin's decision to evacuate the Soviet government, essential industry, and foreign missions to Kuibyshev was altogether prudent. At the same time, the Soviet contingency to fall back towards the east demonstrates the folly of German hopes that the seizure of Moscow might somehow force an end to the war. That hope was in any case predicated on the idea that the battle for Moscow could be won by Germany, and given that Bok had almost exhausted his strength 100 kilometers from the city, Army Group Center was going to have a hard time just reaching the city, to say nothing of conquering it. In the meantime, Moscow was being transformed into a colossal battleground for urban warfare, so that, if, contrary to Hitler's current order, German forces did indeed attempt to take the city by storm, they would be made to pay dearly for it. The shoulders upon which the defence of Moscow most directly rested were those of the gifted but utterly ruthless Marshal Zhukov. Born in 1896, Zhukov came from the town of Strelkovka, which derives its name from the Russian word streltsy, archers, because Ivan the Terrible established his archers' camp here to defend Moscow from invading Tartars. Headstrong and uncompromising, Zhukov was at the best of times a demanding superior, but at the worst he could also be brutal and outright pitiless in the sacrifice of his men. Yet these were precisely the traits which endeared him to Stalin and caused him to entrust Zhukov with the most critical sectors of the Soviet front. Accordingly, on the 13th of October, Zhukov issued orders demanding the summary execution of cowards and panic-mongers that leave the battlefield and retreat from their positions without permission. Nor was this an idle threat. A week later, Zhukov had the commander of the 17th Rifle Division executed without trial for having allowed his forces to withdraw on a number of occasions without permission from above. Yet, perhaps because of his ruthlessness, Zhukov projected a certain unflappable self-belief in his abilities, which in some instances in his career allowed for gross overconfidence, but in a crisis such as Moscow in October 1941 meant there was no hint of defeatism at the top. In late October, with Soviet forces still doggedly on the defensive before Moscow, Zhukov was already thinking ahead to an offensive against Bok. Writing to A. Zhdanov at the Leningrad Front War Council, Zhukov boldly asserted, "I have cobbled together a reasonable organization and have virtually stopped the enemy advance, and you know how I propose to go on. I will wear him out and then beat him." Zhukov's resolve to beat the Germans while they were still advancing on Moscow probably contains more than a touch of bravado, but the idea that Zhukov could defend Moscow was hardly baseless. By the 20th of October, 500,000 Muscovites had been mobilized to dig a total of 8,000 kilometers of trenches and anti-tank ditches on the immediate approaches to the city. In addition, some 300 kilometers of barbed wire were laid out. As Zhukov himself recalled, "In those days I saw thousands and thousands of Moscow women who were unused to heavy labor and who had left their city apartments lightly clad, work on the impassable roads, in that mud, digging anti-tank ditches and trenches, setting up anti-tank obstacles and barricades, and hauling sandbags." Inside the city itself, a myriad of roadblocks were set up, and countless strongpoints were built on top of buildings and inside people's apartments. Roads were mined, and bridges fitted with explosives. The city was defended by an outer main defensive line running in a semicircle around Moscow for a radius of 16 kilometers. This was then augmented by 3 separate urban lines inside the city itself, which were designated Circular Railway Line, Urban Ring A, and Urban Ring B. The Moscow City Council directed construction, and each district was issued detailed instructions on what to build and where. Irina Bogolyubskaya recalled soldiers coming into her family's apartment and setting up a machine gun emplacement at one of their windows overlooking the street. "They were preparing for street fighting," she noted. There was talk at the time of Moscow being transformed into a Super Madrid, a reference to Madrid's role in the Spanish Civil War, which held out under siege from November 1936 until its fall in March 1939. Emergency measures were taken to produce rudimentary weapons for the new volunteer units being raised around the city. I.E. Kozlov, the director of a popular soft drink factory, began adapting his production lines to turn out half-litre Molotov cocktails. Likewise, many of Moscow's concrete and metallurgical factories were instructed to start producing hedgehogs, barbed wire entanglements, reinforced concrete pillboxes, and fortified gun emplacements. As one official Soviet account claimed, "Muscovites made their city into an unassailable fortress. Every building became a bastion, every street a fortified area. Moscow bristled with barricades, metal tank traps, and barbed wire. Even if Soviet-era claims are prone to a degree of embellishment, there can be no question that Moscow was preparing itself for a mighty struggle. Indeed, when one looks at the grueling German experience of urban warfare in 1941 at the Brest Fortress, Mogilev and Dnepropetrovsk, not to mention Romania's experience at Odessa, capturing a city of Moscow's size block by block would surely have proven prohibitively costly. Even assuming, however, that the Germans did manage to seize control of Moscow, L.P. Beria, the head of the NKVD, was preparing to mimic his success at Kyiv by mining dozens of prominent city buildings in anticipation of German occupancy. The Bolshoi Theatre, for example, was fitted with explosives in new specially developed anti-magnetic containers, which made the mines much more difficult to detect. Even before the German occupation, the NKVD had planned for more than 1,000 of Moscow's prominent buildings and enterprises to be destroyed. In addition, throughout the last 2 weeks of October, some 200 trains and 80,000 trucks left Moscow for the Volga and the Urals, transporting the essential equipment of nearly 500 factories. As one historian concluded, had the Germans actually taken Moscow, they would have found a desert. The Soviet security forces also cultivated special stay-behind teams, which were to act in a range of roles, including gathering intelligence, conducting sabotage, and carrying out targeted assassinations. One troupe of 4 performers was recruited by the NKVD to stage shows for the Germans, hoping to be successful enough to gain an audience with high-level Nazi or Wehrmacht officials. In this case, they were to conclude their show by hurling disguised grenades into the audience and killing as many Germans as possible. However, the defense of the city depended far more on the Red Army than the NKVD. At the start of 1941, Moscow had a population of 4.2 million people, but a combination of military service, industrial relocation, and civilian evacuation had reduced this to 3.1 million by October 1941. To augment Zhukov's forces, each of Moscow's 25 districts was instructed to raise 1 battalion of so-called opolchnya, a form of people's militia that usually consisted of poorly equipped volunteers with little or no military training. There were some 7,963 volunteers in the first week of the appeal, which, given that those inclined to volunteer for military service had already had ample opportunity to do so, was not a bad result, but still well short of the desired total. The volunteers were assembled into the 3rd Communist Division and committed to the front at the end of the month. Another 5 Moscow rifle divisions were created from volunteers, subunits of the regular army, new conscripts, and so-called destruction battalions established earlier in the war. An additional 100,000 workers started military training in their free time, while some 17,000 women signed up to train as nurses and medical assistants. As Zhukov observed, many of his new troops had a lot to learn, but, he added, all of them were distinguished by common traits: a high degree of patriotism, an unshakable determination, and confidence in ultimate victory. It was no accident that these voluntary units became outstanding fighting forces after they had gained some military experience. Putting aside the Soviet-era bravado of Zhukov's claim, the fact was that he desperately needed all the reinforcements he could get, and even the dubious opolchnya units were better than nothing. In Zhukov's favour, the fighting had transformed into a slogging series of German frontal attacks along the main roads leading to Moscow. With the German panzer forces deprived of their dangerous, fast-moving envelopments, even opolchnya units could play a role, although a costly one, in Moscow's defence. When Zhukov took over the Western Front defending the approaches to Moscow, he commanded just 11 rifle divisions, 16 armoured brigades, and more than 40 artillery regiments, approximately 90,000 men in total. The Mozhaisk defensive line was the rallying point for all these forces, with Lieutenant General K.K. Rokossovsky's 16th Army defending Volokholamsk, Major General D.D. Lelushenko's 5th Army covering Mozhaisk, Major General K.D. Golubev's 43rd Army manning positions at Maloyaroslavets, and Lieutenant General I.G. Zakharkin's 49th Army defending Kaluga. Yet from mid-October these forces were augmented not only by newly raised forces from Moscow, but also by units rushed from the Soviet interior. By the end of October, some 13 additional rifle divisions and 5 armoured brigades were delivered to Zhukov's front. Moreover, Lieutenant General M.G. Efremov's newly formed 33rd Army was inserted into the line at Narofominsk, between Lelushenko's 5th and Golubev's 43rd Armies. By the 20th of October, much of the Mozhaisk defensive line was in German hands, but Bock's army group had only pushed Zhukov's forces back and were still almost 100 kilometers from Moscow. The battle for the Soviet capital was still only just beginning, but a week after Nazi propaganda had claimed the Eastern Campaign to have been decided, Zhukov was effectively halting German progress. With their backs to Moscow, the Military Council of the Western Front extolled its soldiers to maximum effort to halt the German advance once and for all. "The homeland calls on us to stand like an indestructible wall and to bar the fascist hordes from our beloved Moscow. What we require now, as never before, are vigilance, iron discipline, organization, determined action, unbending will for victory, and a readiness for self-sacrifice." Such stirring speeches, intended to inspire the men of the Red Army to glorious deeds on the battlefield, were a common theme of Soviet historiography, but a recent study by Roger Rees suggests new insights into the morale and motivation of the average Soviet soldier. Rees rejects both draconian punishment and love of country as the popular but contrasting explanations for the Red Army's effectiveness in World War II. His study suggests that the Soviet soldiers' performance depended far more upon extrinsic influences like good leadership, thorough training, and support within both his primary group and the society at large, as well as intrinsic motivations such as patriotism, hatred of the enemy, and the moral justification of a just war. Such research takes us much closer to an explanation of the radically different responses within the Red Army to the German invasion in 1941, and suggests that painting a picture of the Red Army's motivations in broad brushstrokes is inherently problematic. It also conclusively rejects the popular Nazi image of the Soviet soldier, which has found its way into numerous post-war German memoirs as an ostensibly mechanical being devoid of independent reason and even the primal instinct for self-preservation. There can be no question that the Red Army suffered remarkable losses in 1941. In the first 6 months of the war, the Soviet Western Front alone suffered 956,000 irrecoverable losses, almost double its initial starting number, meaning it was nearly completely wiped out twice in 1941 alone. Yet, in contrast to another Nazi-era myth, the Soviet Union's survival was not just a matter of dragooning ever more masses of men into the ranks from an ostensibly endless manpower reserve. New recruits had to want to fight the German enemy. Here, in many respects, was the real source of strength for the Soviet state. Not because the men of the Red Army wanted to fight for Stalin's regime, many of course had good cause to revile it, but because the Soviet state benefited from a wider range of emotions, which transcended any singular national, ideological, or political construction. In other words, many people did fight for socialism, just not always Stalin's particular brand of it, while others fought, in spite of the socialist system, for their homeland and in the hope of increased political freedoms after the war. As one Soviet citizen summed up his feelings, "Even those of us who knew that our government was wicked, that there was little to choose between the SS and the NKVD except their language, and who despised the hypocrisy of communist politics, we felt that we had to fight." Because every Russian who had lived through the revolution and the 30s had felt a breeze of hope for the first time in the history of our people. We were like the bud at the tip of a root which had wound its way for centuries under rocky soil. We felt ourselves to be within inches of the open sky. We knew that we would die, of course, but our children would inherit 2 things: a land free of the invader and time in which the progressive ideals of communism might emerge. Stalin shrewdly stimulated a degree of cultural liberalization to exploit historical and religious sentiments, which he correctly judged would add support to his war effort. There was also something of a cultural offensive launched in 1941 to garner support from every possible sector of the creative intelligentsia, whether it was fine arts or the humanities. Historians stressed patriotic themes and suggested a continuity between the previously taboo Russian imperial past and the Soviet present. Composers brought the suffering and heroism of the war to the stage, with works such as Shostakovich's Leningrad Symphony and Prokofiev's opera War and Peace. Film directors started work on new war epics, such as Ilya Kopylin and Leonid Varlamov's 1942 masterpiece Moscow Strikes Back. Perhaps most influential of all, however, were the Soviet writers, many of whom became popular war correspondents with huge followings. The best known were Ilya Ehrenberg, Vasily Grossman, and Konstantin Simonov. Their poems, newspaper articles, pamphlets, and fictional pieces all dramatically depicted the wartime themes of loss, pain, patriotism, conviction, revenge, and service to the state. Alexei Surkov's 1941 A Soldier's Oath also faithfully illustrates many of these themes and delivers them in the bombastic but highly effective prose of the time. I am a Russian man, a soldier of the Red Army. My country has put a rifle in my hand, has sent me to fight against the black hordes of Hitler that have broken into my country. Stalin has told me that the battle will be hard and bloody, but that victory will be mine. I heard Stalin, and I know it will be so. I am the 193 million of free Soviet men, and to all of them Hitler's yoke is bitterer than death. Mine eyes have beheld thousands of dead bodies of women and children lying along the railways and the highways. They were killed by the German vultures. The tears of women and children are boiling in my heart. Hitler the murderer and his hordes shall pay for these tears with their wolfish blood, for the avenger's hatred knows no mercy. Demonizing the Germans and extolling the men of the Red Army to serve as avengers was one side of the Soviet cultural offensive, but providing support and buttressing the sorrow of its increasingly brutalized people was equally important. In the 6 months and 9 days of the war in 1941, the Soviet Union suffered the staggering loss of 4,473,820 fighting men and women. With losses on such an unprecedented scale, the need for public coping mechanisms, in place of officially prohibited religious and spiritual references, presented Soviet writers with a unique challenge. Yet Simonov's masterful poem, Wait for Me, which first appeared in the autumn of 1941, was a form of secular prayer, combining boundless faith with irrational conviction. The poem professed that a lost loved one would in fact return so long as hope was never abandoned. The poem was an immediate success, and countless women waiting for news from lost loved ones recited it almost like a mantra throughout 1941 and 1942. Wait for me, and I'll return. Only wait very hard. Wait when you are filled with sorrow as you watch the yellow rain. Wait when the wind sweeps the snowdrifts. Wait in the sweltering heat. Wait when others have stopped waiting, forgetting their yesterdays. Wait even when from afar no letters come to you. Wait even when others are tired of waiting. Wait even when my mother and son think I am no more. And when friends sit around the fire, drinking to my memory. Wait, and do not hurry to drink to my memory too. Wait, for I'll return, defying every death. And let those who did not wait say that I was lucky. They will never understand that in the midst of death, you, with your waiting, saved me. Only you and I will know how I survived. It's because you waited, as no one else did. A combination of states has at last been formed against Hitlerism. Vyacheslav Molotov. While Bock's armies desperately fought their way to Moscow, a more immediate threat to the people of the city was posed by Kesselring's bombers. Since July, when Air Fleet 2 acquired air bases within range of the Soviet capital, Moscow had come under sporadic attack, with 76 night raids and 11 day missions between the 21st of July 1941 and the 5th of April 1942. Although it was extraneous to the Luftwaffe's dual tasks of suppressing Soviet air activity and providing tactical support to the army, Hitler insisted upon a strategic bombing campaign as a reprisal for Soviet attacks on Bucharest and Helsinki. The first German air raid against Moscow on the night of the 21st to the 22nd of July was also the largest the Oster ever undertook, involving 195 bombers and dropping 104 tons of high explosives along with its 46,000 incendiary bombs. By the 25th of October, bombers had conducted 59 air raids and dropped a total of 1,000 tons of high explosives, which amounted to only half of what the Royal Air Force would drop in a single night during their strategic bombing campaign over Germany in 1944. Indeed, many of Kesselring's air raids were decidedly weak numerically. Of the 75 raids conducted up to the 6th of December 1941, just 3 involved more than 100 aircraft, 6 involved more than 50 bombers, 19 between 15 and 40 planes, and 59 German air raids contained between 3 and 10 aircraft. It was nowhere near enough to devastate Moscow. Even the first large air raid on the 21st to the 22nd of July resulted in only 130 people killed and 241 wounded, and 37 buildings destroyed. One figure put the total damage to the city as a result of German bombing at just 3%. Yet the resources the bombing campaign demanded constrained Kesselring's other operations and led to what he referred to as harmful dissipation. Another problem was that the Luftwaffe's air bases were still a long way from Moscow, meaning that bombs had to be substituted for extra fuel, with the result that the tonnage dropped on the Soviet capital could not always justify the heavy losses in aircraft. By the autumn, the aircraft sometimes had to be dug out of overnight snow, and the cold made it difficult to get the engines started. As Hans Rudel noted of the autumn conditions, "Gradually, the cold weather sets in, and we get a foretaste of approaching winter. The fall in the temperature gives me, as engineer officer of the squadron, all kinds of technical problems, for suddenly we begin to have trouble with our aircraft which is only caused by the cold." By the beginning of October, the serviceability rate throughout the Luftwaffe's bomber force had sunk to just 40% and was continuing to decline, reaching 32% by December 1941. Indeed, the Luftwaffe was losing an average of 268 bombers, either as total losses or from damage, every month between June and November 1941. Soviet countermeasures ensured that the approaches to Moscow were defended by almost 800 medium anti-aircraft guns, more than 600 large searchlights, and nearly 600 fighter planes. Inside the city itself, more anti-aircraft guns were positioned on the top of buildings, along with smaller searchlights and more than 100 barrage balloons, intended to make the Germans fly high and to confuse their aim. As Squadron Commander Hans-Georg Bethger stated, "The night raids against Moscow were the most difficult missions that I ever flew on the Eastern Front. The anti-aircraft fire was extremely intense, and the gunners fired with frightening accuracy." Likewise, Richard Wernicke described the fear he experienced while flying over Moscow. "It was terrible. The air was full of lead, and they were firing very accurately. We hadn't seen anything like this before." In fact, Moscow's air defences far exceeded even those of London during the Blitz. The American war correspondent Henry Cassidy was surprised after the first German air raid on Moscow by how little damage there had been. What had seemed to be a withering raid turned out to be a light one. Most of the impression of intensity came from the violence not of the bombing, but of the anti-aircraft defences. The strength of Moscow's aerial defence shocked even the German air crews who had flown over London. "The raids on Moscow caused me great anxiety. Crews shot down had to be written off. The effectiveness of the Russian anti-aircraft guns and searchlights impressing even our airmen who had flown over England. Also, as time went on, Russian defence fighters appeared in increasing numbers. Indeed, some of those fighters towards the end of 1941 were British Hurricanes and American Tomahawks shipped to the Soviet Union as part of the Lend-Lease deal. Another feature of the first German raid over Moscow was that it included one of the first recorded instances of a Soviet pilot ramming a German aircraft, which Soviet sources claim occurred some 300 times during the course of the war. On this occasion, Boris Vasiliev, flying a Yak-1 fighter, used his propeller to saw off the tail of a German bomber. While the strategic bombing campaign was much weaker than the London Blitz, and Moscow was far better defended, it was still a harrowing experience for the city's population. Incendiary bombs caused hundreds of fires, which sometimes suffocated people hiding in their air raid shelters, while others were buried alive when high-explosive bombs demolished whole apartment buildings. The Kremlin itself suffered some damage, as did the Bolshoi Theatre, but, as in London, life in the air raid shelters soon took on a routine of its own. Indeed, after a time, the risk was judged sufficiently low that there were those who simply refused to seek the safety of the underground bunkers. One engineer at a tank factory observed the development. They bombed the city, but the designers and copyists did not leave work. Stalin himself took refuge in the Kirovskaya metro station, where he was provided with a specially prepared compartment of a train hidden from view by plywood panelling. On another occasion, Stalin felt sufficiently safe to observe an air raid while returning to his dacha outside the city in the early hours of the morning. Of course, German propaganda told a very different story, insisting that their air raids were highly effective. On the 5th of August, German radio announced, "Strong units of German aviation are each night subjecting this major industrial centre of the country to devastating bombardment. Factories and plants on the outskirts of Moscow are destroyed. The Kremlin is destroyed. Red Square is destroyed. Moscow has entered into a final phase of ruination." Contrastingly, the news of German raids on Moscow had a distinctly humbling effect on the British public, as one banner hanging in a London street read, "Quiet nights, thanks to Russia." By October 1941, Kesselring's aerial campaign mimicked the exhaustion and overextension of Bock's armies. Already in the summer, Field Marshal Erhard Milch, the Inspector General of the Luftwaffe, had reported on the scores, even hundreds, of damaged and inoperable aircraft littering the eastern airfields. By November 1941, continued heavy losses depleted aircraft strengths to the point where reserve stocks were exhausted and production could not keep pace with losses. The advent of bad weather further compromised serviceability rates and slowed the pace of operations, prompting Major General Hoffmann von Waldau, the chief of the operations department of the Luftwaffe, to comment in his diary on the 16th of October, "Our wildest dreams have been washed out by rain and snow." Between the 22nd and 25th of October, Kesselring's Air Fleet 2 was able to conduct only between 614 and 662 sorties a day, which was a small fraction of what it had achieved at the start of the Eastern Campaign. Moreover, with winter looming, worse was to come, and when the recently appointed Inspector General of Fighters, Colonel Werner Mölders, who was the Luftwaffe's top-ranking fighter ace with 101 accredited kills, commissioned a study on the likely effects of winter on the Luftwaffe's eastern operations, and sent the damning results to Hitler, Goering, Keitel, Brauchitsch, and the Chief of Staff of the Luftwaffe, General of Aviation Hans Jesenek, there was upheaval. Goering, as head of the Luftwaffe, was incensed at Mölders' actions and strongly chided him for causing such alarm. Clearly, even the high-standing and remarkable influence of a man like Mölders was welcome only so long as his news supported what the High Command wanted to hear. Dire predictions were analogous to defeatist thinking, and there was no room for that in the Third Reich's celebrated triumph of the will. As Mölders told his wife, "The Reichsmarschall, Goering, always says, 'My Führer, we can do this, we can do that.' But, Pony, we cannot do more." When German bombers attacked the Soviet capital for the first time in July, Lieutenant General Semyon Zhavoronkov, the commander of the Soviet Naval Air Force, decided to organize reprisal attacks on Berlin. Although he knew the physical damage from such attacks would be minimal, he was motivated by the potential blow to German prestige as well as the corresponding boost to Soviet morale by taking the war to Germany. With the Wehrmacht already deep inside Soviet borders, the only access point to Berlin was from an airfield on the Estonian island of Saaremaa, and Zhavoronkov dispatched his first raid of 15 DB-3T bombers on the 7th of August 1941. As expected, the damage was largely insignificant, but all the planes hit their target area and returned home safely. Berlin's air defences, on the other hand, were taken completely by surprise, with their early warning systems directed overwhelmingly towards the west. On the following night, the 8th to the 9th of August, Zhavoronkov repeated the raid, dropping 72 bombs and 2,500 propaganda leaflets, but this time lost one aircraft. Just 7 more raids would follow before the Germans invaded Saaremaa. In total, the Soviets flew 54 sorties against Berlin and lost 20 aircraft, yet Zhavoronkov had made his point and, if nothing else, achieved a much-needed propaganda coup. Another audacious act of Soviet aviation in 1941 was the formation of 3 all-women bomber regiments on the 8th of October. The most famous of these was the 588th Night Bomber Regiment, later known as the 46th Guards Night Bomber Aviation Regiment, which flew in old PO-2s, 2-seater biplanes made of plywood and canvas. The regiment flew some 24,000 sorties during the war and mainly concentrated on bombing German forward positions with ordnance payloads of up to 400 kilograms. As Nadezhda Popova noted, "The Germans knew all about us. They called us night witches. All the women were volunteers, and the regiment, right down to the aircraft mechanics, had no males. The planes flew at night so as not to present easy targets for the much faster German fighters, yet the open cockpits of the biplanes made flying conditions for the women extremely uncomfortable, especially in the freezing winter months. There was also the danger of getting lost or not finding the airfield after a mission, as the aircraft had no special equipment for night flying. It was not an easy job," Popova recalled. "Almost every time we had to sail through a wall of enemy fire." Yet, in spite of the regiment's, at times, heavy losses, Popova concluded, "We practiced our witchcraft almost from the first to the last days of the war." While Soviet bombers did their best to retaliate for the German air offensive against Moscow, there were other aspects of the Soviet war machine that caused more serious problems for the Ostheer. Foremost among these were the increasing numbers of Soviet T-34 tanks, against which the Germans had few adequate defences. As the months went by, the older and much less effective Soviet tanks, T-26s and BT series, were less and less a feature of the Soviet tank arsenal as Soviet factories steadily replaced production with T-34s, KV-1s, and the light T-60 tank. Some 500 new tanks were produced in October alone, and, despite the turmoil of industrial evacuation, during the final quarter of 1941, some 441 KV-1s, 765 T-34s, and 1,388 T-60s were produced. Hitler was sufficiently aware of the problem to insist that units on the Eastern Front be uniformly equipped with 88mm flak guns to deal with the remarkable number of heavy tanks appearing over those previously. While 88mm flak guns were highly effective in a defensive posture, the attacking German panzer divisions often had few alternatives in direct confrontations with T-34s. Tank for tank, the Germans were simply outclassed, as one report from Langemann-Ehrenkamp's 4th Panzer Division on the 22nd of October makes clear. "Time and again our tanks have been split right open by hits from the front, and the commander's cupolas on the Mark III and Mark IV tanks have been completely blown off, proof that the armour plating is inadequate, and that the fastening on the cupolas is faulty, and also proof of the great accuracy and penetration of the Russian T-34 7.62 centimetre tank cannon." In one soldier's words, "T-34s knocked off our tanks like rabbits." Kesselring described how difficult it proved for ground strafes to engage T-34s from the air. In the first instance, he stated that pilots had to fly recklessly to hit them, but even then the effect was minimal. According to Kesselring, "We continued to attack the tanks from the air, but we could not and did not do them any serious damage." The result was an instrument of war which German tankers genuinely feared. As one tanker from the 4th Panzer Division stated, "There is nothing more frightening than a tank battle against a superior force. Numbers, they do not mean so much, we were used to it. But better machines, that's terrible. The Russian tanks are so agile. At close ranges they will climb a slope or cross a piece of swamp faster than you can traverse the turret. And through the noise and the vibration you keep hearing the clangor of shot against armour. When they hit one of our panzers, there is often a deep, long explosion, a roar as the fuel burns, a roar too loud, thank God, to let us hear the cries of the crew." Soviet artillery was another bane of the Ostheer. Unlike the newer Soviet tanks, it was not so much that the Red Army's artillery was better, but their vast reserves of guns and shells often ensured a preponderant advantage in firepower. In June 1941, the Red Army possessed a staggering total of 112,800 guns and mortars, and, even though losses over the next 5 months eliminated most of those, frantic production ensured that by December 1941 the Red Army still dominated with some 70,100 guns and mortars at its disposal. The German infantry was often, therefore, outgunned, but this mattered less in the early stages of the war when the front was still fluid, and the Soviet ability to range and coordinate their guns proved frequently very poor. As the front settled down, however, and Soviet commanders grew in experience, the consequence for the Landwehr was harrowing bombardments. As Hans Roth wrote in his diary, "Let's not forget to mention the artillery, those goddamn Bolshevik batteries, which are considerably greater in strength than we ever imagined. Their weapons of all calibers seem infinite. We encounter them even on the smallest stages. Single batteries with missiles are occasionally encountered. Ammunition is available in good quantity and quality." Henning Kardel noted after the war, "That was something we'd learned from the Russians. The deeper you were dug in, the greater the chance of survival." New Soviet infantry weapons were also appearing in 1941, such as the PPSH-41, which was to become the Red Army's iconic submachine gun for the rest of the war. Production of the PPSH-41, which was durable in combat and simple to make, began towards the end of 1941, and by the spring of 1942 was running at 3,000 a day. Like many other successful Soviet weapons, it was not uncommon for German infantrymen to seek to replace their own weapons with captured Soviet models. As Gottlob Biedermann wrote, "I took one of the submachine guns and several drum magazines from one of the prisoners for my own use, as I no longer placed much faith in the slow-firing 98K carbine for close combat. I felt more confident equipped with the high-capacity automatic weapon, and it was to remain with me for many months." Yet successful combat was about more than just weaponry, and, while the Wehrmacht deservingly retains the mystique of being the best-trained and most professional army in 1941, at least in the mid to lower ranks, this did not mean, however, there was nothing to learn from the Red Army. In many respects, it was precisely the numerous deprivations of the Red Army that forced the Soviet soldier to become an expert at improvisation, and, as the Ostheer experienced its own rapid demodernization over the course of 1941, adapting the art of self-sufficiency became a priority for the Wehrmacht. One example of Soviet improvisation was a special construction of landmines in which the casings and parts were fashioned completely out of wood so that they were almost undetectable. The same soldier's letter which reported encountering the wooden mines also expressed wonderment at other Soviet constructions. The irreproachable work of the Russians again excited astonishment and admiration. The Russian is a master in the construction of field positions and camouflage. Another German soldier noted, "We learned the art of improvisation and self-sufficiency from the enemy." Indeed, as the winter took hold, an increasing number of the Ostheer's survival skills would be learned from the Red Army. Yet the Red Army improvised to kill as well as to survive. At dawn on the 14th of October, a group of Soviet soldiers disguised with German uniforms approached a forward posting of Brigadeführer Walter Krüger's 4th SS Polizei Division and killed all the unsuspecting soldiers. In other instances, Soviet soldiers pretended to surrender only to attack their would-be captors at close range. As one German soldier concluded, "I have never seen such tough dogs as the Russians, and it is impossible to tell their tactics in advance." Another feature commonly highlighted was the fearlessness and audacity of the Soviet enemy. "The Russians are not the cowards they are represented to be," concluded another German soldier in a letter home. While in the earliest stages of the war the Red Army seemed capable of a wide range of responses when engaged by German forces, from passive surrender to bitter resistance, by the autumn there was much greater consistency among Soviet units in adopting the latter course of action. While the determination and toughness of the Soviet infantrymen inspired grudging respect from some within the Ostheer, many German soldiers instead adopted popular Nazi conceptions which sought to explain Soviet toughness as a primitive predilection typical of a supposed lower racial ordering or the effects of Bolshevism. Hans Roth wrote in his diary on the 29th of September, "Bolshevism has consciously destroyed everything soulful, everything individual and private that also makes up the character and value of a human being. What is left is the animal in the Bolshevik, who, however, does not have its finer instincts. Humans in the state of animals are much lower than the actual animal. That is why the animal Bolshevik is so hard and bloodthirsty, cruel and stubborn against the enemy and himself. This is how to understand the demeanor of the Soviet in this war. What looks like braveness is brutality." Nor were such viewpoints simply the preserve of the rank and file. Nazi ideals were not imposed upon the Ostheer, they were organic to it, and the dissemination of such propaganda was actively initiated by many of the generals. Even after the war, Kleist, the commander of the 1st Panzer Army in 1941, told an interviewer, "The Russians are so primitive that they won't give up even when they are surrounded by a dozen machine guns. I would say it is a difference between German and Russian bravery, in the sense that the former is logical and the latter is brutal." German soldiers also expressed astonishment that the men of the Red Army fought so hard to defend such a poverty-stricken country, which Albert Neuhaus concluded could only result from stupidity or organized hate. The idea of Bolshevism as the ruin of civilization was the view that Hitler expounded on the night of the 17th to the 18th of October, when he told his inner circle, "Everything that resembles civilization, the Bolsheviks have suppressed it, and I have no feelings about the idea of wiping out Kiev, Moscow, or St. Petersburg." Indeed, in his new Eastern Empire, Hitler foresaw only the most base and subservient role for the enslaved Slavic peoples. "We shan't settle in the Russian towns, we'll let them fall to pieces without intervening. And above all, no remorse on this subject. We're not going to play at children's nurses. We're absolutely without obligations as far as these people are concerned. To struggle against the hovels, chase away the fleas, provide German teachers, bring out newspapers, very little of that for us. We'll confine ourselves, perhaps, to setting up a radio transmitter under our control. For the rest, let them know just enough to understand our highway signs so that they won't get themselves run over by our vehicles. For them, the word liberty means the right to wash on feast days. There's only one duty, to Germanize this country by the immigration of Germans and to look upon the natives as redskins." Hitler's views of Lebensraum in the East, backed by the army's criminal orders and the inherent brutalizing effect of war, informed the thinking of German soldiers in the East and radicalized their behavior towards the Soviet people. The groundwork had been laid by Brauchitsch, who told senior commanders of the Ostheer on the 27th of March 1941, "The troops have to realize that this struggle is being waged by one race against the other, and proceed with the necessary harshness." From the first days of the war, Rudolf Langer's diary revealed a great compulsion to kill and destroy. Writing on the 27th of June, he stated, "We felt no compassion, but only a great urge to destroy. My fingers itched to shoot off my pistol into the crowd. Soon the SS will come along and smoke out all of them. We are fighting for the greatness of Germany. The Germans cannot have communion with these Asiatics, Russians, Caucasians, and Mongols." While many perceptions of the Soviet Union and its peoples were heavily coloured by Nazi ideology, not all Germans expressed such disdain for the Soviet people, and a few even appreciated the many differences. Johannes Hübner wrote home on the 18th of October, "It has now been almost 4 months, and the holiday trip in the Soviet paradise has surely meant a lot to everyone. For me personally, I feel quite well among the Russian people. Their simple lifestyle is attractive and admirable." Another soldier referred to the friendly attitude of the local population, but was forced to wonder how genuine it was, and whether it was sometimes just inspired by fear. Clearly, the German image of the enemy, Feindbild, in the East was influenced by many factors, and not all of them were necessarily negative, but the overriding depiction was extremely hostile. This is not surprising based on both the content of Nazi propaganda and its proliferation within the Wehrmacht. Accounting for the widespread adoption of Nazi precepts pertaining to the Soviet enemy need not mean that the great majority of German soldiers were at the same time avid Nazi party supporters. The Eastern Front provided even experienced German soldiers with a new set of very disturbing challenges, and the Nazis' Feindbild simply provided much-needed coping strategies, which allowed German soldiers to make sense of the war, while also rationalizing their own role in it. Dehumanizing the Soviet enemy legitimated the killing process and allowed it to proceed without remorse. It also avoided, or at least ameliorated, feelings of guilt for the frequent cruelties the German soldiers observed and at times took part in. Another powerful motive in the Ostier's Feindbild was the Red Army's willingness to perpetuate brutish crimes against captured German soldiers, for which there was also frequent evidence. This rapidly dispelled feelings of sympathy for the enemy and encouraged hateful acts of vengeance, even by those who had not personally witnessed Soviet atrocities. Ernst Gicking observed a group of Soviet soldiers who appeared happy to have come over to us, and may have just defected. Nevertheless, he concluded in favour of their guilt. "These bandits, it is always the same. The horrors they did to our comrades we do not forget so soon." The Nazi Feindbild received widespread acceptance on the Eastern Front because it made the tasks of the German soldier easier to perform, while at the same time presenting the average Lancer as a victim of the enemy's barbarous injustice. In this way, the Ostier was psychologically strengthened against weakness and encouraged to perform as an aggressive and unremitting destructive force. While the Ostier was indeed a formidable fighting force, it was precisely the perceived threat to the Soviet Union that reconciled former rivals in the East and West and allowed the forging of a powerful new alliance against Hitler's Germany. From June 1941, Roosevelt and Stalin shared the defeat of Nazism as their one overriding goal, eclipsing their previous differences and allowing an unprecedented spirit of cooperation. Nothing symbolized the new determination to work together more than the outcome of the Three-Power Conference, which agreed on vast sums of Allied aid to the Soviet Union under the terms of an extended Lend-Lease agreement. Known as the First Protocol and signed on the 1st of October 1941, the agreement stated that Britain and the United States undertook to provide the Soviet Union with 400 aircraft and 500 tanks a month, in addition to vast stocks of other weapons, raw materials, foodstuffs, medical supplies, and military equipment. Upon concluding the agreement, the Soviet Foreign Minister, V.M. Molotov, declared, "A combination of states has at last been formed against Hitlerism." It was not always a happy alliance, but it endured for the rest of the war and, through Lend-Lease supplies, gave the West an indirect but nonetheless important role in fighting on the Eastern Front. Stalin himself wrote to Churchill on the 3rd of October to express his gratitude, but also ask that the British and American governments will do all they can to increase the monthly quotas, and also to seize the slightest opportunity to accelerate the planned deliveries right now, because the Hitlerites will use the pre-winter months to exert the utmost pressure on the USSR. Churchill's reply 3 days later, the 6th of October, emphasized his willingness to comply by outlining ambitious plans to run a continuous cycle of convoys leaving every 10 days. This placed the British Admiralty under enormous pressure, given that they had anticipated convoys leaving every 40 days. Yet Churchill, recognizing the dire importance of events in the Soviet Union, insisted his timetable be met. The second convoy to the Soviet Union, the first, codenamed Dervish, having left on the 21st of August, departed at the end of September, transporting 193 fighter planes and 20 tanks. Starting with this second convoy, the Admiralty instituted a new lettered system for each convoy. PQ, followed by a numbering sequence for convoys running to the Soviet Union, and QP for those returning to the UK. PQ-1 sailed from Kvalfjord in Iceland with 7 merchantmen plus escorts, and successfully made the passage to Archangel unmolested by German ships or aircraft. PQ-2 left Scupper Flow on the 17th of October with 6 ships plus escorts, and arrived equally unscathed. According to Churchill's telegram to Stalin, PQ-2 transported 140 heavy tanks, 200 universal carriers, and 100 Hurricane fighters. The Arctic convoys were off to a good start, but from the beginning Stafford Cripps, the British ambassador in Moscow, warned that, after the spectacular success of the three-power conference, the time of disappointment will come when things do not arrive. Indeed, despite the Admiralty's best efforts, it was simply not possible to meet Churchill's demand for a convoy to depart every 10 days, and PQ-3 did not get underway until the 9th of November, 23 days after PQ-2. In total, 7 convoys with a total of 53 merchantmen departed for the Soviet Union in 1941, and 4 convoys with 34 merchantmen sailed in the reverse journey. Remarkably, none of the ships were lost, and the greatest difficulty in getting the cargo into Soviet hands came at the end of the year when pack ice closed Archangel's port. The ships were directed to Murmansk, which had extremely poor port facilities. British tanks supplied to the Soviet Union consisted of the medium Valentine and heavy Matilda models, which did not compare favourably to the T-34 and the KV-1, but generally outperformed the older Soviet model tanks as well as the light T-60. Before British tanks could take their place at the front, a crash course training program was instituted at the Kazan Training Center with the first 20 Lend-Lease tanks. Some 1,600 Soviet personnel were trained in the operation of British tanks in courses lasting just 15 days. The Soviets complained about the small size of the 40mm 2-pounder gun, and there were even proposals to upgrade the Valentine to a 45mm and the Matilda to a 75mm main armament. Yet, probably due to the urgent need for armoured support at Moscow, these ideas came to nothing. The Soviets were also disappointed by the slow cross-country performance of the British tanks, which averaged only 24 km per hour. This was less than half of what the T-34 could manage, 51 km per hour, and also inferior to the far heavier KV-1, which managed 35 km per hour. Overall, British tanks were clearly not equal to the best Soviet models, but then the British did not have to engage these on the battlefield, and against the German Mark III and Mark IV panzers, the Valentines and Matildas compared more favourably. On another level, the battlefield success of British tanks on the Eastern Front in 1941 was probably less important than the boost they offered to Soviet morale, as well as the tangible commitment they represented to the newly forged alliance. While some 466 British tanks arrived in the Soviet Union during the course of 1941, only 27 American M3 light tanks reached Soviet shores in the same period, leaving Soviet officials to conclude, overall US deliveries are being conducted most unsatisfactorily. The Allied aircraft shipped to the Soviet Union in 1941 started arriving in September and were initially concentrated on the Vianga airfield, 27 kilometers northeast of Murmansk on the Barents Sea, where Soviet pilots were trained by elements of the accompanying British 151st Fighter Wing. The initial Dervish convoy carried Hawker Hurricanes and Curtiss Tomahawks, meaning both British and American fighters would be active on the Eastern Front in the autumn of 1941. For all that the Royal Air Force's Hurricane had achieved in the Battle of Britain, the fact remained that by the autumn of 1941 the aircraft was fast approaching obsolescence. The Hurricane was significantly slower than the better German fighters, Bf-109Es and Fs, and its machine guns fired small 7.7mm rounds that Soviet pilots joked were only good for spoiling the Germans' paint. Yet it was not all bad news for the Soviet pilots. Every Hurricane was equipped with a two-way radio, whereas only 1 in every 3 Soviet aircraft at the start of the war had a radio, and even then many only had receivers, not transmitters. Soviet planes were also plagued by poor-quality canopy transparencies, which meant Hurricanes, with their superior armoured glass, offered pilots much greater visibility and protection. Overall, however, the Hurricane was unpopular with Soviet pilots. It was marginally superior to the LAGG-3, but outclassed by the Yak-1 and the MiG-3. Nevertheless, the deficiencies of the aircraft did not stop a number of Soviet pilots from reaching the status of ace. Captain Sergei Kurzenkov completed 225 missions in his Hurricane, downing 12 German aircraft and destroying another 5 on the ground. He was awarded the title Hero of the Soviet Union on the 24th of July, 1943. The American Tomahawk was considered a solid and capable fighter by Soviet pilots. It was not quite the equal of the Yak-1 and MiG-3, or even the German Bf-109Es and Fs, but better than the Hurricane. It was extremely robust, capable of sustaining remarkable battle damage, and powerfully armed with 6 high-caliber machine guns. Drawbacks included a slower speed than the Bf-109s and sluggish performance at altitudes above 15,000 feet, although most aerial combat on the Eastern Front took place at low altitude. Lend-Lease planners also failed to provide sufficient spare parts for the Tomahawks, rendering many planes inoperable because rudimentary replacement parts were not available. While the first Soviet pilots began training in Tomahawks on the 15th of September, they were soon switched to the Moscow air defense zone and saw their first action on the 12th of October. Owing to its solid combat performance, the Tomahawk produced a higher share of fighter aces than the Hurricane. Petr Beliznik claimed 7 kills in the Battle of Moscow and another 4 at Stalingrad, becoming a hero of the Soviet Union on the 28th of April 1943, and ending the war with 26 individual or shared kills. Another Soviet pilot, Stepan Rednai, shot down 6 German planes in the Battle of Moscow and already had 21 individual or shared kills before his conversion to the Tomahawk. Rednai, however, was killed on the 17th of February 1942 when his Tomahawk suffered engine failure on takeoff and crashed. While the initial strength of the Grand Alliance was to no small extent forged on the back of Lend-Lease agreements, the Soviet Union was still shouldering the overwhelming weight of the war against Nazi Germany, and this quickly led to undercurrents of tension between London and Moscow. To Churchill's mind, he was already pushing the limits of what the Royal Navy could muster, while at the same time denying his Air Force and Army hundreds of replacement aircraft and tanks. Additionally, in the wake of the Anglo-Soviet occupation of Iran, on the 12th of October, Churchill, hoping to free up more units for the hard-pressed Red Army, offered to replace the 5 Soviet divisions on garrisoning duties with additional British troops. From the Soviet point of view, however, this indicated that there were clearly still limits on the British commitment to the war in the East, which tended to reinforce the idea, held by some in the Soviet government, that Britain was prepared to fight to the last Red Army soldier. Suspicions surrounded Churchill's offer in Iran, and the question was asked why, if the British were so eager to aid their ally, did they not send their additional forces directly to the Soviet southern front? Stalin also noted British reluctance to declare war on Finland, Romania and Hungary, which had all been fighting against the Soviet Union since the launch of Operation Barbarossa. Churchill was reluctant in the case of Finland and Romania, since both, initially at least, were waging wars of liberation to take back territory aggressively seized by the Soviets only the year before. There was also the consideration that once war was declared, these countries would be bound to Hitler, and the possibility of influencing them back towards the Allied camp would be forever lost. Yet Stalin interpreted British hesitancy as a lack of commitment to the alliance, which undermined his confidence, especially when the month before Churchill had utterly dismissed the prospect of launching a second front in Europe in 1941, and the North African front had been largely quiet since the failure of Britain's battle-axe offensive in June. Accordingly, when Churchill concluded his 12th of October telegram to Stalin with the insistent, "Words are useless to express what we feel about your vast, heroic struggle. We hope presently to testify by action," Stalin may well have felt a sense of bitter irony. Stafford Cripps, the British ambassador, now working from the reserve Soviet capital at Kuibyshev, was at pains to point out to Churchill how damaging the perception of British inaction was to Anglo-Soviet relations. Writing to the Prime Minister on the 26th of October, Cripps declared, "They, the Soviets, are now obsessed with the idea that we are prepared to fight to the last drop of Russian blood, and they interpret every action either from this point of view or else from the point of view that we are sitting back and resting while they are doing the fighting." Churchill justifiably took exception at being called out for inaction by the Soviets when they themselves had been, only 5 months before, Hitler's economic and political ally against an isolated Britain. Still, beyond the already vast commitments of the First Protocol, Churchill was not prepared to do more. Only in response to the rising clamour for British troops to be deployed to the Soviet Union, not just from the Soviet government, but supported by Cripps, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs Anthony Eden, and large sections of the British public, did Churchill concede to Oliver Lyttelton, Minister of State in the Middle East, that British troops might indeed have to be moved from the Mediterranean to the Eastern Front. As Churchill wrote Lyttelton, "I am confronted with Russian demands for a British force to take its place in the line on the Russian left flank at the earliest moment. It will not be possible, in the rising temper of the British people against what they consider our inactivity, to resist such a demand indefinitely." By late October, it was already clear that the Grand Alliance, in spite of agreement on the First Protocol at the start of the month, was going to have to overcome a number of new challenges, which would be complicated by old suspicions. Yet October 1941 was also an especially difficult time for the alliance. Stalin was worried he was about to lose Moscow, and the dire news from eastern Ukraine and Crimea only heightened his sense of urgency and frustration. At the same time, Churchill was irritated by the constant delays to the upcoming Crusader offensive in North Africa, and, having already given up so much to support the Red Army, he now feared Britain's own war effort might be compromised for the Soviet cause. In other words, the sudden tension in Anglo-Soviet relations was as much a result of the divisive issues themselves as the external circumstances in which the disputes were taking place. Neither nation, however, ever questioned the value of their alliance, nor did the discussions become acrimonious or hostile. Indeed, if the clouds hanging over the alliance in October had a silver lining, it was the closely guarded secret revealed by the Enigma decrypts, which indicated that Germany's Typhoon offensive was running out of steam. Even more encouraging were the buoyed hopes of U.S. belligerency, after news on the 17th of October that the USS Kearney had been torpedoed, with the death of 11 American sailors. This was followed on the 31st of October by the sinking of the USS Reuben James by another German torpedo, resulting in the loss of 115 sailors. Such incidents suggested the United States' entry into the war was only a matter of time, and, with Allied aid now flowing to the east, the mutual interdependency of the Grand Alliance proved superior to its difficulties. On the 10th of October, a BBC radio broadcast, picked up and recorded in Army Group Centre's war diary, reported on the Soviet defence of Moscow and concluded, "They are standing with their backs to the wall and are defending themselves as best they can, but behind this wall stands Great Britain with the United States of America." 8. Running on empty. Flogging the dead horse. Army Group Centre's stalled advance. On the 19th of October 1812, after having occupied Moscow for 34 days, beginning on the 15th of September, Napoleon began his long retreat from Russia, By this point, the French Emperor was already counting his losses while seeking to escape the dreaded effects of a Russian winter. On the 19th of October 1941, Hitler's armies were struggling east to reach Moscow, and they were still a long way from capturing it. Indeed, on the 20th of October, Schreck's 98th Infantry Division, one of the easternmost divisions in Bock's Army Group Centre, found a sign indicating it was still 69 kilometres short of its goal. At the same time, on a hill near Tarutino, the Germans passed a victory column commemorating Tsar Alexander's 1812 triumph over the French. For Bock's armies, opposed by stiffening resistance and viscous mud, the omens of a defeat on the road to Moscow were very much apparent. From his headquarters at Smolensk, Bock surveyed the deteriorating strength of his army group with increasing desperation. Only 10 days before, he had looked like the irresistible conqueror of Moscow, but the pendulum had swung. The army group was bogging down, and Bock was looking for any expedient to maintain his advance. He prepared an order instructing motorized units, which are paralyzed because of the road conditions, to give up their vehicles and be put together as infantry with limited artillery. Yet when Bock approached Brauchitsch for his consent, the commander-in-chief of the army wholly refused. In a telephone conversation on the following day, the 22nd of October, Brauchitsch, like so many in the German High Command, simply could not believe that things had reached such a low point that the very instruments of modern mobile warfare should simply be abandoned. Indeed, it appears Brauchitsch still held out hope for an improvement in the weather. The fact was that the German High Command had completely underestimated, and was continuing to do so, the all-pervasive nature of the Russian Rasputitsa. As the Chief of Staff of the Fourth Army, Blumentritt, observed, the reality of the Rasputitsa really had to be experienced to be truly understood. Writing of the October conditions after the war, Blumentritt explained, "We had anticipated this, the Rasputitsa, of course, for we had read about it in our studies of Russian conditions. But the reality far exceeded our worst expectations. It is hard to convey a picture of what it was like to anybody who had not actually experienced it. The infantryman slithers in the mud, while many teams of horses are needed to drag each gun forward. All wheeled vehicles sink up to their axles in the slime. Even tractors can only move with great difficulty. A large proportion of our heavy artillery was soon stuck fast, and was therefore unavailable for the Moscow battle. The quality of the mud may be understood when it is realized that even tanks and other tracked vehicles could only just get along, and were frequently and repeatedly mired. The strain that all this caused our already exhausted troops can perhaps be imagined." Certainly Bock, like many of the commanders at the front, had had a much sharper learning curve than the men of the OKH and OKW. Even Goebbels, who had previously expressed serious concerns about the seasonal conditions in the East and received daily military briefings detailing the problems, still refused to accept that the weather could prevent a German victory. Writing on the 21st of October, Goebbels noted, "We have to try to obtain victory even against the weather. That is indeed more difficult than we originally thought, but ultimately the war cannot be allowed to fail on account of weather." Indeed, weather was not the only factor impeding Bock's progress, and for this reason the post-war assertion that the bad October weather was Operation Typhoon's solitary Achilles' heel simply does not withstand examination. Zhukov was opposing Bock with everything at his disposal and bringing up his reserves in identical conditions. Indeed, Army Group Centre's overall conclusion on the 21st of October was that the Soviets were deploying every available unit to the front, and especially their artillery was again proving strong. There was also a constant appearance of mechanized units, and hastily dug fieldworks were being encountered everywhere. Not surprisingly, Army Group Centre's offensive was floundering. As Bock noted on the 21st of October, Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army and Reinhardt's Panzer Group III are essentially at a standstill. Indeed, Guderian had ceased his attacks towards Tula and was gathering strength for a new effort due to be launched on the 23rd of October. Reinhardt's forces in and around Kalinin, on the other hand, were under immense pressure just holding their positions against a vigorous Soviet counteroffensive launched by Konev's new Kalinin front. At the centre of Bock's front, Kluge's Fourth Army, with Herpner's Panzer Group 4, was still managing limited progress, but that evening Kluge emphasized to Bock the tremendous difficulty of any movement. Indeed, on the following day, the 22nd of October, Bock opened his diary entry with the blunt observation, "No significant progress anywhere." At Panzer Group 4, Herpner described, in a letter on the 19th of October, the joint problem of dreadful roads and stiffening enemy resistance. "Since 1310 I am still in the same place. As a result of the abysmal roads, we go forward slowly. In addition, the resistance of the Moscow defensive zone is very strong. The Russians have been able to deploy a division from the Far East in time. Then they have brought up 10 completely new tank brigades, which equals 1,000 tanks. It is astonishing. I have the toughest battles at Mozhaisk, because the strongest constructions and bravest defence are on the roads. Because of the roads, bypassing these causes progress to be slow." At Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps, on Herpner's northern flank, forward movement was constrained not only by bad roads and Soviet resistance, but also by lack of fuel, which, even before Bock's rebuff by the OKH, had resulted in orders for the forward battle groups to abandon their vehicles and proceed on foot. The only method of bringing up supplies was towing trucks with tractors. Even teamsters could hardly get their wagons through because the hooves of the horses sank so deeply into the mire. On one occasion, Bock observed for himself that a single gun was being hauled forward by a team of 24 horses. Across the front of the 46th Panzer Corps there were profound problems. By the 22nd of October, Vietinghoff had hoped he could at least use the tanks of Fane's 5th Panzer Division in the attack, but with only a quarter consignment of fuel, good for a 25-kilometre advance in good conditions, this was deemed impossible. On the same day, the 22nd of October, in the area of Major General Walter Scheller's 11th Panzer Division, a new concentration of some 100 Soviet tanks was reported. Additionally, Weil's 2nd Panzer Division reported constant attacks by Soviet planes and noted, "Fighters urgently necessary." The ground at nearby German airfields, however, had suffered from days of rain and had reached a point where the planes could no longer gather enough speed to take off. By the 26th of October, the war diary of Vietinghoff's Panzer Corps recounted a depressing picture of extraordinary hardship. As a result of renewed rains, the roads have reached a point of marshiness that is unknown in Central Europe. Even pannier wagons, which are widely used, are getting stuck on the most travelled roads. It sometimes happens that a horse sinks up to its neck in the mud and must be shot. On the advance route stand numerous trucks, some of which sit up to the body in the swamp so that they can no longer be pulled out by tractors or tanks. On the roads, only heavy tractors get through. The feared result for the overburdened supply traffic will be heavy fallouts. The corduroy roads, which are built over long distances, are after a short time already covered with 30 to 40 centimetres of watery mud that squeezes through the gaps between the logs. In many ways, Vietinghoff's corps, like all of Kluge's Fourth Army, was essentially pulling itself apart. The enormous strain of pushing the front forward only contributed to the distance which supplies and reinforcements had to travel. In the appalling conditions, motors failed, horses died of exhaustion, and men suffered untold hardships marching in the mud, freezing in the cold, attacking Soviet positions, and, if wounded, waiting for many hours or even days to reach aid stations. Even food was now becoming a scarce commodity, as the advance was too slow to continue the earlier practice of living off the land, and supply from the rear had all but ceased to function. To the south of Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps was Stummer's 40th Panzer Corps, which had recently battled its way through the heavily fortified Soviet line at Mozhaisk, sustaining heavy losses in the process. In a week of fighting, Bittrich's Das Reich suffered 1,242 casualties, including 270 killed, while Fischer's 10th Panzer Division took another 776 casualties, including 167 killed. Even after such gruelling combat, there could be no let-up in pursuing the enemy, and Stumme pushed his men forward in spite of the fact that on the 19th of October the war diary of the 40th Panzer Corps noted that the mass of the vehicles of the two motorized divisions are stuck. For most of the men, therefore, the advance continued on foot, as Obersturmführer Gunther Heissing wrote. These infantrymen, all with the same facial expression under their faded field caps, stamp silently through the mud, step by step to the east. The loamy liquid runs into the top of their boots. What does it matter? Their feet have been sopping wet for days anyway. Wet, too, are the trousers, which lie round their knees like cold compresses every night. The coats are also wet, smeared with clay. The only things dry and warm are the glimmering cigarette butts hanging from the corner of their mouths and their hearts pounding in their breasts. Not only had the advance slowed in tempo, but in contrast to the rapid strategic envelopments of early October, Stumme's Panzer Corps was largely bound to the Smolensk-Moscow highway, which meant the direction of his attacks was entirely predictable. Frontal assault still favoured the better trained and more experienced German forces, but the cost of battling through constantly recurring Soviet defensive lines for another 80 kilometres to Moscow was prohibitively high. On the 23rd of October, the 40th Panzer Corps' war diary listed the many difficulties of the attack. Bridges and roads were blown up to hinder movement, while the area was filled with very numerous numbers of mines, some even set with time-delayed fuses. The Soviets also began deploying multiple heavy tanks, Katyusha rocket launchers, and launching squadron-strength attacks by enemy fighters and bombers. Boris Baromykin, who fought the 40th Panzer Corps on the retreat from Borodino and the Mozhaisk defensive line, remembered after the war, "The Germans kept trying to finish us off. As we moved down the Smolensk-Moscow highway, their tanks were hard on our heels. But we resisted, doggedly. We frequently turned our guns and fired point-blank to beat off their pursuit. We counterattacked against their infantry. To slow the German advance, we set light to everything, so that the enemy would not have it. We were determined not to let them through." As Fischer's 10th Panzer Division and Bittrich's Das Reich repeatedly attempted to breach Soviet lines, the toll on their already depleted combat units was excessive. Towards the end of October, when Fischer reported his effective strength to Stumme, the corps commander is said to have exclaimed, "Good God, this is no more than a reinforced reconnaissance patrol." Höppner's 3rd Panzer Corps operating on the southern flank of Panzer Group 4 was Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps, with 2 panzer and 1 motorized infantry division. Having seized Maloyaroslavets on the 18th of October, Kunzen's spearhead, Knobeldorf's 19th Panzer Division, managed to advance another 30 kilometres to just outside the town of Kamenskoye, some 70 kilometres to Moscow. Here, however, the advance stopped, and would not move again in October. Knobelsdorff's 19th Panzer Division was acting alone, as Thommer's 20th Panzer Division, which was down to 34 tanks on the 16th of October, had been left in the rear to rest and refit. As Thommer's war diary summed up the problem, "The spirit is willing, but the truck is weak." At Kamenskoye, Knobelsdorff's division again encountered stiff Soviet resistance, as well as some of the most sunken roads in Army Group Centre. The war diary of Kunzen's 57th Panzer Corps noted that even tractors and tanks could not get through in some areas. By the 25th of October, the advance on Kunzen's front had been stalled for almost a week, but the Panzer Corps was at least now gaining support on the flanks from the continued arrival of infantry divisions from Kluge's Fourth Army. Any hope, however, for a renewal of the offensive was shattered, along with any lingering illusions about a defeated Soviet enemy, when the Western Front launched an offensive against Kluge's Southern Front. As Bock noted at Army Group Centre, the enemy has moved in new forces from Siberia and from the Caucasus, and has launched counterattacks on either side of the roads leading southwest from Moscow. The southern half of the Fourth Army, with a major element of its artillery delayed by the muddy roads, has been forced onto the defensive. The offensive was launched on both sides of Narofominsk, with Schroth's 12th Army Corps taking the heaviest losses on the 25th of October while being pushed back between 2 and 3 kilometres. By the end of the day, one company in the Corps was reported to have only 12 men left. On the following day, the 26th of October, the offensive expanded, requiring Kluge to order Schroth's 12th Army Corps, Felber's 13th Army Corps, and General of Infantry Friedrich Matterna's 20th Army Corps all over to the defensive. Kluge also committed his 2 reserve divisions, Lieutenant General Ernst Eberhard Hell's 15th Infantry Division and Major General Reichard Stempel's 183rd Infantry Division, to the fighting, and even asked Bock for the additional release of the Army Group Reserve. Hardest hit on the 26th of October was Schroeth's 98th Infantry Division, which was attacked by T-34s and KV-1 tanks, overrunning the front lines so quickly that a blockhouse containing a battalion staff was crushed, with the occupants inside. Only the commitment of the Panzer Regiment from Knobelsdorf's nearby 19th Panzer Division restored the situation. Yet the cost was dire. In the 290th Infantry Regiment, companies ended the day with strengths of just 20 men. Colonel Martin Gareis, commander of the 282nd Infantry Regiment on the 26th of October, recalled it as a black day. Moreover, he determined that this day will bring a decision, that the advance on Moscow will find its final end, and that the division's offensive momentum will be broken for long weeks to come. While the shattered remains of an infantry division certainly drove home the challenges of continuing the drive on Moscow, the fact remains that one did not need to await such disasters to determine that Bock's army group, far from seizing the Soviet capital, was crossing a dangerous Rubicon into being overextended, immobilized, and increasingly exposed to Soviet countermeasures. Moreover, only a trickle of supplies was now reaching the front, causing munition stocks to become dangerously low and forcing many soldiers to go hungry. As a sign of the extraordinary disconnect between the events at the front and the understanding of the High Command, Wagner, the Army Quartermaster General, noted in a letter on the 24th of October, "At the front it is going very well before Moscow. If the weather was better, even faster. We can be satisfied, and one hardly thinks that since the 2nd of October we have another 300 kilometres behind us." In fact, as early as the 4th of October, Panzer Group 4 had complained that only 50% of its motorized transport was still serviceable, and 4 days later Kluge's 4th Army had complained about the small number of fuel trains arriving in the rear area. Indeed, while the overall number of trains reaching the Eastern Front in September had proved inadequate, 2,093, there were even fewer in October, 1,860. Poor planning, operating difficulties, and low transport capacity meant that the October supply crisis was a preordained fact, exacerbated by the bad weather, but not caused by it. The extension of the front to the east strained resources even further, so that by the beginning of November, Army Group Centre required at least 32 trains a day just to meet its operating costs, but only 16 were arriving. With grossly insufficient supplies reaching the forward railheads, the Army Group then faced the secondary problem of moving the provisions they did get to the front. Part of the problem was the distance which supplies were being transported, because the railheads could not keep pace with the advance. Hell's 15th Infantry Division, for example, was receiving part of its supplies from as far back as Smolensk, some 350 kilometres from its current position. At the same time, Schroeth's 98th Infantry Division was transporting its munitions from between 300 and 400 kilometres in the rear. Even with the completion of the planned railhead to Vyazma, as of the 23rd of October, the front was still another 115 kilometres eastwards at its nearest point and 200 kilometres to Kalinin in the north. Even under normal circumstances, these were protracted distances, but in the prevailing conditions there could be no question of a workable supply system. Accordingly, although the German command refused to accept it, Operation Typhoon's drive on Moscow was largely doomed. Already at the front there were signs of real desperation. One soldier recalled, "There were many times in that first autumn when we had no bread for a few days at a time, and there was little that could be requisitioned or even bought from the civil population. Even the typically well-resourced Waffen-SS were suffering serious shortages. Günther Heissing from Das Reich noted, "Ammunition, fuel for our vehicles, and bread soon became as rare as gold. We could not even transport our wounded to safety." It even proved impossible to bring up a specially ordered field cot for Field Marshal Kluge. Many thousands of Army Group Centre's trucks, necessary to provide the bridge between box railheads and the front, began Operation Typhoon with extremely limited lifespans. Many functioned only because of highly provisional repairs or were hybrid trucks, rebuilt and maintained from whatever parts could be improvised or fitted from other vehicles or machinery. The reliability of such trucks, heavily weighed down with supplies and travelling long distances over bad roads, was exceptionally poor. Indeed, many of the vehicles that were having to be pulled along on the sunken roads would not have moved much faster on dry roads. An assessment of the vehicles belonging to one unit in Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps showed that some models in service were completely unsuited for the East, with more than 50% at any one time in the repair station. More worryingly, with movement now dependent on tractors for pulling the trucks through the marshiest areas, the result showed a very heavy fallout rate in the tractor fleet. Of the 40 vehicles used for this purpose, by the 20th of October only 4 or 5 were still operational. The inability of the Army to provide replacement parts was one of the biggest problems for the repair crews, which, given the culture of self-sufficiency practiced on the Eastern Front since the summer months, saw, in extreme instances, trucks being dispatched all the way back to Germany to procure necessary parts. The real secret to the continued mobility of many units on the Eastern Front was their relentless seizure of captured Soviet equipment, especially in the aftermath of major battles such as Vyazma and Bryansk. As Georg Lehrmann recalled, his unit quickly learned new lessons to help retain their mobility. "We were told by another division, if your vehicles won't work, try to find Russian tanks. And so we went off to find some. There were enough of them lying around. When we found tanks that were not burned out, we stacked up sticks of dynamite to blow out the drive shaft where the gun was mounted and used these to tow the other vehicles. We had 10-ton tractors to tow the artillery guns, and we used these as recovery vehicles. There were so many abandoned Russian tanks that other divisions were able to fetch their own. We knew exactly where they were, and in this way we managed to drag ourselves out of the mud. But it was a tremendous effort." Another German soldier reported on the 17th of October that his unit came across 300 abandoned Soviet trucks and took a few with them. However, he also added, "In this weather, they too do not get any further." Gottlob Biedermann noted the unofficial lines of supply that sustained many units as the troops learned to live from the land and from captured enemy resources. Captured Soviet trucks may have helped slow the rate of demotorization within the Ostheer, but neither these seizures nor the limited deliveries of new trucks from Germany could arrest the absolute decline in vehicle numbers on the Eastern Front. From a starting total of 600,000 vehicles at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, the Ostheer was down to just 75,000 serviceable vehicles by mid-November 1941. Even as Herpner's Panzer Group 4 became stuck in the autumn mire, it was still the most formidable panzer formation on the Eastern Front. Losses at the Battle of Vyazma had been minimal. Fane's 5th Panzer Division, for example, had lost just 2 Mark II and 6 Mark III tanks by the 14th of October. Yet, with a combined total of some 780 tanks at the opening of Operation Typhoon, Herpner's subsequent drive east was especially demanding in fuel consumption. There were also the inevitable fallout rates resulting from the 100-kilometre advance from Vyazma, as well as the heavy losses sustained during the frontal attacks against the Mozhaisk defensive line. By the 24th of October, Fischer's 10th Panzer Division had a strength of 92 tanks, 44 of which were Mark I or Mark IIs, and had lost 40 tanks in the fighting. At the same time, Weil's 2nd Panzer Division had total losses of 13 tanks and 40 were out of service, leaving 149 operational panzers. Scheller's 11th Panzer Division had total losses of 64 tanks, 45 were out of service, and another 90 were operational. Thoma's 20th Panzer Division, which by the 25th of October had been resting and refitting for a week, was up to 65 operational tanks. Thus, it was not for want of raw firepower that Hoepner's panzer group could not drive forward, and, given that tracked vehicles were still largely mobile on the main roads leading to Moscow, it was not the Rasputitsa preventing their use. Rather, it was the inability of the army to supply them with fuel and munitions. There were too few trains arriving at the railheads, and even the inadequate quantities that were being delivered could not be transported to the front by the army group's immobilized gross transport tram. The heavy rains and thick mud were therefore preventing movement in both a direct and an indirect manner. Even the arduous process of towing the fuel and supply trucks to the front was a self-defeating process, as one soldier explained. Engineers, flak and tank regiments send their heavy tracked vehicles to the rear in order to put them in front of supply vehicles and tow them forward. But it is all to no avail. The fuel brought forward in this manner is just enough to supply the towing detachments. In many ways, maintaining the advance to Moscow was a vicious circle of cause and effect that undercut many of Hoepner's best efforts. Moving supplies required trucks. The trucks needed roads. The roads required tracked vehicles, and the tracked vehicles needed fuel. Yet none of these problems were able to be solved any time soon. As Wilhelm Prüller observed, "Everything is grey, dark, and impenetrable. The whole of Russia is sunk in mud." Likewise, Albert Neuhaus noted in a letter on the 27th of October, "You cannot imagine what kind of difficulties we have to overcome. We have to wade through muck almost to the knee, and then you have to imagine the vehicles, and especially the heavy vehicles." While Hoepner's panzer group was stalled well short of Moscow, in the north, Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3 was fighting desperately at Kalinin. Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps was almost completely encircled, as attacks by Konev's Kalinin front pressed in from all sides. Reinhardt's other corps, Charles' 56th Panzer Corps, had been delayed much longer at the Battle of Vyazma and was now struggling north on the bad roads to assist Kirchner with a battle group formed from Landgraf's 6th Panzer Division. An even smaller advanced detachment had left for Kalinin on about the 13th of October and arrived in the city on the 16th of October. Yet the battle group's progress was hardly much faster than that of the marching infantry. Gerhard von Bruch, who took part in the march, wrote on the 20th of October, "More and more time is being lost, and we are suffering endless halts. During the day the snow thaws somewhat. In the night it freezes again, and fresh snow sweeps over the flat countryside." He then concluded, "Was it merely an illusion that we would be able to defeat this Russian colossus in just a few months?" Major General Erhard Raus, a brigade commander in the 6th Panzer Division, wrote of the autumn conditions, "Motor vehicles broke down with clutch or motor trouble, horses became exhausted and collapsed, roads were littered with dead draft animals, few tanks were serviceable, trucks and horse-drawn wagons bogged down." Charles' 56th Panzer Corps also commanded Funk's 7th Panzer Division, which sent at least one of its grenadier regiments north to Kalinin, but the bulk of the division, including the Panzer Regiment, remained resting and refitting at Vyazma until the 25th of October. When at last the division did depart for the north, it found the roads extremely hard going, and a letter from Karl Fuchs, a tanker in the division's Panzer Regiment, indicates just how hard movement was. Writing on the 26th of October, Fuchs explained, "Rain, rain, nothing but rain. The countryside looks like an endless grey swamp. The roads, at least what's left of them, have become totally impassable. Even walking has become a feat. It is very difficult to stay on your feet. That's how slippery it is." By the following day, the 27th of October, an entry in the war diary of Panzer Group 3 stated that no less than 50% of the 25th Panzer Regiment, belonging to the 7th Panzer Division, had already fallen out as a result of the roads and conditions. While Charles' Panzer Corps played almost no role in the fighting at Kalinin until the very end of the month, by the 20th of October, Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps had been in uninterrupted battle for 17 days, and with Soviet pressure increasing, there was no sign of relief. On the 21st of October, Kröger's 1st Panzer Division was still on the northern bank of the Volga, some 10 kilometers from Kalinin, and was fighting its way back to the city after being cut off during its abortive advance on Torzhok. The divisional war diary noted that the condition of the men gave cause for serious worries, and that the division was attempting to get back over the Volga without too many material losses. Yet Kröger's division had been devastated in the fighting. On the 14th of October, the 1st Panzer Division had 79 serviceable tanks, but by the 21st of October, that figure had shrunk to just 24. 2 days, the 23rd of October, later, it was reported that a further 8 tanks had been lost, 4 to enemy action, and 4 blown up to avoid capture after breaking down. At the same time, the division reported having lost 765 men and 45 officers between the 13th and 20th of October. Losing more than 800 men in just a week was serious enough, but since the 22nd of June 1941, the division had lost 265 officers, from a starting complement of 387, and 4,935 non-commissioned officers and men. As Hans Rötiger, the Chief of Staff of the 41st Panzer Corps, noted, due to the heavy Russian pressure against the road, Mednoye-Kalinin, Mednoye is a village halfway to Torzhok, the 1st Panzer Division had to confine its withdrawal to a very narrow strip along the northern bank of the Volga. As a result, a great number of men, and particularly materiel, was lost. The defensive perimeter around Kalinin was held by Golnick's 36th Motorized Infantry Division, the withdrawn remnants of Kröger's 1st Panzer Division, and Krause's Lehr Brigade 900, which had also taken part in the drive to Torzhok, an advanced detachment from the 6th Panzer Division, and a newly arrived advanced detachment from Major General Stefan Rittau's 129th Infantry Division. Helmut Pabst, whose unit reached Kalinin on the 23rd of October, wrote in a letter the following day, "Since last night we have been in Kalinin. It was a tough march, but we made it. We're the 1st Infantry Division here. We marched up the road which stretches into this bridgehead like a long arm, without much covering on either flank. The bridgehead must be held for strategic and propaganda purposes. The road bears the stamp of war, destroyed and abandoned equipment, tattered and burnt-out houses, enormous bomb craters, the pitiful remains of men and animals." The situation was frequently desperate, as Konev's Kalinin front launched relentless assaults and carried them out, according to Hans Rötiger, without regard to casualties. One captured Soviet officer claimed Stalin had demanded the retaking of Kalinin by the 27th of October, or else the commanding officer, presumably Konev, would be shot. Earlier in the month, Stalin had considered having Konev shot for the debacle at Vyazma, making such a threat not beyond the realm of possibility. But Kalinin was not retaken by the stated date, and Konev was not shot. However, if true, it says much about Stalin's method of motivation. By the 22nd of October, 9th Army reported to Army Group Center that unless Soviet forces to the south and southeast of the city could be pushed back, Kalinin could not be held indefinitely, and certainly no further offensives could be undertaken. This, however, conflicted with Hitler's latest thinking, which Kesselring had expressed to Bock the day before, the 21st of October. Not only was Hitler still envisaging an offensive from Kalinin, but rather than the 60-kilometre advance to Torzhok, which had in any case proved beyond Kirchner's corps, the dictator was now proposing an advance to the northeastern town of Bezhetsk, some 110 kilometres away. Bock was flabbergasted. "We are pushed back to Kalinin. First, we must hold Kalinin. I have always remarked that this will be the bloody wound of the 9th Army." On the 23rd of October, Bock discussed his orders for the 9th Army with Halder at the OKH. The Army Group headquarters had not yet received instructions from Hitler demanding an advance towards Bezhetsk, so Bock insisted his first priority was to eliminate Soviet forces striking across the Volga and secure Kalinin from the south. Bock, however, then reiterated his desire for another offensive towards Torzhok. By the 25th of October, Soviet tanks south of Kalinin, far from abating, were striking with renewed vigour across the Volga from the west. Bock, on the other hand, took some heart from the fact that 2 corps from the Ninth Army, General of Engineers Otto Wilhelm Förster's 6th Army Corps and General of Infantry Albrecht Schubert's 23rd Army Corps, were still making some progress towards Torzhok from the south. Yet these were still some 40 kilometres from the town, and Schubert's corps reported on the following day, the 26th of October, that even its horse-drawn vehicles were now stuck in mud up to 1 metre deep. On the 26th of October, Hitler met with Brauchitsch to discuss plans for renewed offensive on Bock's flanks. Hitler appeared to think Kluge's Fourth Army could operate without Herpner's Panzer Group 4 before Moscow, in spite of the fact that their combined attack had been stopped in the south and slowed to a crawl in the north. However, Hitler wanted action on the wings, and in the north his thoughts turned again to Bezhetsk. This time he determined that the primitive roads would not support motorized units, so that the advance would have to be undertaken by the infantry of Strauss's Ninth Army. At the same time, Strauss would also have to ensure that Kalinin was defended from the west. Meanwhile, Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3 and Herpner's Panzer Group 4 would be combined for a new operation towards Yaroslavl-Rybinsk, some 250 kilometers northeast of Kalinin. Army Group Centre was requested to provide information on the logistical feasibility of the proposed operations, to which Bock added the precautionary note in his diary, "I promised to examine the situation on the northern wing, but pointed out that at the moment an advance by motorized forces, in the strategic sense, was out of the question, as they were all buried up to their axles in the mud." Yet, in contrast to Bock's previous protests about Kalinin being the Ninth Army's bleeding wound, not to mention the state of the roads and the great distances, Bock suddenly evinced a degree of support for Hitler's ideas. Continuing in his diary entry for the 26th of October, Bock wrote, "If I am to advance on Bezhetsk, whether with infantry or with tanks, I first have to have Torzhok and have to screen my left flank. I will examine whether it is possible to force 2 armoured groups northeast between Moscow and the Volga and supply them." Halder replied that he didn't think it would work, but we have to reach the area of Rybinsk and of Yaroslavl somehow in order to eliminate the enemy northeast of this line for the continuation of the war in the coming year. If the hubris inherent in German strategic planning allowed many of the ultimate flaws in Operation Barbarossa to pass unnoticed and unattended, Operation Typhoon confirmed that the same men had learned little from the previous 4 months of campaigning in the East. The day-to-day situation reports at Kalinin, the Soviet attacks, the shortage of German supplies, the difficulty of movement, simply cannot be reconciled with the strategic discussions taking place within the German High Command. Even if one contends that Hitler and the generals of the OKW and the OKH remained somewhat insulated from the daunting reality of the autumn conditions in the East, it was Bock who insisted on seizing Torzhok and then somehow reaching the area of Rybinsk and Yaroslavl. Even Halder, who harboured his own wildly optimistic illusions about what Army Group Centre could achieve, considered the new plans doubtful. And all this was taking place independently of the faltering drive on Moscow, as well as the other far-fetched offensive in the Army Group South. If the battles of Vyazma and Bryansk provide the mainstays of Operation Typhoon's success, they may paradoxically have also fed the hubris which provided for its ultimate failure. When Reinhardt's Panzer Group 3 caught wind of the plans under discussion within the High Command, there was thinly disguised exasperation. The supply of Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps at Kalinin was proving demanding enough without the prospect of extending operations, especially given the current state of the roads. To make the point absolutely clear, the Panzer Group reported the fuel reserves of each division and how far these could reach in the current road conditions. The 1st Panzer Division could only travel a maximum of 20 kilometres, while the 36th Motorised Infantry Division and the 129th Infantry Division could travel at best 30 kilometres. The mass of Landgraf's 6th Panzer Division was still well south of Kalinin and had enough fuel to travel only 60 kilometres, which would not even take it all the way to the city. Funk's 7th Panzer Division was the closest to the rear area supply dumps and therefore had fuel for up to 180 kilometres, but this would only take it as far as Kalinin. Even independent of practical considerations, such as the strength of Konev's Kalinin front, which did not feature in the discussions of the High Command, there was simply no fuel for deep operational thrusts. Supplies of munitions were similarly affected, stockpiles were very low, and limiting German defensive fire in and around Kalinin. Food supplies had been exhausted for some days, and by the 25th of October the Luftwaffe took to throwing bread from low-lying aircraft. As Reinhardt wrote of his Panzer Group's supply status in the second half of October, "As a result of the weather, it was almost impossible to supply the troops in and around Kalinin even with the most basic battle and food requirements. He who has not undergone it cannot imagine what kind of experience every movement by roads demands from mid-October to the beginning of November, even on the so-called good roads. What was achieved in this time, especially by the drivers, to bring up supplies for hundreds of kilometers through the mud and slow sludge was astonishing. In the end, only the pannier columns and sometimes boats on the Volga remained to bring up the most important goods." While the pannier columns constituted the most effective form of transportation, the Panzer Group's war diary also made it clear that for an advance to Bezhetsk there was no satisfactory possibility for the use of pannier vehicles. Clearly, the disconnect between the German High Command and the conditions on the ground considerably undermined the chances of Typhoon's continuing success. In the aftermath of the battles at Vyazma and Bryansk, the scope of operations needed to be reduced and given a clear central focus. Even so, with ground conditions proving so problematic, the effort invested had to be balanced with the projected gains, which could by no means be guaranteed, especially with stiffening Soviet resistance. The fighting at Kalinin was a good example. The city had been seized by a bold advance exploiting the breach in the Soviet lines north of Vyazma, but retaining control of the city was bleeding Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps white and requiring more and more strength from Strauss's 9th Army to hold. The bloody urban fighting on the banks of the Volga, which famously destroyed the German 6th Army in 1942 to 1943, was actually prefaced in 1941 by another urban battle on the banks of the same river. While the Battle of Stalingrad doomed Army Group South's Operation Blue in 1942, in 1941 Kalinin was doing much the same for Army Group Centre's Operation Typhoon. The Last Charge. Guderian's Drive on Tula. The difficulties of Army Group Centre may have unconsciously bypassed the German High Command, but Goebbels' propaganda ministry had a purposeful role in overstating the case for Moscow's fall, as well as touting the impending victory of the Ostier. Indeed, since Hitler was a keen follower of Goebbels' weekly newsreels, it is not too much to suggest that the dictator was quite literally influenced by his own propaganda. Certainly, the SD report showed that much of the German population was still expecting decisive results in the very near future. The penetration of the Mozhaisk defense line, together with the news that the Soviet government and foreign diplomatic missions had fled the capital, inspired even more confidence. On the 23rd of October, the latest SD reports read, "The battle in the middle section of the Eastern Front is followed with eagerness. The declaration of Moscow being in a state of siege, the departure of the diplomatic corps, and the flight of the Soviet government to Samara have reinforced the opinion of the population that Moscow is already strongly threatened and the conquest of the Russian capital lies in the not-too-distant future." This, of course, was hardly in keeping with the events at the front, and the radio fanfare trumpeting the victorious march to Moscow was received by many of the troops with mockery and disgust. One lieutenant taking part in the drive on Tula wrote home on the 25th of October about the hurrah patriotism on the home front, which he said sounded like the work of a radio play or a propaganda company, and to which one can only shake the head. Guderian had postponed the 2nd Panzer Army's drive on Tula until the 23rd of October in order to bring up supplies, which were moving no better in his area. Heinrizi, the commander of the 43rd Army Corps, which was pushing towards Tula from the west, wrote to his family on the 23rd of October that trucks required 36 hours to travel 35 kilometers. He also noted that the roads were strewn with dead horses and broken-down trucks, which resulted not only from the strain brought on by the conditions, but also by half-metre-deep craters in the road which were filled with water, disguising their depth. Heinrizi also confirmed that the pannier columns formed the basis of all movement, but added that running supplies for distances of 100 to 120 kilometres each way was hardly feasible. Given such difficulties, it is not surprising that on the 23rd of October, Guderian's spearhead 3rd Panzer Division was complaining that the attack could not go ahead on account of a shortage of fuel. Yet Guderian was adamant, and Schweppenberg's 24th Panzer Corps was ordered onto the offensive. The first obstacle was crossing the Zusha River northwest of Mtensk, which commenced in preliminary operations on the night of the 22nd to 23rd of October. The attack was driven forward, meeting costly resistance from Soviet infantry and T-34 tanks. Minefields were another problem, so German tanks followed as closely as possible to the tracks of the sacrificial lead vehicle. This thankless task was assigned to the small Mark I tanks, which soon suffered losses. It took until the 25th of October to capture the town of Chern, just 28 kilometres northeast of Mtensk, and another 95 kilometres to Tula. Nevertheless, Guderian was at last moving forward after being halted for almost 2 weeks at Mtensk. He had also broken the main Soviet defensive line south of Tula and was now battling bad roads, blown bridges, minefields, and fuel shortages as much as the sporadic appearance of the Red Army. Corduroy roads had to be built for long distances to maintain movement, and the spearhead was now reordered into a battle group led by Colonel Heinrich Eberbach. As Guderian recalled, the strength of the advancing units was less dependent on the number of men than on the amount of petrol on hand to keep them going. Yet Eberbach also adopted Soviet tactics and had a battalion of Hörnlein's infantry regiment Grossdeutschland ride on the tanks, while the Luftwaffe prioritized the battle group with close air support. Transport planes were also able to fly enough fuel to Chern to refill the equivalent of 2 panzer regiments. By the 27th of October, Eberbach's battle group had taken Plavsk, some 36 kilometres northeast of Chern, and was still pushing forward faster than Soviet defences could be organised to stop it. It was a remarkable achievement given the seasonal conditions, but made possible by advancing almost entirely on the main Oryol-Tula-Moscow road, which allowed enough movement to maintain momentum. The late October weather also included some light frosts and a brief reprieve from the continual rain soaking the ground. By the 29th of October, Eberbach's lead tanks had driven to within 5 kilometres of Tula and attempted to seize the city directly off the march, as Oryol had been taken at the start of the month. Yet at Tula, Soviet defences had been prepared, and the German advance was stopped by strong anti-tank and anti-aircraft fire, which inflicted heavy losses on Eberbach's advance detachment. The result of Eberbach's advance had no doubt been impressive, but Tula was to prove the high watermark of Guderian's autumn advance. Model's 3rd Panzer Division was at the end of its fuel supplies, and, given the additional distance to the railhead, there could be no question of a speedy replenishment. Moreover, the division's 6th Panzer Regiment retained just 40 serviceable tanks. At the same time, Soviet resistance at Tula benefited from being much closer to its sources of supply. Tula was also a major population centre with more than 250,000 inhabitants, and was supported by a heavy armaments industry that was able to service and supply the defending Soviet 50th Army directly from its factories. Beyond the immediate situation on the ground, the strategic implications of Guderian's drive to Tula increased the pressure on Moscow, but not greatly. Tula was still 175 kilometres south of Moscow, and Soviet opposition, organised by the Bryansk front, had been weakened by losses sustained in the encirclements around Bryansk, but not destroyed. There was little that could be expected from the battered and badly depleted divisions, many with as few as 3,000 men, but Eberbach's battle group was itself barely of regimental strength. Additionally, just as Eberbach finally reached Tula, the defending Soviet 50th Army began to receive sizable reinforcements from Soviet reserves. Guderian's offensive had reached its culminating point, which, as Clausewitz determined it, was the point at which the strength of the attack was superseded by the power of the defence. Indeed, the drive to Tula was in many ways the last whirlwind of Army Group Centre's Typhoon. Yet this was not the conclusion drawn by the German High Command, which only saw evidence that attacks could indeed be pushed long distances even in the appalling conditions. Even before Guderian launched his drive on Tula, the Army High Command was pushing Bock for offensives towards Kursk in the south, Moscow in the centre, and, most recently, Bezhetsk in the north. Bock was extremely sceptical and told Halder on the 23rd of October that given the circumstances he could not sustain 3 separate offensives in 3 different directions. As Bock concluded, "If I extend myself in all 3 directions, the attack on Moscow will have to suffer." Yet only the day before, the 22nd of October, Brauchitsch had inquired as to Bock's opinion on a new operation in the south towards the city of Voronezh with Kempf's 48th Panzer Corps. At this time, Kempf's only panzer division, Hubicki's 9th, was stalled about 85 kilometres northwest of its current objective at Kursk, and by the 24th of October, its 33rd Panzer Regiment was down to just 11 serviceable tanks. Brauchitsch's proposed offensive to Voronezh, an idea which originated with Hitler, would entail an advance of 285 kilometres linear distance to the southeast. Not surprisingly, Bock rejected the idea, since the fighting strengths of the armoured and motorised divisions were only those of regiments, and finally that the corps would become stuck in the mud east of Kursk just as it presently was west of the town. Yet Bock's advice was disregarded, and 2 days later, on the 24th of October, Army Group Centre received orders to restructure its southern forces and drive on Voronezh as soon as possible. Hitler was hardly opposed to overruling his field commanders and remained utterly convinced of his own infallibility. On the night of the 21st to the 22nd of October, he told his inner circle, "A war leader is what I am against my own will. If I apply my mind to military problems, that's because, for the moment, I know that nobody would succeed better at this than I can." With such conceited bravado, and not a word of dissent from the submissive generals of the OKW, Hitler's self-deception went unchallenged. Moreover, since the August showdown with the generals of the OKH, Hitler had completely cowed Brauchitsch, who had lost any stomach for further conflict and preferred to ferry messages and pass on any objections rather than make them himself. Halder, on the other hand, was a stronger character, but was also infected by the allure of sweeping victories built on the back of successes at Vyazma and Bryansk. Thus it came down to Bock, whose rejections and excuses suggested only a lack of the necessary fortitude to overcome the difficulties and force the operations through with resourcefulness and ardent determination. Indeed, having seen his well-founded objections to the Voronezh operation overruled, may well have influenced Bock's later decision not to oppose the outlandish proposal to drive Reinhardt's Panzer Group III all the way north to Yaroslavl. On this occasion, the Field Marshal argued that the first objective should be the much closer town of Torzhok, which he may well have calculated would present enough of a challenge. With the authorization of the Voronezh operation, Army Group Centre's southern wing was reorganized to provide forces for 2 simultaneous offensives at Tula and Voronezh. Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army was stripped of Kempf's 48th Panzer Corps, Weiger's 34th Army Corps, and Kempfer's 35th Army Corps, and handed to Weich's 2nd Army to direct operations in the south. Uncharacteristically, Guderian appears to have accepted the loss of these forces from his Panzer Army, which may suggest he had his own doubts about the wisdom of the operation, or simply that he had his hands full with the battle to reach Tula. In any case, Weich's 2nd Army was now tasked with reaching the general line Kursk to Malakhangelsk, some 90 kilometres away, and then pushing on to Voronezh. Bock accepted the decision with bitter resignation, and commented in his diary on the 25th of October, "The splitting apart of the army group, together with the frightful weather, has caused us to be bogged down. As a result, the Russians are gaining time to bring their shattered divisions back up to strength and bolster their defence, especially since they have most of the rail lines and roads around Moscow. That is very bad." Yet, as bad as things were, the self-inflicted wound of the German High Command's strategic mismanagement was by no means over. On the 26th of October, while Guderian's Panzer Army was still straining every effort to reach Tula, new information reached Bock's headquarters from Heusinger at the OKH that new discussions had taken place between Hitler and Brauchitsch, in which the dictator expressed the opinion that Tula should no longer be Guderian's objective. After 3 days on the offensive, Hitler thought it best that Guderian be halted, turned around, and directed back to the south to assist Weichs in capturing Voronezh. Hitler's reasoning, according to Heusinger, was twofold. On the one hand, the Panzer Army's lack of bridging equipment prevented it from crossing the many streams and rivers on Guderian's northern course. On the other hand, Hitler apparently believed that the right wing of Kluge's Fourth Army, which was now on the defensive and committing all its reserve just to hold its positions, still possessed the strength to take over Guderian's task of enveloping Moscow from the south. Bock was aghast, and even though no formal order had arrived instructing Bock to halt Guderian's attack, the commander of Army Group Centre immediately called Halder and told him, "I have no idea what the objective of the 2nd Panzer Army's departure for Voronezh is. It is essential at Tula and farther northeast. The situation is such that the southern half of 4th Army between the Oka River and the highway has been forced onto the defensive by the increasingly strong enemy. Relief for the 4th Army and a possible resumption of the attack can only come through a continuation of the Panzer Army's advance through Tula to the northeast. Turning this army is unjustifiable." Halder claimed to agree with Bock. However, late on the following day, the 27th of October, an order arrived from the OKH instructing Army Group Centre to halt Guderian's advance. Bock at once tried to contact Halder, but could only reach Heusinger. The commander of Army Group Centre was in utter disbelief and protested the order to the point of insubordination. As Bock regarded the decision, halting the Panzer Army means ceasing the attack on the entire Army Group front. Bock again restated all the reasons against such a move, and then, in an extraordinary act of defiance for the Field Marshal, he refused point-blank to pass on the order. Writing in his diary, Bock declared, "If the Army Command wants to do it, it will have to tell the Panzer Army itself. The advance by the Panzer Army, including its infantry corps, has been started through unspeakable effort, and after overcoming great difficulties. If I now order it to halt, they will think me mad." Certainly there was a degree of madness in the dithering German strategy and the almost daily improvisation of new plans, none of which reflected an understanding of the conditions confronting Army Group Centre. The emotional strain this placed on Bock, in addition to the already enormous demands of the campaign, only added to his burden. During the course of the night of the 27th to the 28th of October, 2 more telegrams arrived at Army Group Centre, both insisting that Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army be halted, but Bock stubbornly refused to pass them on. Finally, on the afternoon of the 28th of October, the OKH sent an order consenting to 2nd Panzer Army's continued drive on Tula so as not to lose time. Although Bock did not record a response to this new development, what the Field Marshal must have made of yet another about-face in the orders of his superiors one can only imagine. Bock did, however, allude to the difficulties over the question of Voronezh between Hitler and the OKH. Yet there seems little chance that Hitler would allow himself to be prevented from turning Guderian around by the opposition of Halder or Brauchitsch at the OKH. It is therefore much more likely that Hitler was simply won over by Guderian's surprisingly good progress towards Tula. Whatever the case, it stands as a telling indictment of the conduct of the German High Command that the only offensive on Bock's front to make good progress against both the resurgent Red Army and the awful conditions was almost halted by internal wrangling and strategic indecision. While the meddling of the High Command and their insistence on operations on the flanks acted as an extrinsic brake on Bock's operations, combat losses proved an intrinsic restraint. In the month of October, the Ostheer lost another 41,099 men killed, while total losses for the period up to the 6th of November came to a staggering 686,108 casualties. In straightforward terms, 1 in every 5 men who entered the Soviet Union on the 22nd of June 1941 was now a casualty, and the dangerous winter period was yet to begin. Indeed, in the fourth quarter of 1941, the Ostier's daily rate of loss would equal 1,300 men killed every day. A letter from Lieutenant General Kurt Hiemer, commanding the 46th Infantry Division, noted that stiff Soviet resistance had resulted in his combat battalions being reduced to between 180 and 200 men. Hiemer then explained the difficult nature of the fighting. The Russians are resisting with unparalleled tenacity. Strong point after strong point has to be captured individually. As often as not, we can't get them out even with flamethrowers, and we have to blow the whole thing to bits. Similarly, Ernst Kern noted that on the 15th of October, our recently reinforced company had shrunken to a miserable small group. The battle for this village had cost us 40 lives. Helmut Günther, who served in Das Reich, recalled both the high losses and the absence of reinforcements. We drew ever closer to the Russian capital. The recent fighting had again demanded its tribute. Our outfit was noticeably smaller. There was no thought of replacements. What became clear in the second half of October was that even after the heavy fighting at such major battles as Vyazma and Bryansk, Army Group Centre was continuing to shed large numbers of men in countless smaller encounters on the Mozhaisk line, around Kalinin, and on the approaches to Kursk and Tula. Moreover, Operation Typhoon's victorious battles and advancing armies came at a cost that was seldom appreciated in the plans and objectives of the German command. As one regimental commander from the hard-pressed 98th Infantry Division questioned, "Does one above know the magnitude of the infantry's steady losses of strength from July to October?" Certainly the Soviets had a sense of what was happening and did their best to exploit it with their propaganda. One airdropped Soviet leaflet depicted the Eastern Front as a giant skull surrounded by fire into which a column of German troops marched. Nor was such a dramatization a long way from the truth. Bock noted in his diary on the 30th of October that throughout the army group there were more than 20 battalions under the command of lieutenants. Even veteran soldiers were expressing shock at the number of dead. Horst Langer wrote in his diary on the 7th of October, "My tent mate came back yesterday from a car ride to the front, 25 kilometres away, and told me full of shock, as far as that is still possible, how our dead are lying there." 2 weeks later, a letter from Kurt Mietke to his wife stated that he had to stand guard at a post where 2,000 men were buried. But that cannot shock us anymore. One gets used to it. Another German soldier simply stated, "Russia, the grave of our youth." Part of the reason for the high October death toll was the fact that many of the wounded could not be transported quickly back to aid stations and then on to field hospitals. Ingeborg Ochsenknecht, a German nurse serving in a field hospital behind Army Group Centre in October 1941, noted, "The dressings were full of dirt that stuck to the wounds, the stench of rotting flesh, the maggots which had spread around under a plaster cast, the cries of pain from the soldiers. That was hell." Not only did it take an inordinate amount of time to get the wounded back to the hospitals, but German medical services behind the Eastern Front were uniformly under-equipped and poorly resourced. Each division had just 2 medical companies and 1 field hospital, which often could not cope with the deluge of wounded in periods of heavy fighting. Max Kunert recalled, "The worst was always the pitiful sight of the wounded. Medicaments and bandages were getting short in supply. It was simply indescribable, not only to see, but to hear their groans, and, even worse, transportation was just too difficult, and carrying the wounded sometimes did more harm than good, especially when they had internal injuries. We tried very hard to get straw or anything to bed them down on, to protect them from the sleet and snow. Several tarpaulins were erected to make a first aid tent, but I'm afraid that was in no way sufficient. I could not but admire the field doctors. They worked inexhaustibly in atrocious conditions, and seemingly without sleep or even rest." The wounded were tagged according to 3 categories relating to their transportation. 2 red stripes on the tag meant not transportable, 1 red stripe meant transportable, and no red stripes placed the man among the walking wounded. In the October conditions, many German soldiers regarded it as a death sentence when a comrade was wounded at the front and immediately issued a tag with 2 red stripes. Severe wounds could only be treated with first aid, and with no possibility of transporting the man to the rear, he usually died of his injuries. Aid stations were extremely rudimentary. There were no sterilized instruments and no gloves, so hands were washed in alcohol. The emphasis was on speed, patching up the wounds as quickly as possible and getting the men back to hospitals for their operations. Stomach wounds were often the most serious cases, requiring immediate surgery. At the field hospitals, the backlog of urgent cases meant that doctors often amputated limbs which, under normal circumstances, could have been saved. The strain on the medical staff often extended to the point of absolute exhaustion. Ingeborg Ochsenknecht recalled a surgeon who repeated after each operation, "I cannot stand this much longer. This is hell." As countless thousands of wounded inundated field hospitals in the East, packed hospital trains ferried the wounded back to Germany, which soon, too, found its hospitals unable to cope. Rudolf Stötzel, who arrived in Germany to recover from his wounds, found himself in a converted field hospital at Bad Lausick near Leipzig. "The whole complex was clearly recently converted to a field hospital, just like many health centres, schools and other facilities, a necessity resulting from the many wounded that are rolling out of Russia and arriving in Germany." Indeed, some of the new hospitals had been made available by the Nazi Action T4 program, which organized the murder of incurably sick and mentally handicapped patients. In 1941, Anna Wendling was working as a nurse in Germany and recalled the changes that Operation Barbarossa brought. "The routine did not vary very much until the summer of 1941, when there was a great influx of military wounded who had overflowed from hospitals in the East. There were some very awful sights to see, and I had to steel myself, as, despite my experiences, these things were worse." As the year continued, Wendling noted that new measures were adopted to try and provide an improvised form of mobile surgical hospitals operating further east. "When, contrary to expectations, the war in Russia did not end, we were told that special teams would be formed to deal with the wounded on a mobile basis. We packed into a car or van with all our equipment and rushed off somewhere, to various districts, but always outside the city and usually miles to the east, where we would set up shop in all kinds of temporary quarters to carry out operations." Yet Wendling concluded that, even with these expedients, the organization broke down and was insufficient to take such large numbers of casualties. Moreover, Wendling noted that the workload was increased by the addition of wounded Soviet soldiers, although she believed that most of these were never brought to the hospitals and rather left to die in the field. Beyond the wounds that had to be treated by the medical services on the Eastern Front, there were also a variety of illnesses not typically found in Central Europe. Typhus was the most dangerous, and although less of a problem in 1941, it would develop into a full-scale epidemic with tens of thousands of cases in 1942. In fact, the Ostia would suffer some 10,000 fatalities as a result of typhus in 1941 and 1942. Also prevalent in the Soviet Union were many of the diseases commonly associated with camp life and low hygiene levels, such as typhoid, paratyphoid, and dysentery. By the late 19th century, cholera was much less a feature of European warfare, but there were still cases reported within the German army in 1941. A small number of trench foot cases developed in October once the autumn rains started and soldiers could not dry their feet for days on end. Malaria had been a problem in the dense swamplands of the Soviet Union, but the colder weather eliminated this problem. Venereal diseases were also reported in the East, but with much lower frequency than among the occupying troops in the West. Overall, during the first year of the war in the East, less than 1% of all reported cases of serious illness resulted in death, though another 6% were deemed permanently unfit for active service. Most importantly for the austere, men reported as sick were on average able to be returned to duty 27 days after receiving treatment. While the overwhelming bulk of sick soldiers would eventually return to duty, their increasing number placed a further strain on the austere's manpower resources, especially as the winter took hold. Lieutenant General Walter Graf von Brockdorff-Ahlefeldt, commanding the Second Army Corps, wrote on the 28th of October, "The health of the men and horses is deteriorating due to the wretched housing facilities. The men have been lying for weeks in the rain and stand knee-deep in mud. It is impossible to change wet clothing. I have seen the soldiers and spoken with them. They are hollow-eyed, pale, many of them are ill. Frostbite incidence is high." Much of the field post in October speaks of the increasing difficulty of finding quarters now that it was too cold and wet to sleep outside. Harold Henry wrote on the 20th of October that his unit's quarters were almost getting worse by the day, usually 30 men lying on the floor in a farmhouse room. The air is terrible. To make matters worse, Henry noted that all the men, including himself, had diarrhea and stomach pains. In another instance, on the night of the 16th to the 17th of October, a battalion commander in Kluger's Fourth Army radioed his superior at regimental headquarters with the request, "We're freezing. Want to attack." Then came the somewhat baffled reply, "Attack where to?" The battalion commander answered, "Doesn't matter. Need quarters." The regiment therefore authorized an attack on the village of Avdotnya, which the battalion promptly seized. Part of the problem was that the Red Army was implementing a ruthless scorched earth policy as they withdrew, leaving little shelter for the advancing Germans. Max Kunert recalled the difficulty of finding refuge on the road to Moscow. "It wouldn't have been so bad if, after a long period of marching, a dry shelter awaited us, but no such luck. All the barns we came upon had long been destroyed, and although we were now allowed in the houses, they were not adequate to accommodate everyone." While the homes of Russian peasants offered German soldiers a welcome shelter, they also introduced new problems for the men, which is why some commanders had previously forbidden their men to sleep in them. To begin with, peasant houses in much of the Soviet Union were primitive but highly effective constructions, especially for the long winter months. Peasant homes seldom consisted of more than a large single room in which all activity was centred. The thick walls were made of either mud bricks or field stones cemented together with mud. The roof was thatched, and on the inside there was no ceiling. Most houses had only one or two small windows, so as not to lose too much heat in winter. The glass was fixed directly into the walls, so that windows could never be opened. At the centre of the room was a large clay stove, which took up about 1/3 of the room and contained many niches for storage and valuables. The stove was used for warmth and cooking, but at night it was covered with animal skins and blankets to become the heated base of the family bed. Light was provided by means of candles, lamps, or a simple contraption dubbed a smoking candle, which consisted of a vodka bottle filled with oil and fitted with a wick of twine, rag, or felt that protruded out of the bottle. The toilet was outside, and in most cases consisted only of a hole with 2 boards. Many homes dated back a century or two, reflecting the few changes that had affected peasant lives in the modern era. Indeed, for the poorest peasants who had no barn to keep their animals, the chickens, geese, pigs, and even on occasion cows would share the family home in winter. The reaction this provoked from the German soldiers, especially as they took over or shared family homes, was often indignant. Karl Fuchs noted in a letter to his wife, "Hygiene is something totally foreign to these people. These people live here together with the animals. Indeed, they live like animals." Staying a single night in a peasant home, Wilhelm Prüller and his comrades could not stand the foul smell, and, frustrated that they could not open a window, simply smashed the glass. Of course, not all Russian peasants lived in such primitive circumstances. On his march to Kalinin, Helmut Pabst noted passing through villages with 2-storied brick homes, and noted, "I've seen houses furnished with excellent taste, shining with cleanliness, with floors scrubbed white, hand-woven rugs, white Dutch stoves with brass fittings, clean beds, and people dressed plainly but well. Not every house is like this, but many are. The people are generally helpful and friendly." While not entirely devoid of some fear or suspicion, Russian peasants tended to be much more receptive to the arriving Germans than their urban countrymen. This was largely due to the dual Soviet policies of collectivizing the land and suppressing the Orthodox Church, of which many Russian peasants had been devout members. In fact, it was suggested that many peasants mistook the Black Cross of the Wehrmacht, the Balkenkreuz, for a sign of Christian liberation. With German soldiers routinely inhabiting peasant homes, a new and potentially deadly pest was introduced into the German army. As Helmut Günther observed, "It was no secret that we were infested with lice ever since the time the cold drove us into the buildings and it was no longer possible to sleep under the open sky." Wagner, the operations officer at Panzer Group 3, noted that from the middle of October about 80% of the infantry had lice. Nor was it hard to see why, since accounts from German soldiers speak of rampant infestations within some peasant homes. Helmut Pabst wrote of hanging a pair of socks out to dry and the next morning finding that they were white with lice eggs. Erich Hager wrote in his diary on the 15th of October, after a night in a peasant house, "Lice, bugs, fleas, armies of them." Indeed, it was not the lice that the soldiers encountered first upon entering some of the houses. There were all sorts of insects and rodents occupying them. Helmut Pabst noted, "I stood alone in a house and lit a match, and the bugs fell from the ceiling. On the walls and floor, regiments of vermin were crawling. By the fireplace it was quite black, a horrible living carpet. When I stood still, I could hear it rustle and grate unceasingly." Yet Pabst then added his quiet resignation and acceptance. "Nichevo, nothing. It doesn't upset me any more. I just wonder and shake my head." Not surprisingly, many German soldiers soon contracted lice, which, without proper treatment, proved almost impossible to expel and were potentially life-threatening. The human body louse is the only vector of Rickettsia proazekii, a bacterium that causes epidemic typhus. While epidemic typhus was the most common of louse-borne diseases on the Eastern Front, it was not the only disease transmitted by the lice. Rickettsia quintana caused trench fever, and Borrelia recurrentis relapsing fever. There was also spotted fever, but this was spread by mites, ticks, and fleas, not lice. Heinrich Harper, a doctor in Auleb's 6th Infantry Division, worried about the possible health implication of such diseases and berated his orderlies for the poor state of the men, especially the increasing prevalence of lice. "Whole armies have been wiped out in no time at all with spotted fever. You may think the Russians defeated Napoleon. Well, I'm telling you now that spotted fever, more than the Russians, drove Napoleon back from Moscow. The same thing could happen to our army." The men were therefore instructed to keep themselves free of lice, but this proved almost impossible without mobile delousing stations, which did not appear on the Eastern Front until the end of 1942. One of the main problems was that in the colder weather the men bathed much less frequently and were less inclined to strip down and pick out the lice from their armpits and groin, where they multiplied and spread. There was also much less washing of clothes, especially as the men were continuously cold and often forced to wear everything that they possessed. Ernst Kern noted that the lice were relatively unobtrusive outside in the cold, but as soon as we came into a warm room and were longing for rest or sleep, their crawling and the itching drove us to despair. When the opportunity presented itself, the men often competed with each other to find and remove the highest number of lice. In one such competition, Ferdinand Melzner noted finding 26 lice in his shirt and pullover, but noted that was nothing compared with some who removed them in company strength, 150. While German troops improvised makeshift and largely inadequate solutions for ridding themselves of lice, in many ways it was only a small example of a much wider problem that saw the Ostier adapting to unforeseen circumstances with seemingly no concept of what they were to encounter. There were seldom contingency plans, because many of the problems were unanticipated in the first place, or it was simply believed that the war would be won before serious complications arose. At its root, the German invasion of the Soviet Union was plagued by manifest and systematic failures in intelligence, which pervaded almost every aspect of planning and operations in the East. The central military intelligence gathering and assessment body within the OKW was Admiral Wilhelm Canaris's Office of Foreign and Counterintelligence. Yet Canaris was considered a poor organizer who made bad appointments to senior postings and favoured so many personal friends for the roles that General Staff officers referred to his department as Canaris and Son, Inc. In fairness to Canaris, German intelligence on the Soviet Union had been extremely poor even before his appointment in 1935, and, as was subsequently discovered, the Polish and French intelligence services had had little more luck penetrating Soviet security. Indeed, Lieutenant General Ernst Kerstring, who was born in Russia and had been the German military attaché in Moscow from 1931 to 1933 and again from 1935 to 1941, told Canaris that it would be easier for an Arab in flowing burnous to walk unnoticed through Berlin than for a foreign agent to pass through Russia. Even so, such was the confidence of the German High Command in the prelude to Operation Barbarossa that the head of the Wehrmacht's Operation Department, Colonel General Jodl, informed Canaris in January 1941 that information was not required on the Red Army and that he should limit agent activities to the border regions. This task was facilitated by a small number of agents that Germany operated in the Baltic states and what had formerly been eastern Poland. Yet once these areas were overrun, Germany found it extremely difficult to operate new agents in the Soviet Union. The training program for agents had in fact been rapidly expanded in 1941, and attempts were made to use agents from Romania, China, and Japan. Soviet counterintelligence, however, proved extremely effective in eliminating such men. This was due in part to the NKVD's rigorous security procedures, but was also the result of faulty German documentation, which often contained minor errors on identification papers, party cards, travel passes, and military orders. Another factor was the paranoid overreaction of the Soviet state to the scale of the problem, leading to tens of thousands of its own citizens and soldiers being wrongly denounced and shot as spies. In response, German intelligence switched to recruiting Soviet POWs. This posed the problem of securing the candidate's loyalty, which was solved, according to one method, by having him shoot a fellow POW while the act was photographed. Thousands of Soviet POWs agreed to work for the Germans, many simply to escape their harsh life of captivity. Yet upon reaching Soviet territory, large numbers turned themselves in to Soviet counterintelligence. In addition to the OKW's Office of Foreign and Counterintelligence, the OKH operated its own intelligence apparatus, broken down into two main branches: Foreign Armies West, covering the British Empire and the United States, and Foreign Armies East, focused on Eastern Europe, Scandinavia, Japan, China, and, most importantly, the Soviet Union. Colonel Eberhard Kinzel headed Foreign Armies East from November 1938 to March 1942, yet he had no specialist intelligence training, did not speak Russian, and had no previous familiarity with the country. Prior to the 22nd of June 1941, Foreign Armies East pieced together a basic picture of the Red Army's order of battle in the western districts from radio interceptions and radio direction finders. This method, however, was limited in range and hampered by the fact that the Red Army was still deficient in radio technology and reliant on the telegraph and telephone. There were also a few Soviet defectors who aided the Germans, as well as the cooperation of the intelligence services from Finland, Hungary, Romania, and Japan. Overall, Foreign Armies East formed a reasonably accurate picture of the Soviet dispositions in the border areas, but had little idea of what was to be encountered in the Soviet interior. Indeed, the Soviet reserves allowed for an unprecedented rate of force generation, which German intelligence utterly failed to foresee. In July 1941, no fewer than 13 new field armies appeared, and in August another 14 came into service. This continued throughout 1941 and early 1942, allowing the Red Army to grow in size in spite of its tremendous losses. In October, the Soviets added another 4 armies to their order of battle and 8 more in November and December, mostly deployed to the Moscow region. Foreign armies east also failed to accurately assess how the climate and topography of the Soviet Union would affect the operation of aircraft, motor vehicles, and tanks. Moreover, there was a glaring deficiency in cartographic intelligence, which aerial photographic intelligence could hardly remedy, given the size of the country. As Peter von der Osten-Sacken noted, the available maps were very outdated and inaccurate. A number of small villages were not even shown. In spite of the large gaps in German intelligence, the Army's confidence in the success of Operation Barbarossa remained unshaken, because all that was not known about the Soviet Union was offset by Nazi precepts about Slavs and the General Staff's traditional, and largely disparaging, view of Russia. Such unfavourable views were used to gloss over more positive and even worrying depictions of the Red Army, which were by no means absent from the planning process. The Walter Memorandum from the German embassy in Moscow foresaw no chance of an internal Soviet collapse and argued that Ukraine, Belarus, and the Baltic states would probably be more of a burden than a benefit to Germany's economic situation. Moreover, Köstring, the German military attaché in Moscow, warned Halder in September 1940 of the demands that the Soviet Union's terrain and climate would make on the Ostir. The following month, Köstring stressed the defensive qualities of the Red Army, while again emphasizing the absence of roads and the extremes in weather, which he concluded were the Soviet Union's greatest allies, along with time and space. In spite of such well-reasoned objections, the German General Staff operated in reverse order, planning its operations first, and then using intelligence to assess the enemy's most damaging reaction, instead of having intelligence shape the operational concept from the beginning. Certainly many of Köstring's fears were confirmed during the course of Operation Barbarossa, and, in terms of climate and the absence of roads, doubly so in Operation Typhoon. Yet Army Group Centre was facing a new problem by the end of October. The deficiency of German intelligence had been somewhat offset in the early months of the campaign by the Ostir's rapid movement, which provided a stream of captured Red Army documents as well as high-ranking captives. With the stalling of the campaign, the best source of operational intelligence for the forward elements of Canaris's agency, the Frontaufklärungskommandos and Frontaufklärungstrupps, dried up. Shortly thereafter, the Soviets launched a sweeping intelligence offensive, deploying large numbers of agents behind German lines and ordering a major expansion in sabotage and diversionary operations by the fledgling partisan movement. This was particularly damaging since the Germans did not possess any mobile military counterintelligence units to help resist such attacks, leaving the field units, once again, to improvise solutions. This was often undertaken with the well-known ruthlessness and brutality of the Wehrmacht. One report from Funk's 7th Panzer Division during the Battle of Vyazma noted, "We picked up a boy, aged between 13 and 15, carrying on him low-level codes, instructions on the use of radio sets and on signalling with lamps. He was trying to get into the encircled areas. Having been proved guilty beyond doubt, he was shot." While the Germans struggled to conduct and repel intelligence operations into and out of the Soviet Union, their failings extended well beyond the Eastern Front, because British cryptologists working on the Ultra project at Bletchley Park had decrypted the German Enigma codes. Acting on such intelligence without betraying their knowledge of it was a dilemma that would occupy the British for the rest of the war, yet this did not stop them from passing highly sensitive information to the Soviets. On the 24th, 25th and 27th of September, the British relayed information warning of the German build-up in Bock's army group. The Soviets recognized the value of such intelligence and requested from the British more information on German casualties, the order of battle of German formations, and the organization of Romanian and Italian forces fighting on the Eastern Front. As Operation Typhoon progressed in the first half of October, the War Office in London authorized more information for the Soviet command, which, British records indicate, gave the outline German plan and grouping of their armoured divisions for their attack on Moscow. The Soviet High Command was noted to be very pleased with this information. Of course, the Soviets had their own sources of information, and while there was nothing to rival the success of the Ultra project, their network of spies was second to none. The most successful and important for the Battle of Moscow was undoubtedly the spy ring led by Richard Sorge from the German embassy in Tokyo. He had already gained a high measure of credibility from his repeated warnings in June that the Germans were about to attack the Soviet Union, which at the time Stalin angrily rejected. Many histories credit Sorge with providing the vital intelligence in September and October 1941 that convinced Stalin that the Japanese would not attack in the Far East, thereby freeing him to authorize the transfer of Siberian divisions to the Moscow front. Such an interpretation, however, tends to overstate the impact of Sorge's role, as there were a number of influencing factors. To begin with, there were a number of other indications that the Japanese were preparing for a strike into Southeast Asia and not against the Soviet Union. Moreover, the idea of Japan launching an invasion of eastern Russia as late as October was considered increasingly unlikely, and, in any case, there could be no question that the defense of Moscow was more important to the Soviet Union than that of Vladivostok. Thus, while Sorge provided the Soviet command with much vital intelligence on German and Japanese intentions, his arrest on the 18th of October was hardly the end of Soviet espionage. In Germany, Soviet intelligence gained information from what the Gestapo called the Rote Kapelle, Red Orchestra spy ring, and in Switzerland the much more effective Lucy spy ring. Given the gulf in the effectiveness of intelligence gathering between the Allied powers and Nazi Germany, it is small wonder that in October 1941 Hitler and his high command did not appear to know just how imperiled their war effort really was. 9. The Eye of the Storm. The culminating point of the attack. Army Group Center halts. With Army Group Center's 3 panzer groups stalled on all fronts, and the Soviet Western, Kalinin and Bryansk fronts receiving reinforcements at a much faster rate, Operation Typhoon was becoming an offensive only in name. By the last week of October, Bock's dispositions on the map remained virtually unchanged from one day to the next, and his overall strength was in a slow but steady state of decline. Not only was Feldt's 1st Cavalry Division being transferred out of Army Group Center, but the newly arrived Spanish Blue Division, redesignated the 250th Infantry Division, which had originally been assigned to Bock, was at the last minute redirected to Leib's Army Group North. The Blue Division, commanded by General Muñoz Grandes, was a volunteer division made up largely of veterans from Spain's recent civil war and was at full strength with over 18,000 men, 641 officers, 2,272 NCOs, and 15,780 other ranks. Yet during their month-long march to the front, the division's wily and seemingly ill-disciplined behaviour led to many disparaging reports from the German liaison officers, one of which from early September Bock recorded in his diary. The Spanish view grooming the horses as a bother, feeding them unnecessary. Belts and suspenders are cut from new harnesses. Gas mask containers are often used as coffee pots. Dust and driving glasses are cut from gas masks themselves. If a Spaniard has corns, he cuts appropriate holes in his shoes and boots to keep them from chafing. Rifles are often sold. New bicycles are thrown away as they find tyre repair too boring. The MG-34, a machine gun, is often assembled with the help of a hammer. Parts left over during assembly are buried. They consider all women fair game. In Grodno there were orgies with Jewesses, who were also taken along in their vehicles. The Spanish were supposed to be assigned to Kluge's Fourth Army. However, once Kluge heard of the Spaniards' unruly behaviour, he took the extraordinary step of rejecting their inclusion in his own army, rhetorically asking, "Are these soldiers or gypsies?" The Spaniards were therefore assigned to Strauss's Ninth Army, but even here the army's war diary made it clear that almost nothing was expected in terms of fighting qualities. The deployment of the division from Spain is less a military advantage than a political and propaganda effect. Therefore, despite any lack of ability, they should be welcomed as comrades in arms. At the last minute, however, Hitler decided to bolster Lieb's long right wing with Munoz's Blue Division, denying Bock another division, which in combat would prove itself of far more worth than many of the early German reports had suggested. One German officer recalled from October 1941, "The Spaniards performed well in front of the enemy. They held on to their defensive area in spite of heavy losses." Even Goebbels, who earlier in the month had fumed at Franco's intransigent attitude towards the Axis war effort and referred to the Spanish Blue Division as a mixture of soldiers and unbelievable criminal types, noted its contrasting successes in the heavy October fighting. While Bock missed out on receiving help from the Spaniards, on the 22nd of October he was informed by the OKH that he would receive the newly formed Légion des Volontaires Français contre le Bolchevisme, Legion of French Volunteers Against Bolshevism, or LVF. Yet while the Spanish deployed a whole division to the Eastern Front, the French, under much tighter constraints imposed by the German occupation authorities, were able to raise only some 3,000 men. The result was barely a regimental-sized force, with only 2 infantry battalions, under the command of Colonel Roger-Henri Labonne. The LVF, soon redesignated the 638th Infantry Regiment, was assigned to Lieutenant General Eckhard Freiherr von Gablenz's 7th Infantry Division. Yet difficulties in transportation meant that the regiment was broken up on the march to the front, and 1 battalion did not manage to reach the Eastern Front until the 24th of November, while 2 battalion took until the 3rd of December. Even then, some 605 men were still somewhere in the rear. If Bock had to wait a long time for what was in any case one of the smallest foreign formations sent to the Eastern Front, he was to be even more disappointed by its performance. Labonne's regiment performed so poorly in its early battles and suffered so many casualties, some 450 men in 2 weeks, that it was soon withdrawn from the Eastern Front and never again employed against the Red Army. The LVF was not the only contingent of foreign volunteers to reach the Eastern Front in the autumn. The Belgian Légion Wallonie, which consisted of a single battalion, reached the Eastern Front in late October, and over the next 6 months performed reasonably well as part of both Kleist's 1st Panzer Army and Hoth's 17th Army. The 369th Reinforced Croatian Infantry Regiment reached the front at the start of October, after a 750-kilometre march from Bessarabia, and also served in Hoth's 17th Army. Brigade Führer Felix Steiner's 5th SS Division, Viking, was conceived of as the first truly international division of the Waffen-SS, and while propaganda made much of its international makeup with recruits from the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, Belgium and Finland, plus a few Volksdeutsche from the Balkans, in 1941 the division remained overwhelmingly staffed with Germans, some 90%. While the various volunteer units added a guise of credibility to Hitler's European crusade against Bolshevism, their performance varied greatly. The LVF, for example, performed poorly, as did the Croatians at first, but with time, as foreign volunteer forces gained in experience and expanded in number, more formations appeared in 1942 and 1943, they made an increasingly significant contribution to the Ostheer. Beyond the small volunteer units, by far the most important foreign contributions came from the Axis armies serving within Rundstedt's Army Group South, as well as on the Finnish front in the distant north. The highest casualties were borne by Romania because of the staggeringly costly siege at Odessa, which claimed almost 100,000 men between August and October. After Romania's short campaign to free the annexed Soviet territories of Bessarabia and northern Bukovina, Hitler had been keen to retain the aid of Antonescu's armies, both to ease the strain on the Ostheer and to ensure no armed hostilities developed between Romania and Hungary. In 1940, Romania had been forced to cede northern Transylvania to Hungary in the Second Vienna Award. However, far from resolving tension between the two countries, the threat of confrontation had increased. Once Operation Barbarossa began, Hitler sought to compensate Romania by granting it the whole of the Black Sea coast up to the Dnieper River, which Antonescu accepted without relinquishing his rejection of the Second Vienna Award. The capture of Odessa in mid-October therefore completed the conquest of Romania's new territory and contributed to the victory euphoria in the east. Hitler declared on the 17th of October that With the fall of Odessa, the war will be practically over for Romania. All that's left for the Romanians to do is to consolidate their position. In Bucharest, Mikhail Sebastian noted on the 14th of October, "News placards in the street. The decisive hour is approaching. Peace is approaching." 3 days later, the 17th of October, he continued, "Odessa has fallen. The streets are decked with flags." A German report from the 25th of October on the state of the Romanian Fourth Army at Odessa told of just how exacting the battle had been. The army's sole panzer division, which in any case started the war with just 70 tanks, was down to 10 by the middle of September. Some of the infantry were said to be marching barefoot, while others were armed only with bayonets. Yet Romania's war in the east was far from over, with the Romanian Third Army fighting in the Crimean campaign and losing a further 10,000 men by the beginning of November. Nor did Antonescu shy away from fighting his own parallel war against Soviet Jews. In the aftermath of Odessa's conquest, Romanian forces shot 19,000 of the city's Jews, and in the course of World War II, a total of some 300,000 Jews died under Romanian occupation. While the Romanians celebrated the fall of Odessa, Mussolini lamented the news, seeing himself as taking second place to Antonescu and venting his frustration upon the Italian generals. In fact, the 3 divisions of Messe's CSIR had performed rather well, given their small size, in comparison to the Romanians, and adverse circumstances. By the time Odessa fell, the CSIR had travelled 1,400 kilometres across Eastern Europe, fought a number of successful actions, captured 12,000 Soviet POWs, and shot down 33 enemy aircraft. By the end of October, the CSIR had also played an important role in the capture of Stalino. Yet Mussolini insisted upon a dramatic upscaling of Italian forces on the Eastern Front, and on the 22nd of October rashly instructed Ciano to inform Hitler that a further 15 Italian divisions would be made ready for the Eastern Front. Indeed, the Italian High Command exhibited even more delusional tendencies, with the chief of the Italian Supreme Command, General Ugo Cavallero, absurdly claiming that he would have 92 new divisions ready for use by the spring of 1942. At the same time, Cavallero proclaimed that the solution to Italy's dire lack of motorization would be to increase the daily marching distance of the troops from 18 kilometers to 40. In his diary, Ciano denounced such artificial, hypocritical, and servile optimism as unbearable. While Antonescu and Mussolini pressed ahead with their commitment to Hitler's war in the East, the Hungarian leader, Admiral Miklos Horthy, had already unsuccessfully attempted to extract his elite mobile corps during discussions with Hitler in early September. Hitler attempted to placate the Hungarians with promises of new war materiel and equipment for the establishment of an armoured division, but Horthy, like many in his high command, feared the damaging consequences of a long war in the East, which the Romanian example already appeared to confirm. A new Hungarian proposal was therefore sent to the German High Command, which proposed the withdrawal of the Mobile Corps and 2 brigades of the Carpathian Group in exchange for 4 new brigades committed to occupation purposes. The Hungarian intent was clear: to maintain their numerical commitment in the East while exchanging the high-intensity war against the Red Army for a far less costly role in the rear areas. The German response reflected the growing manpower crisis in the East by again rejecting any withdrawals, but willingly accepting the deployment of 4 new brigades. Part of the problem was that the mobile corps of General Bela Miklos was well regarded by both Kleist's 1st Panzer Army and Hoth's 17th Army. Yet Miklos himself had no illusions as to the nature of the German-Soviet war and made his opinion known to Horthy during a return visit on the 30th of October. A long and bloody war, the outcome of which is questionable, awaits Germany. Hungary should have nothing to do with this war. We can only lose. A week earlier, the chief of the Hungarian General Staff, Lieutenant General Ferenc Szombathelyi, had expressed the view that Hungary would gradually have to fight the war with all its forces at the side of Germany. With such dire warnings, the Hungarian government pushed relentlessly for withdrawal, and in early November the OKW finally approved the withdrawal of Miklos's Mobile Corps in exchange for 2 new brigades destined for security duties in the rear area. By the time of its withdrawal, the Mobile Corps had suffered 4,500 casualties from 26,000 men and lost 90% of its tanks and 30% of its aircraft. Yet the Hungarians had escaped the fighting on the Eastern Front for the time being, leaving the Ostheer to cover yet another gap in the line. Slovakia's commitment to Germany's war in the East echoed that of Hungary, in that the initial enthusiasm to commit a large force to the war was soon overtaken by practical realities. In Slovakia's case, this stemmed first from domestic economic pressures — there were not enough men left to bring in the harvest — and secondly from fears that the high number of reservists in the army, 66%, meant that it was ill-disposed to cope with a costly war which few supported. Indeed, the poor performance of the Rapid Brigade's first major encounter with the Red Army at the Battle of Lipovets on the 22nd of July, in which almost 250 men were killed or wounded, underscored the danger. The Slovaks had initially deployed some 41,000 men to the Eastern Front, but in August the majority of the reserves were sent home, leaving the new Mobile Division, with only 8,500 men, built around the former Rapid Brigade, and a security division for use in the rear area with 8,000 men. By October, the Slovak contribution to the Eastern Front had been cut by almost two-thirds, and the only combat formation, the Mobile Division, was judged by the German army mission in Slovakia as unequal to a German division and suitable only for military objectives of a not-too-difficult character. On the far north of the Eastern Front, Finland was fighting for the territory it had lost during the Winter War with the Soviet Union in 1939 to 1940. For this reason, the Finnish liked to refer to their war as the Continuation War, and viewed their participation as something separate from Germany's wider European war aims. To the Finns, it was therefore a joint war against a common enemy. Accordingly, Finland declined to be seen as a German ally and never joined the Axis, but styled its relationship as that of a co-belligerent. With a country of only 3.9 million people, the Finns fielded an army of 476,000 men, and by late summer there were some 650,000 people working directly for the armed forces, constructing fortifications, roads and bridges, or working as nurses or air raid wardens and in supply services. The manpower drain placed a massive burden on the Finnish economy, with industry having lost 50% of its workers and agriculture about 70%. The result was that by October Finland was forced to appeal to Germany for 175,000 tons of grain in order to survive until the 1942 harvest. Meanwhile, the threat of a declaration of war from Britain and the United States was growing, as Finland refused to halt its advance even after it had reoccupied its 1939 frontier established by the Peace of Tartu in 1920. Up until this point, the Western powers had tolerated Finland's co-belligerency despite strenuous Soviet objections, but were not prepared to endanger relations further for a Greater Finland. Militarily, the war was also proving extremely costly for the Finns. Some 75,000 casualties were experienced in 1941 alone, and, coupled with the worsening economic crisis, was hardly sustainable beyond 1941. The much-anticipated quick victory over the Soviet Union had failed to materialize, and the result demanded major structural changes, as well as a comprehensive demobilization of the army. Between the end of 1941 and the spring of 1942, the Finnish army shrank to just 150,000 men occupying defensive positions on what was to become a relatively quiet and inactive front. This permitted Allied Lend-Lease supplies to flow unhindered from the northern ports, eased the pressure on Leningrad, and freed Soviet troops for deployment on other, more critical fronts. Thus, in the course of 1941, Germany's single biggest contributor of foreign troops to the war against the Soviet Union had transformed itself from an aggressive co-belligerent to a passive advocate. Clearly, Nazi Germany's war against the Soviet Union had rapidly proven an unpopular one among many of Hitler's supporters and allies. By the end of the autumn, only Romania and Italy remained firmly committed to the war in spite of its heavy cost and uncertain course. It was Operation Typhoon that was supposed to provide closure and stamp the summer battles of 1941 with a resounding mark of victory. Yet by the final week of October, Army Group Center's drive on Moscow was only slowly plodding forward on Kluge's northern wing. His southern wing was defending desperately against heavy Soviet counterattacks. Indeed, for all the power of Herpner's Panzer Group, the strongest on the Eastern Front at that time, Kluge's Fourth Army was making slower progress heading east than Napoleon's marching infantry had retreating west 129 years before. Clearly, Zhukov's Western Front was again proving its resilience after being almost annihilated for the second time in 4 months. The first time was in the Battle of Minsk. Even more remarkably, Zhukov was already returning to the offensive and placing Kluge under tremendous pressure. The war diary of Thoma's 20th Panzer Division recorded radio reports from its forward regiment defending a bridgehead over the Nava River on the 26th of October. Very heavy losses. Units mixed. Bridgehead can hardly be held. Kluge had already committed all his reserves, and on the 27th of October Bock was considering, in view of the anticipated attrition and the absence of support from Guderian's distant Panzer Army, committing Army Group Center's last remaining reserve divisions, Helmich's 23rd Infantry Division and Lieutenant General Erich Strauber's 268th Infantry Division. Characteristic of the German High Command, however, the emphasis was on the attack rather than defence. On the 27th of October, Ruoff's Fifth Army Corps took Volokolamsk in the north, the last remaining defensive region on the Mozhaisk defensive line, after Mozhaisk, Maloyaroslavets and Kaluga. The next day, the 28th of October, orders were issued to the Fourth Army for the capture of Klin, another 60 kilometres to the northeast. Yet there was now an important difference, which for the first time offered some measure of recognition of the incredibly arduous conditions. The Fourth Army's orders for the next stage of the offensive were only to make preparations so that in the event of a freeze it can resume the attack at clear points of main effort north and south of the Moscow highway with no loss of time. This, in effect, suspended Kluge's advance until the ground had sufficiently hardened. It was precisely what many panzer commanders had been insisting upon as the only option for restoring the vital speed and shock to their attacks. Yet, as the war diary for Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps pointed out, the hope for a quick continuation of the corps after an intensification of the frosts can, however, not be realized, because the fuel situation is continually worsening. The diary also mentioned shortages in the supply of food and munitions, which would first have to be brought up to sustain the advance. On the 30th of October, the war diary of Panzer Group 4 was even more specific, stating that a continuation of the attack was dependent upon supplies because, at the moment, the troops have none. Furthermore, the Panzer Group estimated that once a permanent frost took hold, it would require about 6 days for the necessary minimum of supplies to be brought up for a new attack. Of course, there was no guarantee as to when the frosts would become permanent, and, in the meantime, the war diary noted that the enemy directs all attainable strength here. At the same time that Operation Typhoon was being put on hold, Hitler was becoming increasingly frustrated at the slow pace of the attack and may have even suspected that the generals of the OKH were again trying to manipulate him, as they had attempted to do in July and August, to gain favour for their strategic preferences. Hitler had been seeking the redirection of Guderian's 2nd Panzer Army from Tula to Voronezh, but the OKH, backed by Bock's outright refusal to implement the order, had argued that Tula was the more important objective, and that Kluge's drive on Moscow now required the support of Guderian's army. In spite of Hitler's order, the 2nd Panzer Army never turned south, and simply drove until Guderian closed in on Tula, and Hitler, presented with a fait accompli, saw little choice but to acquiesce. With the OKH still pressing for Guderian's advance towards Moscow, Hitler wanted to know the real condition of Kluge's army, but no longer trusted the reports of the army command. Bock was told that in order for the Führer to find out, Kluge was to fly immediately to Hitler's headquarters, but that the OKH was not to be informed of this action. There is no record of Kluge's discussion with Hitler, but the Fourth Army commander told Bock upon his return that Hitler had asked for a detailed account of the battle conditions, especially the state of the roads and the impact of the weather. As Bock wryly commented in his diary, he, Hitler, probably refused to believe the written reports, which is not surprising, for anyone who has not seen this filth doesn't think it possible. In any case, Kluge's report seems to have confirmed the problems raised by the OKH and thereby averted a widening rift in the German High Command. Yet Kluge was also in a unique position to influence German strategy. The Field Marshal was a much more cautious attacker than many of the other senior commanders in Army Group Centre, and his army was suffering from a myriad of problems. It is therefore highly likely that he lobbied for a pause in operations until the ground hardened, and also pressed for Guderian's continued drive northeast to assist the Fourth Army at Moscow. That Hitler was amenable to what Kluge had to say is suggested by both the length of the Field Marshal's stay, 3 nights and 2 days, as well as the subject of one of his nightly monologues in the presence of the Fourth Army commander. On the evening of the 29th of October, Hitler suddenly appeared to reject the very notion of mobile warfare, which may well have stemmed from Kluge's reports on the battlefield conditions. Hitler stated, "In a campaign, it's the infantryman who, when all's said, sets the tempo of the operations with his legs. That consideration should bid us to keep motorization within reasonable limits. Instead of the 6 horses that used to pull an instrument of war, they've taken to using an infinitely more powerful motor engine, with the sole objective of making possible a speed which is, in practice, unusable. That's been proved. In the choice between mobility and power, the decision in peacetime is given too easily in favour of mobility." Certainly Kluge was at times extremely critical of the aggressive mobile warfare practised by the panzer troops, and he had already butted heads with Guderian, Hoth, and Höppner during the Eastern Campaign. Kluge also displayed a distinctly servile acquiescence around Hitler, in spite of the fact that Kluge already had dealings with the resistance movement and claimed to despise Hitler's regime. Yet Kluge could never quite bring himself to act against Hitler, and soon became known in resistance circles as the Der Kluge Hans, clever Hans, an unflattering reference to his fence-sitting indecision. Despite his private views, Kluge's duplicity in Hitler's company and his highly regarded performance in the Polish and French campaigns endeared him to the German dictator. Kluge was also one of the few generals to have supported Hitler's decision to redirect Guderian into Ukraine in August, which resulted in the victory at Kiev. Now, with Operation Typhoon stalled, Hitler trusted Kluge's advice above that of many of the other generals. In a telephone conversation with Goebbels towards the end of October, Hitler judged the military situation as extremely positive. Goebbels then drew attention to Hitler's willingness to accept a pause in operations. "We are waiting for dry conditions or even frost. When the panzers can use their engines again and the roads are free of mud and muck, then Soviet resistance will be broken in a relatively short time." Yet while Goebbels faithfully reproduced Hitler's opinion and tried to sustain himself with his master's emphatic confidence, in truth Goebbels saw the Eastern Front in a much darker, albeit realistic, light. On the 31st of October, the propaganda minister noted in his diary, "At the moment, the general situation offers little joy. Even though considerable progress is made here and there, the planned grand offensive, which was supposed to lead to a complete annihilation of the last battle-worthy Bolshevik divisions, is currently stuck in the mud. Gradually, it seems necessary to me that we, and also our people, need to abandon the idea that in this winter the ambitious objectives will be obtained, and start anew in the coming spring." Of course, the implications of having to retract statements about impending conquests, not to mention the fact that the whole campaign had already been pronounced decided, which most people understood as finished, caused Goebbels unending anxiety. On the 30th of October he noted in his diary, "The damage caused from a somewhat too optimistic assessment of the situation has to be corrected as soon as possible." Yet short of the Red Army's collapse or the conquest of Moscow, there was no word-twisting antidote to the fever-pitch expectations of the German people, and the SD report of the 30th of October detected for the first time since early September a certain disappointment, gewisse Enttäuschung, and a somewhat reduced mood within the population. It was the beginning of a long fall from grace for the Nazi leadership in the opinion of the victory-minded German public. At the front, the harsh conditions had long since affected the mood of the men, but opinions ranged widely from optimism to despair, largely because the men lacked an overview of the army group's situation. One lieutenant wrote at the end of October, "Who is left? We are all in God's hands, surrounded by 1,000 dangers. One hangs on to life. Still 70 kilometers to Moscow. When will the advance continue? What is happening in the big picture? Is everyone so miserably battered as us?" Another soldier, Gerhard von Bruch, noted on the 26th of October, "We hear the wildest rumors that Stalin has already fled the city, and that within a few weeks the Soviet state will be brought to its knees. But in reality, things seem rather less rosy." Lieutenant Walter Schäfer-Kernert of the 11th Panzer Division recalled the increasingly bitter reaction of the men to the German propaganda. "For weeks they had been trumpeting in Germany that we had already won the war. That's what the Völkische Beobachter actually announced. Our troops were furious. They said they should come and take a look for themselves." As the advance ground to a halt, Blumentritt at Fourth Army made a similar claim in his post-war writings, which also alluded to the miscalculations and oversights of the Army's command. "We discovered, to our surprise and dismay, that the defeated Russians had not ceased to exist as a military force, and the intensity of the battles increased every day. All this came as a complete surprise to us. We could not believe that the situation had changed so radically after our decisive victories, when, it seemed, the capital was almost in our hands. The troops recalled with indignation the bombastic announcement made in October by our propaganda ministry." Even at this point, however, many lessons remained unlearned, and there was still a sense that the next offensive would achieve a decisive result. Writing a letter on the 30th of October, Höppner noted that after the victory at Vyazma, everything had got bogged down in the impenetrable mud. He then concluded, "Dear God, give us 14 days of frost. Then we will surround Moscow." While Höppner still foresaw an offensive solution to the army group's problems and seemed to believe that all his difficulties could be solved if only the roads would harden, he was soon to be granted his wish for an offensive, but not towards Moscow. The fighting around Kalinin had already drawn in Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps and the whole of Strauss's 9th Army, yet the situation had not improved, and in fact, by the 27th of October, Konev's Kalinin front was in danger of cutting off the city completely. As Bock noted in his diary, "Things don't look good at Kalinin. To the west, the enemy has driven across the Volga and is trying to seal off the city from the south." Indeed, the fighting south of Kalinin was desperate and extremely bloody. In only 4 days between the 25th and 28th of October, Recker's 161st Infantry Division lost some 1,450 men, bringing the division's total casualties in Kalinin to some 2,000 troops. At the same time, the total losses for Golnick's 36th Motorized Infantry Division at Kalinin stood at 960 men, while Rittau's 129th Infantry Division had lost a further 550 men. Reports in the war diary of Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps speak of extreme shortages in munitions at the height of the defensive fighting, leading to increased casualties and local breakthroughs. On the 29th of October, the diary noted, "The defence of Kalinin is exclusively a question of munition supply, which at the moment is not nearly sufficient." The diary went on to cite instances of gun batteries with just 40 shells at the height of the Soviet attacks. It was desperate fighting, and everywhere units had to be amalgamated to make them operational again, but the net loss of strength proved crippling. Kröger's 1st Panzer Division reported that its losses had been so severe that it was in need of a complete organizational overhaul, requiring 5 days out of the line to conduct. At the same time, an advanced battle group of Landgraf's 6th Panzer Division from Charles' 56th Panzer Corps was driving north to Kalinin, but, as Major General Rouse reported, its tanks were in a sorry state. By the end of October, the division's surviving tanks had averaged a distance of 11,500 kilometers for the Mark IIs, 12,500 kilometers for the Czech 35Ts, and 11,000 kilometers for the Mark IVs. There were so few spare parts remaining that in the case of the Czech 35T, Rouse reported that from 41 broken-down tanks, only 10 could be repaired by cannibalizing the others. As Rouse concluded, perhaps the armoured hulls are still salvageable. On the 28th of October, as Strauss's 9th Army and Kirchner's 41st Panzer Corps fought desperately at Kalinin, the OKH sent orders to Army Group Centre confirming the new operation of Panzer Group 3, together with Panzer Group 4, for an advance towards Yaroslavl-Rybinsk, 250 kilometres northeast of Kalinin, and later on to Vologda, 350 kilometres northeast of Kalinin. With Kalinin far from secure, the 9th Army expressed a degree of consternation at the thought of such a distant offensive. The 9th Army confirmed that all other thoughts concerning a wide-ranging advance must now be subordinated to the main task at hand, defence of Kalinin. Reinhardt, in command of Panzer Group 3, did not agree. He judged the enemy forces attacking south of Kalinin as fragmented parts of units, and insisted to Bock, "There is no difficulty with the enemy." He set the date for the new offensive on the 4th of November, even though that was too soon to allow Charles' 56th Panzer Corps to reach the staging areas for the attack, and Kirchner's battered 41st Panzer Corps would have to proceed alone, supported only by forward elements of the 6th Panzer Division and 3 infantry divisions, 86th, 129th, and 162nd. On the following day, the 30th of October, however, Strauss overruled Reinhardt and forbade the use of his infantry divisions for the attack. Strauss viewed the whole offensive as foolhardy, especially when Panzer Group 3's own war diary acknowledged that the desperate situation around Kalinin remained unchanged. Strong Soviet attacks had been held to the north of the city, but south of Kalinin the enemy was now making progress, driving to the west and southwest. Bock was also worried and spoke of a 70-kilometre gap between Volokholamsk and Kalinin, which neither Kluge nor Strauss had extended themselves to cover, and was now attracting the enemy's attention. This now constituted Bock's greatest worry, but his field commanders were reluctant to deal with the problem, as their forces were stretched enough as it was. Strauss was struggling to hold the army group's northern flank, and now had orders for a wildly ambitious offensive. Yet on the 31st of October, Bock determined that the 9th Army now treat the northern flank as a secondary front and deploy everything Strauss could spare to close the gap between Kalinin and Yaropolets, a small village 15 kilometres northwest of Volokholamsk. Reinhardt, for his part, was still focusing on launching his offensive to Yaroslavl-Rybinsk and showed little interest in closing the gap to the east unless it were linked with his attack to the northeast. Bock, however, was tiring of the panzer commander's blind ambivalence to the army group's problems. I had stated and restated to him that we must lose no time in clearing the eastern flank, while Reinhardt's attack was out of the question until lasting cold arrived. Strauss agreed. Indeed, beyond the sheer weakness of Reinhardt's forces at Kalinin, as well as the strategic sense of preventing the developing Soviet bulge in the army group's front, Panzer Group 3's war diary makes clear that there was neither the fuel nor the munitions to support Reinhardt's reckless bid for a further offensive. Even the German airfield at Kalinin, which had been receiving direct deliveries from Ju-52 aircraft, was now closed as a forward supply base on account of heavy aircraft losses. While much of the history of the German panzer troops in the early years of World War II highlights their daring boldness in achieving success against the odds, the Eastern Front in 1941 also provides many examples where boldness crossed the fine line into recklessness. Herpner claiming he could seize Moscow if only he had been granted 2 weeks of frost, and Reinhardt seeking to drive 250 kilometres to Yaroslavl-Rybinsk with one understrength panzer corps are cases in point. Here, the caution and attention to more immediate dangers, as advocated by the much-maligned infantry generals, was surely appropriate, and acted, at least in some instances, as an essential brake on overly ambitious motorized operations. Yet far greater constraints on the panzer groups in October 1941 were the combined effects of Russia's Rasputitsa and the often undervalued role of the Red Army in the early weeks of the Battle for Moscow. The Western, Bryansk and Kalinin fronts doggedly held the line on the approaches to Moscow, and could not simply have been supplanted by mud and cold weather alone. Indeed, already at the end of October, Kluge and Strauss were busy repelling heavy Soviet counterattacks from both Zhukov and Konev's respective fronts. Army Group Centre's October offensive had promised so much, and the scale of the victories in the first half of the month had seemingly provided the essential precondition for wide-ranging advances and major conquests. By the end of the month, however, many of the old problems from Operation Barbarossa — logistical weakness, inadequate transportation, poor roads, weakened combat units, and stiff Soviet resistance — were compounded by the sodden ground, endless mud, and freezing temperatures. It was enough to halt the almost 2 million men of Bock's army group and stop Operation Typhoon. The operation was not formally called off. Local attacks and opportunities for advance were still to be exploited, but major operations were no longer expected until the ground hardened. With profound regret, Bock wrote on the first day of November, Kluge spoke once again about the possibilities of attacking. He said that if he drove his forces forward now, there might be a gain of a few kilometers, then that would be it again, because artillery and motorized weapons became stuck. I told him we would gain nothing by that. Naturally, we must stay alert to any weakening of the enemy and strike there immediately. But in general, the army had to, as per orders, make thorough preparations for an attack as soon as the cold sets in. This time benefits the enemy, but unfortunately there is no other solution. The situation is enough to drive one to despair, and filled with envy I look to the Crimea, where we are advancing vigorously in the sunshine over the dry ground of the steppe, and the Russians are scattering to the four winds. It could be the same here, if we weren't stuck up to our knees in the mud. That Bock felt somewhat hard done by only reflects the misplaced expectations of the single most important German commander in the East. Bock, like so many in the High Command, seemingly had little real understanding of what a motorized campaign through central Russia might encounter in the autumn period, and his envy, born of his own ignorance, for the sunshine and dry ground of battlefields more than 1,000 kilometers to the south, only indicates the misconceptions upon which operations proceeded. Indeed, Bock's observation that scattering Russians to the four winds could be the same here, if not for the mud, seems an entirely moot point, perhaps analogous to hoping that the Russian winter would not be cold. Yet Bock at least recognized the uselessness of struggling against both the intractable conditions and the Red Army, but there was no thought yet of adopting winter quarters. The end of October halt was only a pause in operations, not a cessation of the offensive. November would present new challenges and demand new sacrifices, especially once the offensive resumed, and Bock discovered how correct he had been in stating that the pause would also benefit the enemy. In the final days of October, however, the men of Army Group Centre welcomed a much-needed rest, which for many was their first chance to wash, rest, and keep warm since Typhoon began. With the widespread pause of Army Group Centre, many of the men took the opportunity to write letters home, putting their thoughts about their present circumstances and hopes for the future into words. Adolf B. happily reported that he and his comrades now spent their time reading and playing chess. Militarily, the war is already decided, and whether we are employed again is still a question. Perhaps some of the men wanted to spare their loved ones unnecessary worry, but for many men within Army Group Centre, there was still an enduring belief that victory was to be obtained at Moscow, and that this goal was seemingly now very close at hand. Karl Fuchs wrote his father about the successful battle he had taken part in at Vyazma, and then continued, "We have never before struck the enemy with such crushing defeats. I guess the Russians never dreamed that we would engage in this kind of offensive prior to winter. I'm convinced that the last cohesive forces of the enemy have been decimated, and once again our Führer has proven to the world that the German soldier can do incredible tasks." Another soldier wrote on the 29th of October that he was taking part in the last great battle for Moscow, which he hoped would be over before the onset of winter. Yet, while optimism was sustained by the hope of impending victory, those who could not see an end in sight were more typically beset by depression and even despair. Martin Gereis wrote that the unceasing torments of the war were an unbearable strain. "Who can hold out for weeks without becoming weak in rain, cold, hunger and thirst, in battle and under threat of death, in dirt and filth, with fleas, lice, bugs, and without any cleanliness, with hours spent daily standing or crouching in water?" Even beyond the personal torments of the men, the vastness of the Russian landscape, mired in miles of mud and bleak interminable sameness, gave an impression of the unending, the unreachable horizon, where the war could not be escaped. Hans Roth noted in his diary on the 27th of October, "It is always the same. A dreary leaden sky driven by strong winds and alternating snow and rain showers. The roads and fields are the same. Far and wide nothing but mud and muck, sometimes up to a metre in depth." The war was also taking place in increasing darkness, as the days shortened and night fell by 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Since the first days of Operation Barbarossa, 2.5 hours of daylight had been lost in the morning, and darkness fell 3.5 hours earlier. Already by the middle of October there were only 10 hours of daylight a day, hampering offensive operations and aiding the clandestine work of partisan groups, who were becoming increasingly bold in Army Group Centre's rear. In one attack on the 31st of October, 21 German soldiers were killed 15 kilometres north of Bryansk, while countless ambushes dogged the supply columns upon which so much depended. Not surprisingly, German countermeasures were both swift and violent, often resulting in the complete destruction of nearby settlements. Yet, closer to the front, new orders were being issued in the area of Stummer's 40th Panzer Corps forbidding the senseless destruction of villages through shooting or burning because the troops urgently need quarters. Indeed, in many areas, local fighting increasingly centred on the possession of villages for the warmth they offered. One German doctor noted that whenever a German attack sought to force the Red Army out of a village, they would fight like tigers for the comfort of a night spent around a peasant's huge stove. Yet for all the murderous savagery with which the Nazi-Soviet war was being fought, by the autumn of 1941, a new phenomenon was beginning to take place, both within Army Group Centre and in places all along the inactive part of the Eastern Front. Small, unofficial ceasefires were cautiously being agreed, often with an unspoken accord, by German and Soviet soldiers. Human exhaustion, an inability to break the stalemate of positional warfare, and the mutual acceptance of a common gain produced the circumstances which enabled varying periods of harmony for each side. At the Malakova ravine, Wolfgang Reinhardt recalled, "We were stationed there from the autumn of 1941. The position was fairly quiet. We'd built it up with bunkers. The Russians were 200 metres away across the ravine, and they had done the same. So we were positioned very close enough to hear the balalaika music they played for us in the evening. There was a sawmill below, and it produced wooden posts. We had an unwritten law that in the mornings we would go down and fetch posts to build our bunkers with, and in the afternoon the Russians would fetch posts in their turn. Nothing bad happened. We were in total agreement with one another." Robert R. noted that he forbade his machine gunners to shoot Soviet soldiers who sought only to sit on warm house ovens exposed to German fire in no man's land. "A small ceasefire," he noted in a letter home. Yet as the front settled down across large stretches of Army Group Centre, in late October 1941, local ceasefires were very much the exception rather than the rule, and the fighting continued from fixed positions in local probing actions, nighttime raids, and sporadic shelling and gunfire. Another reminder of the war for the German troops was the increasingly one-sided activity of the Soviet Air Force, operating from Moscow's many well-resourced airfields. The forward German positions typically did not have enough flak or fighter protection to shield them from what Vietinghoff's 46th Panzer Corps described as the lively enemy activity of fighters and bombers. In fact, in only a few days, at the end of October, Weil's 2nd Panzer Division suffered more than 100 casualties from aerial attacks alone, which the Fourth Army reported were the highest losses of this kind since the start of the war. Just as Operation Barbarossa had withered and died short of its objective, so too was Operation Typhoon now drawing to a halt, and in danger of becoming an offensive only in name. By the end of October, the constant flow of orders from Army Group Centre pressing the attack forward ceased, and static positions were quickly adopted almost everywhere along the vast front. Officially, this was only a pause in operations, but getting the front moving again would prove harder and take longer than Bock anticipated. Moreover, the strength that Bock so desperately hoped to gain by halting Typhoon was taking him dangerously close to the ravages of a Russian winter, while his army group still had no prepared positions or winter equipment. At the same time, Zhukov benefited from Moscow's expansive logistic infrastructure to prepare for the November offensive he knew to expect. The 1941 German offensive in the east was not yet over, but October was the last month of the great victories and deep advances. Operation Typhoon was conceived by the German High Command to be an all-out final attempt to end the war against Soviet Union in 1941. A winter campaign had never been anticipated, and even the preparations underway by the end of October were still hopelessly inadequate to sustain the 3 million men of the Ostheer in the field. Yet far from restraining German ambitions, adversity tended only to radicalize the army's plans and reinforce the resolution to press once again for another decisive final blow against the Soviet Union. This was the consistent pattern of response seen again and again throughout the Eastern Campaign as each new operation at Minsk, Smolensk, and Kyiv, and now the drive on Moscow, was followed by a pause in which the failure to break Soviet resistance was ignored and a new offensive was simply concocted. Of course, on the surface, each operation, just as at Vyazma and Bryansk, netted remarkable totals of Soviet prisoners of war and destroyed vast sums of Soviet equipment. One can, however, win battles and lose a war, which is perhaps nowhere better illustrated than on the Eastern Front in 1941. By the end of October, the German High Command found itself, once again, at the end of another operational success, albeit one which was still very far from the stated goal of ending Soviet resistance. Indeed, in spite of the offensives launched by the Western and Kalinin fronts in the second half of October, there was still no serious thought given to the Red Army's capacity for seizing back the initiative or launching any kind of winter offensive. The only questions the German command was asking itself were how far a renewed German offensive could penetrate and along which axis of advance such an attempt should be directed. At the end of October, it was already strikingly apparent that any new operation would enjoy an even more perilous margin for success than the already overly ambitious hopes invested in Operation Typhoon. It was now a race to build up for the Battle of Moscow, and in that regard Zhukov enjoyed many advantages over Bock. Army Group Centre was overstretched, under-resourced, and at the end of long and tenuous supply lines. A visit to Army Group Centre by Lieutenant Colonel Bernhard von Lossberg, who worked for Jodl at the OKW, led to discussions with Lieutenant Colonel Henning von Treschow, the first General Staff Officer at Army Group Centre. According to Lossberg, Treschow stated that in his opinion the troops were in a worse state than the German Western Army in September 1918. It was therefore high time to end the mobile operations in the East for this year and commit the troops to building winter positions. Yet most of the men in the German High Command did not think in such terms. If Germany held the initiative, the army would attack, and even if the odds were stacked against them, the German military culture or way of war still tended to overwhelmingly favour an offensive solution. The experience of a winter campaign had proved devastating to Charles XII and Napoleon I, heralding the demise of their respective empires. Yet in the minds of the German generals, it was the fate of the Soviet Empire that was now being decided. Some, however, were perceptive enough to foresee another reality, and, like Tresco, question whose fate was actually being decided. Lieutenant Colonel Oskar Munzel, the commander of the 6th Panzer Regiment in Model's 3rd Panzer Division, concluded at the end of October that Operation Typhoon had run its course. The great attack towards Moscow failed on the overestimation of our strength, and, above all, on account of the yearly climate and terrain difficulties. The culminating point of the campaign in the east had already been surpassed. Conclusion. The opening phase of Operation Typhoon confirmed Germany's enduring operational superiority in the east. Bock's new offensive soon overwhelmed the defending Soviet fronts and created two large pockets filled with anywhere between 750,000 and 1 million Soviet troops. Few in the German High Command doubted that another immense hole in the Soviet front, coming so soon after the great encirclement at Kiev, would permit both Bock's rapid advance to Moscow as well as threaten the flanks of the remaining Soviet fronts to the north and south. Throughout the OKH and OKW there was an overriding feeling of excitement and expectation. It appeared as though the back of the Red Army's resistance had at last been broken, and Hitler felt sufficiently confident to authorize a statement claiming that the war in the east had been decided. It appeared Moscow would fall within the coming week or two, and that the war in the east would start to wind down. Yet, as we have seen, none of this happened. The campaign was far from decided, Moscow was not about to fall, and far from winding down, Germany's war in the east was only in its opening phase. According to many of the German generals, the answer to what went wrong was simple. They were thwarted by the arrival of the autumn rains, which paralyzed all movement both at the front and in the forward movement of supplies. Thus, at the Red Army's nadir, General Mudd, aided later by General Winter, acted to save Moscow and the Soviet cause. Any accusation that the generals had left their drive on the Soviet capital too late in the year again elicited a simple explanation for their failure. In July and August, the OKH, as well as many of the commanders within Army Group Centre, engaged in a bitter and ultimately unsuccessful dispute with Hitler for a continuation of the advance towards Moscow in the late summer months. This time the Army's plans were thwarted by Hitler, who insisted upon the diversion of Bock's panzer divisions into Ukraine for the Battle of Kiev, causing the delay that ultimately led to Operation Typhoon getting caught in the autumn rainy season. Thus, according to the popular post-war view espoused by the generals, the German Army's victory in the 1941 campaign was prevented by circumstances entirely beyond their control and better judgment. Hitler's baneful interference, followed by the harsh Russian weather, had combined to snatch a victory for the Soviet Union from the very jaws of their defeat. For many years after the war, this version of events was accepted in Western historiography and formed a cornerstone of our understanding for Operation Barbarossa's failure. It was certainly not uncommon for historians to assert that if only Hitler had listened to his generals, the war may well have ended in victory in 1941. Until 1991, the dismissal of this view by Eastern Bloc historians centered on the role of the Red Army in frustrating the German plan for a blitzkrieg victory in the East. The official view was that Soviet countermeasures, as well as the dogged resistance of the Red Army, foiled German plans. There was also a fervent rejection of the notion that the outcome of the war could ever have been determined by German strategic choices. In the post-Cold War era, scholars have tempered the extremes of each position, yet the discussion today has tended more towards highlighting the role of Soviet resistance and the Ost's operational problems over a reconsideration of German strategic options and subsequent decisions. This is not to suggest any kind of revival in the Marxist-Leninist historical worldview, but rather recognition of the fact that events on the ground were impacting upon the strategic circumstances of the war to a much greater extent than the decisions of the German High Command. In other words, the German generals did not control the course of the war to anywhere near the extent that they believed they did, either at the time or in their subsequent post-war analysis. Yet East-West historiography still produces widely divergent views. Official Soviet and later Russian histories contend that the Germans won the crushing victories at Vyazma and Bryansk largely as a result of superior numbers. While Bock's reinforced army groups certainly did outnumber his rivals in the opposing Western, Reserve and Bryansk fronts, Russian sources nevertheless include exaggerated figures of German strengths. Thus, instead of 1,500 German tanks, Russian sources report 1,700, and in place of 1,000 German aircraft, Russian historians mention 1,390. The most inaccurate figure is for German artillery, which Russian sources suggest amounted to some 14,000 guns, but in reality numbered no more than 3,000. Only in raw manpower do Russian sources actually underestimate the size of Bock's army group, suggesting a force of 1.8 million troops, 100,000 men fewer than German files indicate. While Bock's numerical superiority certainly played a role in the victories at Vyazma and Bryansk, it alone did not account for Germany's initial success. Bock's superiority in central Russia amounted to about 500 more tanks, some 350 more aircraft, and roughly 650,000 more men. Yet the German-Soviet front before Moscow had remained largely unchanged since late July, which should have allowed for better defensive works as well as better awareness of German concentrations and strategic intentions. Stalin simply did not expect the Germans to launch an operation of this scale so late in the year. In late August and early September, he anticipated that Guderian's drive into Ukraine was only a ruse to draw off Soviet forces and conceal a renewed offensive towards Moscow. In the meantime, Stalin ordered the Dukovshchina and Yelnya offensives, 28th of August to 10th of September, in order to disrupt and even push back Bock's army group. These offensives certainly cost the German 9th and 4th Armies dearly, but they did not win much ground and were even more costly to the already depleted Soviet armies that would soon be defending Moscow. Thus, by October, the great majority of the Soviet divisions in central Russia were dangerously under strength or filled with poorly trained reserves and recently recruited militia units. While Stalin had incorrectly judged the direction of Guderian's operations in August and September, he then compounded this decision by refusing to allow the withdrawal of the Soviet southwestern front from its deep salient defending Kyiv. The rapid destruction of this force, with the loss of 4 Soviet armies, again deceived Stalin, as well as the Stavka, as to where to expect the next German offensive. With eastern Ukraine and southern Russia now largely exposed, not to mention the seemingly imminent fall of Leningrad in the north, there seemed little doubt that German offensives could continue on either end of the eastern front, but not in the middle. Indeed, Army Group South did press its advantage, with Kleist's Panzer Group and Field Marshal Erich von Manstein's 11th Army combining in early October to destroy the Soviet 9th and 18th Armies in the battle on the Sea of Azov. Yet an offensive on the scale of Typhoon, in the centre of the German front, was completely unexpected by the Soviet command. Poor Soviet intelligence no doubt played a role in this catastrophic oversight, and one cannot expect the Soviet command to have anticipated the bitter German strategic disputes, which led to a confused and changing set of directives for the Ostier. But nevertheless, Stalin and the Stavka bear considerable responsibility for the disasters at Vyazma and Bryansk. Soviet strategic deployments repeated many of the mistakes from June 1941, with Soviet armies committed in bulk across the breadth of the German front. This facilitated German encirclements, especially when the Stavka stubbornly insisted upon holding the line even after multiple breakthroughs by panzer forces had been achieved. Screening the front with lighter forces while holding back larger reserves to identify and counterattack German penetrations would have proved far more effective, and should have been part of the Soviet learning curve after more than 3 months of repeated German offensives. Instead, Stalin followed the same road that had led to encirclement and disaster at Kyiv. In the critical period before the German panzer groups linked up behind the Soviet front, desperate requests for withdrawals were refused, in spite of the fact that no reserves were available to block or counterattack German breakthroughs. It was a catastrophic series of errors, made worse by the fact that they had all been made before. While official Russian histories have tended to blame German numerical superiority for the creation of encirclements on the road to Moscow, the fighting to eliminate those pockets has resulted in further divergent east-west views. Western historians have typically adopted the view, first expounded by the German generals, that the battles at Vyazma and Bryansk represented overwhelming battlefield triumphs with few parallels in history. Russian historians, on the other hand, tend to follow the view advanced by some of the leading Soviet generals, including Zhukov, that the extended fighting at Vyazma and Bryansk delayed German forces long enough to allow reserves to arrive and halt the German attack on Moscow. Placed in the wider context of the battle for Moscow, this allows the battles at Vyazma and Bryansk to be seen as an expensive but ultimately essential price to pay for the defense of the Soviet capital. In many respects, both perspectives have their merits, depending on whether one takes a shorter operational or longer strategic view of the events. Indeed, it may well be argued that the October fighting was on many levels a reflection of Germany's 1941 campaign, in which the Soviets suffered grossly disproportionate losses, but the ultimate cost to the Ostheer denied it victory. Perhaps the most balanced appraisal of the October fighting comes from the Deputy Chief of the Soviet General Staff and Head of the Operations Staff, Lieutenant General A.M. Vasilevsky, who summed up the momentous implications of Operation Typhoon for both sides. In appraising the outcome of the events in October, it should be said that it was very unfavorable to us. The Soviet army had suffered severe losses. The enemy had advanced nearly 100 miles. But the aims of Operation Typhoon had not been achieved. One of Bock's groupings had become hopelessly bogged down near Tula, another beyond Mozhaisk, yet another in the upper reaches of the Volga at Kalinin. The staunchness and courage of the defenders of the Soviet capital stopped the Nazi hordes. Nor do such depictions belong exclusively to Soviet accounts. Lieutenant General Kurt von Tippelskirch, who was a divisional commander in October 1941 and rose to become an army and even army group commander by the end of the war, wrote of Germany's position in the autumn of 1941. The magnitude of the local successes spoke for Hitler, but only the outcome of the war could prove whether the extent of the tactical victories on the battlefields was in proportion to the resultant time lost for the continuation of the operation. Should the goal of the campaign not be attained, then the Russians had lost a battle, but won the war. In a similar vein, Kesselring's account of Operation Typhoon dismisses any notion of the Soviets snatching a victory from the jaws of defeat. In his account, the outcome of the October fighting was less a matter of the Rasputitsa's arrival and much more a matter of strategic factors. According to Kesselring, for this task, deep panzer thrusts in October, the panzer groups were too weak. Our strategic mechanized forces had to be proportionate to the depth and breadth of the area to be conquered and to the strength of the enemy, and we had not anywhere near this strength. Our fully tracked vehicles, including tanks, were not adequately serviceable. There were technical limitations to constant movement. A mobile operation in 1,000 kilometers depth through strongly occupied enemy territory requires vast supplies, especially if there is no chance of falling back on large and useful enemy stores. Our lines of communication and our airfields lay mostly in enemy-threatened country and were insufficiently protected. Highlighting such strategic factors goes a long way to a fuller understanding of Operation Typhoon's failure, and suggests that the operational perspective, so prevalent within the Wehrmacht, came at the expense of a more lucid assessment of the war's possibilities. Indeed, Operation Typhoon, for all its success at Vyazma and Bryansk, further exemplified the German command's inability to grasp warfare beyond the operational level, leading to a repetition of mistakes seen throughout Operation Barbarossa. In the aftermath of Vyazma and Bryansk, for example, Hitler and the OKH were not merely concerned with Moscow. They also wanted Bock to launch simultaneous offensives in the north as well as the south to capitalize upon the breach his army group had created and roll up more of the Soviet front. This forestalled a concentrated push on Moscow and overextended Bock's increasingly limited strength. In drawing any definitive conclusions about the October fighting, it becomes clear, given the lofty aims of the Typhoon offensive and its subsequent additions, that much of the German command was deceived by the guise of success and poorly informed as to their real options and circumstances in the war. After 3 months of battlefield victories, Operation Typhoon needed to achieve something much more wide-ranging than just another battlefield success without decisive military or political implications for the outcome of the war. A major winter campaign was to be avoided at all costs. Moscow was to be surrounded and cut off, if not captured, and the Soviet front needed to be splintered beyond repair. None of these resulted from the October fighting, and the costs to Army Group Centre suggested that a renewed offensive in November was even less likely to be successful. No one can deny the imposing scale of Bock's early successes in Operation Typhoon, but crushing the Soviet front attains less significance when that front was rebuilt again by the end of the month, and when Army Group Centre's offensive had ground to a halt far short of its stated objectives. It is important to remember that battles are not ends in themselves and should not be viewed as such. A comprehensive victory over the Soviet Union was the overriding measure of success for the Ostia in 1941, and, in spite of what some early histories concluded was an unbroken string of successes for the Wehrmacht, by the end of October, the preconditions of a decisive victory were in fact far from being met. Even if Bock had reached Moscow in October, the outcome would hardly have been more favourable. As Sir Ian Kershaw correctly concluded, had the Wehrmacht reached the city, in the absence of a Luftwaffe capable of razing Moscow to the ground, as Hitler wanted, the result would probably have been a preview of what was to eventually happen at Stalingrad. And even had the city been captured, the war would not have been won. Bock's October offensive was a failure at 2 important levels. Militarily, Army Group Centre was fought to a standstill in front of Moscow. As Zhukov concluded, petering out day by day, the German offensive finally stopped by the end of October at a front line running through Turginovo, Volokholamsk, Dorokovo, Narofominsk, a point west of Serbakov, and Alexin. The Kalinin front's defensive area near Kalinin had been stabilized as well. Given the seasonal difficulties, the tenacious resistance of the Red Army, and the ability of the Soviet state to muster reserves, this is hardly a surprising outcome. Bock was always going to encounter problems on the road to Moscow, especially once opposed by a commander of Zhukov's expertise and unscrupulousness. But Bock's advance was further complicated by the inability of his army group to maintain a functioning logistics network, as well as the erratic and overzealous demands of Hitler and the OKH. Thus, militarily, Army Group Centre was opposed by formidable forces, but further hindered by self-inflicted constraints. The second German failure of October 1941 was no less decisive, but entirely self-inflicted. After the war, Blumentritt complained about the German propaganda ministry trumpeting the success of the Ostia with a bombastic statement, declaring the Red Army to be practically annihilated. The fallout from Dietrich's bombshell was a frenzy of grandiloquent headlines, claiming the war in the East to have been decided and declaring the brilliance of Adolf Hitler. The self-congratulatory tone of the pronouncements reflects both the extent of the High Command's departure from reality and the heights from which German public opinion would soon sink. The short-term boon to German morale would soon transform into an albatross for exploitation by enemy propaganda, which dashed the hopes of the population, but, more importantly, decisively contributed to the realization within both Germany and occupied Europe that the Nazi state had fundamentally underestimated its enemy in the East. Paul Schmidt, the chief foreign ministry interpreter, observed the radical transformation in the messages being broadcast by Nazi propaganda during the final months of 1941. As Schmidt recalled, instead of "we have won the war," foreigners now heard "we shall win the war," and finally, "we cannot win the war." In Schmidt's words, the gramophone records were being changed. While I have argued in my previous books that the turning point in Germany's war occurred as early as August 1941, this by no means renders the later battles and campaigns of the Ostheer irrelevant or extraneous. Despite the fact that Operation Typhoon did not alter the course of the war in Germany's favour, as Evan Maudsley correctly noted, the battles of Vyazma and Bryansk together stand as one of the greatest successes of German arms in the entire Second World War. Yet these battles, much like the Battle of Kiev, have often been subsumed into the wider German offensive of 1941 and have seldom been the subject of specific attention. One of the German army's more remarkable features in this period is its seemingly irrational devotion to the offensive. In the midst of the Russian Rasputitsa, with knee-deep mud and only the most meagre supplies, whole panzer divisions were pressed into attack with only small groups of marching infantry, very little weaponry, and whatever tanks still had fuel. Even at the end of October, when the offensive had finally been halted, there was no discussion of adopting winter positions, but of only planning for the next offensive. As Robert Chittino explained, the notion of calling a halt ran contrary to everything this officer corps believed, the importance of will and aggression, and especially the importance of finishing the war in a single campaign. Not only was there a refusal to give up the offensive in 1941, but at no point in the year was there any serious acknowledgement that Germany's war effort was in serious trouble. While some may claim that such a recognition comes only with the benefit of hindsight, the fact remains that even as late as 1944, comparatively few of the German generals gave voice to such defeatist talk, and even fewer contemplated independently surrendering their commands until after Hitler was dead. It has sometimes been maintained that the German generals of this later era were more Nazi than those in 1941, but the notion that there was ever a non-Nazi German officer corps within the Wehrmacht during World War II is something of a post-war myth. Halder himself, whose active service ended in September 1942, argued after the war in a private letter to Blumentritt that there was no cause for surrender at any point in the war, regardless of the military situation. The question of when the last war had to be seen as lost makes no sense. A war is a political act, and can be militarily hopeless for the longest time while it still offers political chances. Such chances can even come up unexpectedly, as the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, proved. So the correct answer remains, a war is only lost when one gives up. Yet the unpopular nature of such a viewpoint was not lost on Halder, and he felt it necessary to add, "Naturally, a German soldier cannot give such an answer to a foreigner, however, without putting that man-eating German militarism on trial again." Indeed, there were many aspects of their leadership during the war that the German generals sought to remain discreetly tight-lipped about after 1945. The life-and-death struggle against Bolshevism and the active support of the generals for Hitler's war of annihilation meant that surrender was simply not one of the political options available to the High Command. Indeed, the unwillingness to even consider surrender, unlike in the militarily hopeless situations of 1806 and 1918, only further highlights the High Command's ties to Hitler. While this study has been an operational and strategic analysis of Operation Typhoon, there has also been an attempt to include a perspective on the fighting from the everyday Lancer's point of view. Illustrating the broader narrative of events in Hitler's war in the East is no less important than telling the human story of that conflict, replete with all its suffering and torment. At the conclusion to his landmark study of the so-called bloodlands in the East, Timothy Snyder observed, "The Nazi and Soviet regimes turned people into numbers. It is for us as scholars to seek these numbers and to put them into perspective. It is for us as humanists to turn the number back into people." For those researching Hitler's war against the Soviet Union, the single most striking feature is the sheer scale of its violence. No other war in history produced so much hardship, destruction, and death. Soviet losses alone have been estimated at some 27 million people. Turning numbers of this size back into people will require more than the scope of any single book, but Snyder's point is well taken. Numbers do matter. In assessing the military history of the Nazi-Soviet war, one must be careful to point out that, unlike the rather clear distinctions in bloodlands, soldiers in the East often served as both victims and perpetrators. Illegal killings were frighteningly commonplace, and, with both sides distributing hate propaganda, brutality and violence were often viewed as necessary and even acceptable. Violence was seen as a means of survival, and without question the soldiers of the Red Army and the Wehrmacht, to varying degrees and in different circumstances, contributed to each regime's destructive capabilities. Charting the human tragedy of the Nazi-Soviet war is therefore more complex, because its perpetrators often became its victims and vice versa. The cycle of violence left few innocent or guiltless, and fed a culture of criminal behavior that perverted otherwise reasonable men and led them to perform acts of untold cruelty. Warfare is a brutalizing process, stripping the soldier and his opponent of their shared humanity, while eroding reason and compassion. Hitler's war in the East was the epitome of this process, and for that reason alone deserves intensive study. As Willy Peter Rees reflected during a pause in the fighting, "The armour of apathy with which I had covered myself against terror, horror, fear, and madness, which saved me from suffering and screaming, crushed any tender stirring within me, snapped off the green shoots of hope, faith, and love of my fellow men, and turned my heart to stone. At the same time, I bore in mind that I was fighting men I didn't hate, who were never enemies to me, who in their destiny were more like brothers, and that I was only trying to perform an imposed duty." Yet Rees was resigned to his fate as a soldier, all the while aware of its destructive implications. Before his death at the age of just 23, Rees wrote in his journal, "We served the imperative of history as specks of dust in the whirlwind, and were privileged to participate in the end of our world."